There we go. Welcome into the marathon. I mean the NFL draft crossover edition of McCready and Siskey. Hand raise, guys, brought to you here on this Thursday night, April the 25th. Hope everybody's having a great start to your double-decker weekend if you're coming up to Oxford or wherever you may be. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. We're brought to you by Rain Total Body Fuel, 300 milligrams natural caffeine, BCAAs, electrolytes, zero sugar. It's got what you need to push the limits and achieve your goals. So check them out on Instagram at Rain Body Fuel to learn more. We are also brought to you, as we are every Thursday night, by my friends at Comer Heating and Air, Southern Air Conditioning and Heating. It's different names, but the same great people, products, services. If you live in Oxford, Batesville, Tupelo, or the surrounding area, you know it's about to get hot. You're going to need that AC operating, ready to roll. Tell Eric and the people at Comer and the people at Southern that, hey, I want to get my spring cleaning on my AC done. Get it checked out. Get $25 off that service just by telling them you heard about it here on the podcast. You can mention McCready and Siskey. You can mention Hand Raise Guys. You can mention the Oxford Exxon podcast, MPW Digital. He'll know what you're talking about. Just make sure that he knows you're talking about our network of podcasts. If you live in Oxford, Batesville, Tupelo, call Comer 662-801-1777. If you live in Memphis, Hernando, South Haven, those areas, get in touch with the people at Southern. 662-429-4429. I'm Neil McCready. That is Tyler Siskey. Oh, goodness.
It doesn't have the same crack. But, hey, Neil, we had a rain earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Bob. I went heavy today. I did go cherry limeade today to make sure I got through tonight, make sure the marathon we got going. I got a lot of guests. But, Neil, we have a new sponsor, Neil.
Miller Lite? No,
we have a new sponsor.
Yeah.
I'd like to welcome OxyFresh to the
Absolutely.
party.
Hello, OxyFresh.
OxyFresh sponsoring all the beer and all the Ubers tonight. Shout out to OxyFresh. If you, Neil, you ever need your carpet cleaned?
In fact, it needs to be done this summer.
If you ever need your carpet cleaned, Neil,
yeah,
you can go to www.oxyfresh.com. You can book online. You can get a free quote. You don't have to talk to anybody. Just go get your nice deal, get your carpet cleaned. Anybody needing their carpet cleaned, crack it out this summer. Need it for the spring, do it. But if you would like to talk to someone, Neil, if you just feel like, hey, this booking online thing's too difficult, you know what you can do?
What's that?
You can call 1-877-OxyFresh to get it done. So every time I crack a beer tonight, I'm going to give a shout out to OxyFresh. So
awesome.
They may get a lot of pub tonight.
they very well could. All right,
Get
so NFL draft in Detroit. We'll keep up with it as the evening progresses. Got some NBA playoffs tonight. Alabama-Ole Miss get started or have gotten started. I don't know. I don't have it up on my computer.
A lot going on.
We can only do so many things, right? If I had a third TV, I'd put Alabama, Ole Miss on it. We'll keep up with that score. I hope for Chase's sake that it's a fast game.
Yeah,
not an 11:30 game.
Yeah, he's gonna be struggling.
The plan is to stay with you through the first round of throughout the night NFL draft. We did it last year. We did it. We did it last year. I make no promises.
And we started 30 minutes earlier this year. So
yeah,
this could set a record.
It could. Let's see what else.
So all our people on TikTok. So we got a bunch on TikTok right now. If you're on TikTok, go to YouTube, go to MPW Digital or search McCready and Siskey, and come join us live in the chat. We got big slate for tonight. We got my man David Beaty was going to call in here in a little bit.
Florida Atlantic wide receivers coach.
Yeah, is actually
former Kansas head
coach, Florida Atlantic wide receivers coach. Also conspiracy theory. He's my guy.
Yeah.
We share a lot of conspiracy theories. We actually talk about it all the time. So
I've got questions.
We got questions. He's my guy. He's actually flying into Memphis. He's landing in Memphis. He's on his way to Oxford for double-decker.
Daughter goes to Ole Miss.
Yep. She's a dancer on the Ole Miss dance team.
Rebelettes.
Mm-hmm. I got to give him a correct name. Mm-hmm. She's a freshman here, so he's actually coming into town. We got my man Jon Sumrall joining us at some point in time. Jon is at Jazz Fest as we speak, so he's having a good time.
Tulane head coach Jon Sumrall.
Tulane head coach. I probably need to say that, don't
That's okay. I'm here to help.
You're here to help me,
I'm here to
right?
help with the journalism and the broadcasting. You just do your thing.
All right, so we got Jon Sumrall joining us. He's at Jazz Fest, so this should be a very interesting interview later on when he gets on.
Yeah.
Got my guy Kane Wommack, the new defensive coordinator at the University of Alabama.
Yes.
Former South Alabama head coach.
Yeah, former Indiana defensive coordinator. So he went up against Michael Penix Jr. quite a bit in practice.
And he's watched a lot of Washington cut-ups over the last 4 or 5 months. So he's got a lot
that's true. So you might have some thoughts on.
Got a lot of thoughts on that.
Yeah.
And then we got my main man Bryant Vincent, the new head football coach at your Louisiana Monroe Warhawks.
ULM Warhawks, baby.
I know you're fired up.
I am. I'm excited to talk to my coach.
Coach.
I never get to talk to my coach. I get to talk to my coach tonight.
I have to be very careful when he's on here tonight because he's coming on. He's actually at a dinner, a recruiting dinner with a recruit.
Yeah.
And he is going to get on when he gets on because we don't want to feel rush and all that stuff. He is hilarious.
Well, I don't want to lose a recruit either.
Yeah,
I want to get the recruiting done.
It's a big recruit too.
Is it?
I'm not at liberty to say who it is. I know who it is. I should have told you beforehand. You would be shocked.
Jaden Rashada?
No, you'd be. But it's a very big recruit that he's got on campus.
Okay.
So he's doing that, and then I got to be careful about because I have a couple of nicknames. We worked together for a long time, so we have a couple of nicknames. So I gotta, in the interest of not getting our show canceled, I gotta make sure. And he's a head coach now, so I gotta be careful about calling him nicknames and him calling me nicknames. So
okay,
we're excited. It's gonna be a good show, and we're gonna open up the phone lines. So that is gonna be a complete shit show. So I'm excited. We haven't been on 5 minutes yet, have we? Nope.
No,
almost made it.
It's
probably
okay.
a good time to remind everybody that this show is brought to you by the Biden-Harris administration, 2024.
Yeah, probably so.
Every time. I got more of it today on TikTok. Everybody's watching the Tommy Tuberville video call me saying I was doing a liberal hit piece. So I'm not going to say that because the last time I said that, we got
you got to get
we got striked by TikTok
yeah.
before I even got started.
Did we get strike?
Not yet.
Okay.
I got to be careful about saying that.
Okay.
I don't know what I think I know what we said last time it triggered them. If we don't get striked by TikTok tonight, I'm going to be highly disappointed.
I'm going to try to find on my computer here. I'm going to try to keep the Ole Miss game up. I should have done this before, but I didn't.
All right, Neil, while you're doing that, we can talk a little draft. David just actually texted me. He just landed. So when he gets to his car,
okay.
So here a few minutes. We got the draft. There's also a draft going on in case anybody didn't know. I'm highly interested in this draft. It's probably going to be I think I'm going to be actually a little bit disappointed if it's not crazy. Bottom line is you got 6 teams that need quarterbacks. You got the Bears, you got the Commanders, you got the Patriots are all picking 1, 2, 3. You got the Vikings, Broncos, and Raiders that also need quarterbacks, and they're picking 11, 12, 13. So they have to trade up.
There's a lot of rumors that tonight's going to be a super active trade night.
I've heard it's going. The previous record was 9 in the first round. I've heard it was easily going to break that. And the other reason is wide receivers, right? There's going to be a gaggle. I'm going to talk to David about some of those guys. He's a fellow receivers coach, so you're going to get into the geeky wide receiver play talk with me and David.
That's fine. Hey, we have plenty of time.
And so
if you want to get geeky about wide receivers,
I can do it tonight.
If you want to spend 10 minutes on that, tonight's the night.
Tonight's the night talking about wide receiver.
If you did this on a Monday or Thursday, I might be like, hey, man, come on.
Let's go. We got to
roll a little bit.
Time. A lot of wide receivers going. I think there could be as many as 7 guys taken, and I kind of got a pool of about 10 guys that can make up that 7. I think there's going to be some really high quality wide receivers available in the second round. So you may see guys who want to take a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Their guy may get taken, and they may start dropping down to let other people come up. A ton of offensive linemen in this draft. I think 3 are top 10 caliber picks. I was talking today. You know how the NFL draft is these personnel guys are very personnel-y.
Kudos, by the way, real quick.
Yep.
Kudos to Ole Miss.
What'd they do?
Ole Miss fans. TJ McCants just came to the plate, played at Ole Miss several years, won a national championship, was part of a national championship team. He got a standing ovation from the Ole Miss crowd. I don't have the sound on. I don't know if they played his music or whatever.
Good for him.
Standing ovation for TJ McCants, his first at bat as an opponent at Swayze Field, which is very classy on the part of the people there. So
no question.
Kudos
to him.
Hat tip.
But you're going to get a lot of trades. I think there's 3 offensive linemen. Like, you know how the personnel guys, they get obsessed a little bit with numbers and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, J.C. Latham in Alabama, I don't know how. This guy's 6'6", 342. He's got 35.5-inch arms. That is like freaky long. So you got a huge dude that's really long, and his biggest weakness is he oversets on speed rushes and gets beat inside. So you're telling me I got a 6'6" guy that moves too fast? Thank you. Give me one of those. So I think with him, Alt is the easy one from Notre Dame. And then my guy that I can't ever pronounce his name from Oregon State. I think those three tackles will go very early in the draft. And then for me, the 2 things I'm looking for may get answered on the same draft pick. I'm so curious who decides to pull the trigger on J.J. McCarthy. I'm so curious.
I am too.
And then
we talked about that this morning on Blue Sky Live, Oxford Exxon podcast with Jeffrey, and he's with you, by the way. He's terrified his Giants are going to do it.
I think so. I kind of got what I think they're going to take. I think the Giants go receiver unless they trade. I just don't see. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, dead wrong. You're always surprised about something. I think he was kidding. The Pat McAfee show the other day was joking. It may have been yesterday. They were joking about there's rumor. And then I saw it on Coach JB on his show. I think it was today. That there's rumors out there that I want to get credit where credit's due because I watch those shows from time to time. That Harbaugh was going to take J.J. McCarthy. He would. So what's
why?
Why does he get a tattoo as an NFL coach? Why does he live in an RV? I mean, he's his own dude, man. I would find that extremely crazy. The other one that I think something's going to happen tonight, I don't know what. The 49ers are in a payroll situation here.
Okay.
I would not be surprised. They've made it known. It's all over social media. They've made it known that they're going to that Brandon Ayuk and both Deebo Samuel are on the trading block to try to move up from where they're picking. And right now they are picking at 31. Because Brock Purdy's still on his rookie deal. And so they're fixing to have to pay Brock Purdy. And so they're going to have too much payroll. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to deal, instead of paying Ayuk or Debo, they're going to be able to pay one or the other. They got to get a wide receiver, move up to get a good wide receiver for cheap. So I think that has to happen at some point in time tonight. I think. But those are things I'm looking for tonight. I'm excited, man. I got everybody's needs. I feel like I could, if there were no trades, I feel like I could tell you who the top 10 is going to be in order.
Well, by the end of the night, some people in the NFL are going to need better help.
Neil, they are.
MPW Digital is sponsored by BetterHelp.
We may need better help before the end of the night.
That's possible. What's the first thing you'd do if you had an extra hour in your day? Would you go for a run, take a nap, read a book? I went for a run today. Ran for the first time since December today. Pretty fired up.
That's impressive.
I'm jacked. There's a chance, just a small chance that I'm moving forward. Anyway, a lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? The best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you and to make it a priority. Therapy can help you find what matters to you so you can do more of it. Therapy can be helpful for learning positive coping skills, how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, get matched with a licensed therapist, switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MPW today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/MPW. Tyler, we're also brought to you by our good friend Cole Walters at Cole Walters State Farm Insurance.
We got a good one for you tonight.
He sponsors our Life Advice segment. We're about to get to it. Life Advice, presented by Cole Walters of State Farm Insurance. Cole is licensed in auto, home, life, health, business, and pet insurance for the whole state of Georgia. So contact Cole at 706-525-8255. 7850. You can also get in touch with him at colewaltersinsurance.com. Got an email. It says, "Good morning, Neil and Tyler." Oh, it's good evening.
Good evening.
I hope you and your family are well. I'm asking for yours and Tyler's advice about my daughter. She's 12. She goes to a big private school and is on the cheerleading team. The school starting next year has split the team into two different teams, a sideline cheer team that just cheers at games and a competition squad who cheers at games and also competes at competitions. She's already made the sideline squad, but will have to try out for competition squad this summer. She says she wants to try out, but like any other preteen, is into Taylor Swift, boys, and clothes, just like Tyler. I'm not sure she realizes the time commitment and requirements it will take if she makes this team. Since you have raised two girls, referring to me, what would be your advice that I should share with my daughter about this?
Go ahead, Neil.
Do it.
Do it.
Absolutely. Let her try out. If she makes it, awesome. She's part of a team. I think it's really important for young people to be a part of a team. I don't care if that's a baseball team, a softball team, a basketball team, a football team, a soccer team, a dance team, a cheerleader team, a chess team, a drama team. I don't care. I think teams are important for young people. The band, whatever the case may be. I don't think it really matters. I really don't. Now, different people have different thoughts on that. I don't. I think I had Caroline, our oldest, our middle child daughter, was on dance team, and it meant everything to her. She did school dance on the Chargerettes at Oxford High School, and she did studio dance, competition dance, where she traveled all over the place, and those things they're brutal to sit through. But you know what? She loved it, and that's what really mattered.
It's the only thing that counts.
And my son Carson plays soccer. He plays club soccer. He plays high school soccer. He just made the all-state team. I gets to play in the state all-star game July the 9th in Brandon. Congratulations to Carson. It's really cool.
I'm excited.
Teams matter. I really do. So she should absolutely try out, because here's what you're going to get out of that. If she makes it, she's going to learn time management. She's going to learn the importance of practice. She's going to be a part of a team. Discipline. The thrill of victory. The agony of defeat. Learning from loss.
Learning how to deal with failure.
Yes, and learning how to take failure and turn it into success down the road.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you should absolutely let her. And look, you can't really tell her a lot about what it's going to be. She'll figure it out. They're going to have practices. They're going to have this summer. They'll have early practices, or they'll have late practices, or both. Yeah, do it, man. You want life advice? Do it.
Yeah.
Don't do this deal at an early age of, well, maybe it's going to be too much. No, it's not. It's going to be a lot for you. It's going to be a lot for your wife. The people have to take her and pick her up and all that. But for her, do it if she wants to do it, you should absolutely let her do it. If she ever gets to a place where she doesn't want to do it, okay.
Another thing, obviously, besides all the team benefits that you just listed, another thing that I think is important with this generation is this little bad boy right here.
Mm-hmm.
People are getting more and more isolated because all they feel like they need is their phone.
Yeah.
And I think the more situations that you can put your kid in that allows them to be social,
mm-hmm.
and
Agreed,
and learn how to communicate with people of different ideals.
Mm-hmm.
Communication skills is critical. And when you're on a team, you have all these different cultures, people from different backgrounds, people with different beliefs, and you have to learn, if you're going to succeed in life and you want to be very successful in life, you have to learn how to communicate and how to move forward with people that may disagree with some of your ideals or whatever, and learn how to communicate and see the other side. And I think that's something positive with being on teams, besides the obvious stuff. Communicating, because these kids, man, it's all phone, man. That's all they know. Got some A-10s flying over in Detroit.
Oh, that's badass.
Shout out to my main man, Patrick Brown, United States Air Force, flies the A-10s, played for me at St. Paul's Episcopal School. Shout out to Patrick.
In the event that you need an NBA update, Orlando leads Cleveland 45-32 midway through the second. Magic trying to get on the board in that series. They're down 2-0. And the Knicks looking to go up 3-0. They're in Philadelphia tonight. That game just got started. It's 10 it's 11-10 Sixers. 8:08 to go in the first.
So on the TikTok chat, we have a big discussion going on that Minnesota, rumor is that Minnesota is going to trade up. And Herbert and J.J. McCarthy are in that deal.
No.
This TikTok, they're just discussing it.
Okay.
My man, Miami fan. That's the, like, I would be like, look, man, Herbert's good. Like, you don't draft J.J. McCarthy and get rid of Herbert. I would be like, I know that's the rumor. I would be personally just, that would shock me. That would flabbergast me.
Big thanks to our friend Jay Robertson for the super chat. He says, "Cheers, fellas."
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to you,
Jay.
This is gonna be a quick night because I'm already. I gotta slow down. I'm going to slow down.
I was gonna say, you know, as someone who's run some marathons, I can tell you that it feels exciting to get out of the gate fast, but you have to remind yourself that somewhere before the 5th mile that hey.
I just sprinted out of the blocks.
We need to slow down.
I just ran a 4-minute mile on the first mile of the marathon.
That's never smart.
Never smart.
Never smart.
And I didn't realize it until I just looked down. I was like, dude, I may need another beer here in like 2 seconds.
Hardman says rumors that the Rams are trading up to get in the top 10.
All right, so I can back this up. This is sourced. I'll tell you a couple things. That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
They are trading up. They are attempting to trade up. I'm kind of like, do you know, when was the last time the Rams had a first-round pick? It's been a minute.
It's been a while. Draft is 10 minutes away as we record now, so the Chicago Bears will be on the clock.
Hey, I just got a text from my guy. I got to give him a shout-out since we got all kinds of time to do shout-outs.
Mm-hmm.
My guy, Brian Rauch, who I played ball with growing up, is watching our show.
Oh, cool.
So
hey,
he
Brian,
said,
what's
cheers.
up, man?
Brian, what's up?
Cheers, Brian.
That's my guy. He and his family are great people. We played together. Brian, his brother, we all played together growing up.
Hardman says, nah, Siskey, keep pounding. Need some good coaching stories.
Well, yeah, I'm a little – me and my compadres that are coming on later have already had like a pre-negotiation. We got to protect each other as the night goes on. So I'm not worried about –
See, I'm not part of that deal.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm trying to –
Of course, I'm scared of all y'all in the real world.
I'm trying not to I did get okay to tell a good with Vincent. We're going to tell a story. I'm actually telling myself, but it is a funny story. So me and Vincent got some good ones. We spent a lot of time together for 3 years there.
Ole Miss and Alabama, by the way, top of the second, no score.
Oh, okay.
I want to keep everybody updated.
Keep the update.
Keep everybody updated.
Keep the update.
Keep everybody updated. I'm trying to do the best I can. Alabama's got a man on second with 1 out.
How's Alabama doing? I know they started off.
I think they're a game ahead of Ole Miss in the standings.
Kind of middle of the pack.
So yeah, 7-11. What's Ole Miss 6-12?
I don't know. What's my Auburn Tigers doing? They're struggling.
Ooh, they're bad. They're like 2-16.
What about Florida? They get off the mat yet?
No, they've kind of struggled. They're kind of middle of the pack. They're good. They got to go to Fayetteville this weekend to play Arkansas. The rest of their schedule's tough. They still have Florida, Kentucky, Tennessee, and somebody left on their schedule. I mean, it ain't no gimmies.
What about Tennessee? How are they doing?
They're good. They're top.
Good.
They're one of the 4 teams in the league. The 4 teams in the league right now that
I know Texas A&M is legit. I
Texas-
know Arkansas is legit.
yeah, Texas A&M,
I know LSU
Arkansas,
struggling.
yeah, Texas A&M, Arkansas, Tennessee,
Kentucky.
and Kentucky are the 4 teams that have kind of
Like, I know who's doing good, and I kind of know who's doing there. I was just trying to think.
those 4 have separated themselves.
And then you kind of like Ole Miss, Georgia,
Yeah.
Alabama.
Auburn's bad from a record standpoint. They're like 2-16. Sorry. And then there's just
Breaks my heart, man.
There's a middle of the pack group that's just kind of whatever. The bottom of the second, by the way, now at Ole Miss on no score, Bama and the Rebels.
Gotcha. How you think my guy Chase is holding up right now?
Oh,
Now he's good.
Oh, he's good. They've played an inning and a half in 23 minutes. He's cruising. He's happy.
All right.
His fear right now is a game that lasts 4.5 hours.
Somebody asked me earlier who I thought the best quarterback in the draft was. That's a trick question. I think Caleb Williams, without a shadow of a doubt, is the most talented quarterback in the draft, period.
Okay, so let me go here.
All right, we got 6 minutes, so we got a good time to discuss it.
Yeah.
Discuss it because he's going to get picked here in 6 minutes.
Bears are about to be on the clock. Obviously, he's physically got all the skills. I mean,
Every one of them.
He checks every box.
Every one of them. He's a dude.
Every physical box he checks.
One of the most talented guys. You know what was funny is you're going to laugh at this. I went back to see how long our draft show was, and whenever I clicked on it, we were discussing who were going to be the top quarterbacks in next year's draft, the top picks.
We said Caleb.
We said Caleb Williams would go 1 and Drake May would go 2 or 3.
Yeah, but we nailed it.
Shocker.
But, I don't know that he has all the intangibles that, say, Jaden Daniels has. I'm a big Jaden Daniels guy. I've actually met Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
I've spoken to Jaden Daniels. We've had conversation. Sharp. Really sharp. If you talk to people around the LSU program, and I have, they'll tell you that dude has leadership skills. He has charisma. There's a lot there. There's some stuff he's got to work on. Can't take hits the way he took them in college, blah, blah, blah. But those are physical things. You can't coach motor. You can't coach some of that stuff. You can.
No, you can't.
You
coach
can't.
it. No, you can't.
I mean, you can work on some of the physical stuff. You can be, hey, dude, we got to get down. We got to get down.
If it's not by your time now, though, it's too late.
Yeah.
A high school kid, you can. But right now, you're getting paid. It's time to go.
Right. How concerned are you about just some of the outside stuff on Caleb Williams?
I mean, you have to be concerned, right? Like, here's the thing is, I try to put myself in the Bears situation, right?
Yeah.
You have to be concerned, but, Neil, you have no choice. Because if you don't take Caleb Williams, and he turns out, he doesn't have to be a great player, Neil. He just has to be better than the next two. And if he's better than the next two, when watching the kid, he's physically more gifted.
Yeah.
You get fired. Like, you cannot not take him. I get the Bears have no choice. As soon as they traded Justin Fields, they had no choice. They lost all choice when they traded Justin Fields. And I'm not saying it's the wrong choice because you know how I feel about Justin Fields. Which, ironically, I didn't know if you saw this, but the Steelers did not pick up his option. So he's probably going to be a one and done in Pittsburgh. But you have no choice. He's the most talented kid, and it's not even close. But you got to just hope it works. And, the scary thing is, as talented as he is, he didn't really ever make a run at winning it all. But you just hope he kind of, he's also done enough to be really good, right?
Yeah.
So you hope it works out. Now, here's where I'm at with Jaden Daniels and Drake.
Drake May.
Holy shit! I'm one beer in. Drake May. Drake May's a 3-year kid. Everybody else that's in this draft that's getting taken are 5- and 6-year kids.
Mm-hmm.
So with Drake May, you're betting on the come a little bit. Like, he's got years to develop. He's behind those guys years-wise. And so you got to remember, when you're taking these old guys like Bo Nix, I think Bo Nix goes in the first round today. I think there's going to be 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, and he's going to be one of them. You're going to have Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, and Michael Penix are going to be that second wave of quarterbacks taken. And I'm excited for him. And I said this on your board earlier. I think it was today, maybe yesterday. Do you know what's crazy? I went and watched Bo Nix practice in high school 9 years ago this month.
Wow.
9 years ago this month.
Yeah.
I went and watched him practice at Scottsboro High School before he moved and went to Pennsylvania and all that stuff. I went and watched him throw as a young kid. That's insane to me. That's how long he's been in college.
Time flies.
Well, I wouldn't say flies. It feels like it was 100 years ago.
Oh, it's true.
I mean, dude, that was a long time ago. But I was just, I was like, wow. 9 years ago. And then you look at Drake May. I'm at Ole Miss. I flew to Charlotte and did his flyby when he was a junior or senior, I think, in high school. But I went by and saw him. But, like, dude, it's crazy to think, like, the difference in ages, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you got Bo Nix, who's married. He's been in college for 50 years.
Yeah.
And then you got Drake May, who's just a 3-year guy. So for me, I would take Drake May for the long build, but I think Jaden Daniels is ready to play now. You know what I mean?
So if you're the Commanders and
I take Jaden
you're at 2,
Daniels.
you take Jaden.
Yeah, because I'm trying to win now.
If you're the Patriots at 3, do you go with May?
I do. Unless they, for whatever reason, if they like somebody else, I wouldn't mind trading back. You know what I mean? Like, because there's 3 more guys. So if you like somebody else, I wouldn't mind trading back. Look at this guy. We got a special guest.
I thought I heard some.
Thank
I
you,
heard
sir.
some movement.
You want to say hello to everybody? They can't see you. The camera's over here. You
Yeah,
gotta
come over here and say hello.
We got nothing but time today.
This one right here, the middle.
One in the middle. Who's going first, Caleb? Come on, man. So we got the man Brock with us. Brought me some food.
I see that.
You want some?
I'm good.
You good? What'd you eat? Same thing.
What'd you get?
La Perla, right? What is it? A P5 or P10? What do they call it? It's like chicken and rice and cheese.
Okay.
It's easy to go. Like
Yeah.
if I go there, I'm eating different. I go taco, burrito, enchilada.
Yeah.
Beans, no rice.
Right.
That's my go-to. La Perla's my spot.
So what'd you get this time?
Was it P5? It's chicken, rice, and cheese, basically.
Okay. What, with tortillas or what? Just by
No,
itself?
just chicken, rice, and cheese, man.
Okay.
Just crush it. It's
All right.
It's the best to-go thing because that cheese kind of hardens a little bit on top of the. That's where it's at.
Okay.
It's definitely great for your diet if you're trying to not carb load or anything.
When's the next baseball? Tomorrow night playoffs?
Playoffs tomorrow night. Game 1
Against
Germantown.
Germantown.
Yep.
I hate Germantown.
We should have got Brock to come on and show Mr. Neal your hair.
I noticed when he came in. You got to come show the people.
You gotta go ahead.
Come show the people.
Come show the people. Got the
blonde
locks going in. Got
that
it
is
dyed.
a lot of blonde. Does everybody get blonde?
We got some cornrows. We got some buzz cuts. Everybody.
Something. Cornrows and buzz cuts.
Okay.
So I had to repeat that. So I don't know if it shows up on mic or not, but
That's a lot.
yeah. So we got playing tomorrow night 7 in Oxford, and then Saturday at 7 in Germantown. Is that right? And then, if necessary, Monday night back in Oxford.
Okay.
So
We're both heading to Central Mississippi Saturday.
Yes, we'll both be out here.
Yeah.
My man Beatty's coming in on to go to Double Decker, and you and I are leaving.
Yeah.
Let me tell him. See if he's.
So I think the Chicago Bears are about to be on the clock. I think the commissioner is getting ready to kick this puppy off. Pick number 1.
Brock on TikTok, Taylor Carr said it's better than cornrows. So
Yeah, if I had the choice, I would, and obviously I don't. But if I did, I'd go that way before I did cornrows.
hey, you may tell you what this asshole said to me. The
I
other
did a
night?
buzz cut.
You know what this asshole said to me the other
What did
night?
he say?
He came home. Hey, you don't have a mic. It's my show. You got your show later on. He comes home and I said, "Oh, that looks weird." He goes, "At least I got here." He hit me with that.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm on Team Brock.
I mean, what are we doing?
I mean, look, when you're bald, you don't make hair jokes.
Bob Williams on TikTok said, "Say cornrows again, and TikTok's gonna ban you." There's no telling.
All right, so I think the Bears are about to be on the clock. I mean, this is all right. Let's save this moment for posterity.
Okay.
10 years from right now.
Okay.
10 years from right now, does Caleb Williams have a Super Bowl ring with the
No.
Chicago Bears emblem on it?
No.
Okay.
And it may not even be his fault,
Okay. No, it's fine.
but no.
All right. Has he played in a Super Bowl?
No.
Okay.
I think it's our playoff team eventually. I mean, dude, that's a
I mean,
NFL, that's hard to win, man.
Joe Burrow's been in a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes has won Super Bowls.
But like you look at somebody like Josh Allen, he hadn't played one.
No, he hadn't.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
sure.
I don't think that necessarily means he's going to be a bad quarterback. Herbert, we're talking about Herbert being great.
Sure.
Hadn't even come close to playing for him.
Right.
I mean, didn't they lose in the first round or went? You know,
Jalen Hurts has been in a Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts has. I think it depends a lot more on what you got. I mean, you got to be a great quarterback, and you got to have good people around you. They have a lot of pieces to put together around him before
Sure.
they get to that.
Well, they have the 9th pick in tonight's draft.
Right now, they do.
Sure.
Yeah, and so like, all right, let's talk about the 9th pick. They need a wide receiver, and they need an edge guy. So I think when you start getting to 8, 9, I think that's when you get Curse and Turner from Alabama. So Florida State, Curse at Florida State. At 8, 9 with the Falcons and Bears, I think that's when you start getting your edge guys taken off the board.
Knicks and Sixers are having some issues, having some disagreements right now. Not exactly seeing eye to eye. Magic lead the Cavaliers by 16 at the half. Got some stuff going on in the sports world right now, man. We got stuff happening in the sports world right now.
Dude, how about this? This will interest, since going back to this, since we got nothing but time to go back, going back to this J.J. McCarthy Chargers thing.
Yeah.
You know J.J. McCarthy is the betting favorite to go to the Chargers at 5. That's scary.
Dude, so what are they getting for Herbert in a deal?
I don't know.
I mean, there's no...
I don't even know.
I mean, if that happens, it's going to be...
but Vegas knows something.
It's very rare for me to go, oh, wow, I can't believe that happened. And if that happens, I'm doing, I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that Jim Harbaugh goes to the Chargers.
I would fall out.
Trades Justin Herbert and goes with J.J. McCarthy as his quarterback. I mean, hey, I'll give credit for having big ones, but having big ones is not always a great thing. Okay? I'm just keeping it real. It's not always a great thing.
Yeah, and Hayden Harris in the chat says Vikings will get the 5th pick. No, I agree. I do think, like I said earlier, I think the Vikings, the Broncos, and the Raiders are going to be in a competition. Like, this is where the Chargers are sitting pretty. And I'll be honest with you. I don't know if the Cardinals aren't sitting pretty. The Cardinals and the Chargers are sitting pretty because they all need quarterbacks, and they all have to basically out-jump the other. So I think it's going to be whoever gives the best deal, trying to get up between those three. I just don't, I think Michael Penix is going to go. I think Bo Nix is going to go. And I think J.J. McCarthy are going to be the 4th, 5th, and 6th quarterback taken. But like I said yesterday, I don't get the J.J. McCarthy thing. I don't. To be honest with you, if I needed a quarterback, let's say I was I'm not the Vikings. They definitely need one. But let's say I'm the Broncos. Okay. I'm really starting over. They just traded for Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Broncos traded for who?
Wilson from the Jets.
Zach
Wilson.
Zach Wilson.
Let it ride. Go the 2nd round, 3rd round, and go get Spencer Rattler. You can't. I don't think there's a difference. I think Spencer Rattler belongs in that group, but he's not getting drafted in the 1st round. I think you can go get him in the 2nd or 3rd round and call it a day. That's what I would do if I was somebody like the Broncos. Vikings, they have to win. Maybe the Raiders. I don't know if I would like Spencer Rattler back at home, though, in Las Vegas. So I'd probably not take him if I was the Raiders. You don't want a kid to come back home and play. Because he played at Bishop Gorman.
In Vegas.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want a kid to come back home like that, but probably be a lot of issues.
Alabama on the board in the top of the 3rd. Alabama leads Ole Miss 1-0, 2 on, 2 out in the top of the 3rd inning.
Yep. Roger Goodell had back surgery. Not going to be able to do hugs.
Can't do hugs. Game time decision about hugs.
Want some chips?
I do not.
It's good for your diet. You didn't run enough today.
Huh? Oh, no. I can't run 6.25 right now. I could probably run 0.25. Not 6. The 6 would be a problem.
Yeah, but I'm all in. Let's see what we got here with this P10 right here. I'm going to try to shovel some down before we get David on.
Yeah, just let me know what we're doing. Waiting for can't hear the broadcast, so it's hard to know exactly.
You want to open the phone lines and take a call?
Phone lines are open. 662-426.
We'll take one call before we get David in here.
1464. If anybody wants to call in, phone lines are open. We'll take your calls over the course of the next several hours.
I was here a year ago.
That's right. You're back again. Your yearly appearance.
Big crowd in Detroit.
All right, we got to talk to La Perla about giving these forks out, man. This is like a midget fork. Probably get canceled for that, too. Good, though, Neil.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I'm
Look,
good.
It's grilled chicken, dog.
I see it. I'm good.
It's good stuff. So we got to see. We ought to give out awards for the people who stay here all night long.
How will we know?
Good question.
You know what? Hey, is there you see a white bag over there? A white bag is like a college corner bag?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I don't know where it is. I'll have to find it. I'll look for it in a little bit. No, it would be over there somewhere. It's okay. I might have had some giveaways. Oh, you're doing that.
Hey, Neil.
Yes.
Have I ever told you about OxyFresh?
You've not.
Neil, you know what you can do with OxyFresh? You can go to www.oxyfresh.com and you can schedule your own carpet cleaning today. My guys at OxyFresh taking care of us for beers and Ubers tonight. That is the second of many OxyFresh mentions tonight. So appreciate you guys at OxyFresh for providing the cold beverages and Ubers for this evening. It's going to be a long night, boys.
It is.
My man, futures trader on TikTok says Bo Nix to the Saints. Ooh.
Oh.
I think I'm going to go Bo Nix to the Broncos. That's my pick.
Denver trades up for Bo Nix.
No, they just get him at 12.
At 12. God, Bo Nix goes at 12?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They got to go quarterback. Whoever doesn't trade up has got to take. It's going to be Penix, and then as soon as Penix goes off the board, it's got to go Bo Nix.
Bringing out some of the all-time great and current Lions.
The greatest running back to ever play the game right there.
Barry Sanders.
In my opinion.
Jared Goff is there. Hutchinson's there. What is Hutchinson wearing?
I don't know, but he is a baller.
He is hell of a
I missed on that one.
Hell of a player.
I thought he'd be good, but I didn't think I thought he'd be more of a motor guy, and he is, but his motor sure does work. Hey, interesting talk today with the team. I was talking to a SEC position coach today, and we were talking about the headset rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you know what's interesting is you take somebody like Lane, and he likes to go fast, but he's going to get set up and he wants to see what's going on. So it actually may slow him down for a little bit because he's wanting to see before, all this stuff and trying to be a little bit more part of the game. Come to find out, so the NFL headsets, they turn off, not at 15, but like 20 or whatever they turn off.
Mm-hmm.
In the Super Bowl between the Rams and the Patriots won that game because they knew that McVay was telling him everything to do. And they waited till the headset turned off and they changed defenses. And he was confused and lost the entire game.
Say that again?
So Jared Goff was on the headset.
Yeah.
And they waited till the headset because McVay was telling him everything to do.
Okay.
They waited till the headset turned off. The NFL, they run it down anyway.
Right.
And the Patriots were flipping defenses, completely flipping structure and everything after the clock had went off.
Oh.
And so he was confused and made a lot of mistakes.
Interesting.
Bill Belichick for the dub.
How about that? All right, so that hotline's open. You can call whenever you guys would like. No big deal. No pressure. We're here for a long time.
All night long.
662-426-1464. Campbell Clinic Hotline.
I would give y'all some of my chicken, but it's really good. Sure you don't want some? Bears are officially on the clock, Neil.
All right, Bears on the clock. The Caleb Williams era about to get started.
Would it blow your mind if they took somebody else?
Yeah, I think it would blow everyone's mind.
It's like minus, what'd you say it was? Minus 100,000 for him to be the first pick.
Wow.
Whatever we had it figured up, if you bet $1 million for Caleb Williams to be the first pick in the draft, you would win $5,000. Kind of a big risk.
So this is that trade from a year ago. Bears get the first overall pick. Panthers got Bryce Young. Bears also got DJ Moore. 2023 first-round pick. Hey, caller, who do we have? Hey, caller.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm
Frank
good.
From Bahia, New York.
Hey, how are you?
How you guys doing?
Frank,
Good.
we're
How are
good.
you?
We're good.
Good. So, good. Yeah, I'm down here in Memphis. I came back from New York, so
Oh, good.
down from New York for double decker and hanging out and listening to you guys and see you have the Nick Nova on television and just wanted to say how much I enjoy you guys all the time.
Well, we appreciate you very much and all the goodies that you send us over the course of time and all of that's really cool. We've become Army fans because of you.
Yeah, oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I'm sure the cadets would too. I mean, they're great kids and stuff. So I have to tell you, I did really enjoy Tyler talking about the 8-year-old travel baseball with. I mean, he has. You know what? My daughter's played AAU basketball from like the 7th grade, and that's pretty crazy with the parents too. So I get a big chuckle out of listening to all those little stories and stuff.
The icks.
So what else is good for you guys?
Well, I got in trouble about some.
Besides watching the NFL draft,
I get in trouble about those icks because my wife, she says she hears me enough at the house, so she doesn't listen to the show all the time. But people tell her about what I said on the show about the icks, and she rips my ass about twice, at least twice to 3 times a week. I actually got it today before I left. She asked me if I was doing any icks tonight, and I said no, I wasn't planning to. But we got, I imagine I'll have some really good ones next week because we're taking an 8-year-old team and we're playing a 9-year-old tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And the first ever time they've pitched and hit live pitching.
Oh.
So there's no telling what's about to happen. So it's going to be a little wild.
Yeah, I'll give you one quick story, and then I'll let you guys go back to the Knicks and the NFL, the draft. I mean, I know the Giants will blow it. They'll pick J.J. McCarthy, so I'm like depressed about that.
If they pick J.J. McCarthy, yes, they have blown it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, Frank. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Frank.
Yeah.
Who do you want the Giants to take? If you could have it your way, who would the Giants take?
Jaden. The kid from the quarterback from LSU, without a doubt.
You'd want them to find a way to get to number 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd get him. I'd get rid of Daniel Jones, and they're just a mess.
Well, they've paid for him, right? I'm a Giant
fan since I was set here. Excuse me?
They've paid for Daniel Jones, right?
Yeah, but I think after next year, his buyout goes really low. It goes down like $20 million. So
team-friendly deal.
So that'd be great. So hopefully, I mean, I remember I was actually at an AAU game when Eli got traded to the Giants from on the draft day. That was just awesome. But since then, boy, we've been like horrendous. But I go back to the 60s after 1964 when the Giants were just like the worst team in the NFL. So I'm an old guy. So.
Well, my man Lawrence Tynes played with the Giants for a long time. He still does a Giants podcast, and he loved his time up there. I said he was there and he was at Kansas City and I guess was with Tampa.
He had some big kicks.
He had some big kicks for the old Giants. Yeah. Best kicker I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes, man. He was good.
I remember. I'll tell you what. One thing about I have to say about New York, if you win a championship, you're like the best. Like Eli, you can't say anything bad about Eli. Mark Messier with the Rangers.
Yeah.
Like they're like gods, really. So.
Jeter.
But I was going to. Excuse me?
Jeter.
Jeter, yeah. Tom Seaver, all those guys, yeah. I mean, it's like Walt Frazier for the Knicks.
Oh, I mean, Jorge Posada.
It's just amazing.
Andy Pettit.
Yeah.
Paul O'Neill. Right. Bernie Williams. I mean, when you win a championship in New York, it's different. There's no question about that. But when you're in New York and you don't win a championship, that ain't easy.
No, makes it rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. Yeah.
The pick is in, Neil.
Definitely rough.
The pick is in. Do you think it's Caleb Williams, Neil?
Yes, 100 million%. Yes. They have to take Williams. You take Williams and you hold your breath that all the other crap doesn't become a deal.
That'd be great. I would like this. I would like this draft to just start off being a complete shit show, and just not take him. And let's just get crazy.
Let the Bears take J.J. McCarthy at 1. Yeah. It'd be like, whoa, okay, well, we're off to the races. But
that would be awesome.
You'd have a whole draft day thing like, what do you know? What do you know that you're not taking him? What do you know?
Yeah, no, they're going to take Caleb. I mean, he's got all the physical tools, and you just hope that some of the other stuff isn't an issue.
That would be great.
Let me ask you guys a question on your part. They just made it where anybody from the service academies have to serve 2 years before they go to their pro team. What do you guys think of that?
It's interesting because I have a friend whose son just got offered by Air Force. Took a visit to Colorado Springs, loved it, is really excited about it. I don't know whether this is an issue or not, like the 2-year thing, but
it used to be a rule, right? And then they changed it to where wasn't it like, didn't they change it
right.
where it was like if you got a pro contract, you didn't have to go? Wasn't that the rule that they changed?
Did Roger Staubach, when he left Navy, did he get to go pro immediately, or did he have to go to service for a while?
He had to wait. He had to wait at that time, I think it was the 4 years. Now it's 5.
Oh, wow.
5 years. He had to wait till he did his obligation. Then they changed it where you didn't have to serve until you finish your pro career. Then the Wisconsin congressman put in a bill that said they had to serve. He said, we're making officers not pro football, not pro athletes.
Yeah.
So, and then
I don't think
that
it,
went in
though.
last year, but they had the defensive end.
Yeah, I don't think, though, to be honest, I wouldn't have a problem with them going, like, allow them to go pro because, let's be honest, if you're not going to Army, Navy, or Air Force, you're not going there to be a football player. You know what I mean? Like, and if you happen to become a football player to go to the NFL, I would have no problem letting them out to go do it. Because at the end of the day, I mean, what number are we talking about? Like, how many guys get drafted? Now, the cutoff issue was, I know there would be a ton of guys that get invited to camp, right? So how do you cut that? How do you classify that, going to camp and all that stuff? I think you would have to do something about making a roster, like making a 45 or 53 man roster. But I mean, we're not talking about many guys, right? So I mean, we're talking 2-3 guys a year. So I don't see the big deal of it. But kind of is what it is. But look, it's I mean, it's kind of part of the deal going there. And Brock at one time wanted to do the academy stuff, didn't you, Brock? You still thinking about it or no? Yeah, he's thinking. It's on his list.
It's an incredible opportunity to go to Army, Navy, Air Force. I mean,
It's still to this day the coolest road trip I've ever been on with a team.
Which one?
We actually went to Navy.
Okay, to Annapolis.
And we got to go. We almost made it. It was a wives trip, but we went and did the tour of the campus, and we went in where they showed us all the fallen cadets that had fallen over, overseas or obviously overseas. But they had the wall. It was almost and everything they have to go through. I've had players out of high school at St. Paul's. I had guys go to Navy, and I had guys go to Air Force. I don't think I had anybody go to Army, but I know, like at Navy, you have to be in an extracurricular, right? I'm sure it's the same way everywhere, Coach. You can probably correct me on that.
Yeah.
But so some, whatever they do, you have to be
either in a.
Go ahead.
You have to be in either a varsity sport, a club sport, or intramural sports.
Right.
There.
And so
all the academies.
They had this, crazy rigorous day, right? And they would say that, they enjoyed the coaches that I've got some friends that have coached at those places. And they said it's such a joy to coach the kids there because when they come to practice, it's like time off for them. They actually have fun doing it.
Oh.
Instead of, what I'm saying? Like it's a different vibe coaching those guys. So, Coach, we got the Commanders on the clock. We got 4 minutes 45.
All right, let me let you guys go.
Oh, you're good. You're good. We're waiting on Coach Beaty. Just texted me a second ago. He got in his car. He's trying to pull out, and he's going to call us whenever he gets pulled over. But
all right, good. Coach Newt, real quick before we let you go, did Oswald act alone?
Yeah. Oh, we can ask Coach Beaty when he gets on.
Because Coach Beatty's
absolutely not.
Coach Beatty's dad.
Absolutely not.
Coach Beatty's dad, Coach, was standing behind Lee Harvey Oswald when Jack Ruby shot him. Was literally right next to it.
Right, I remember you saying that. Yeah,
witnessing history. So you're saying absolutely not. It was not Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone to kill.
Absolutely not. I think the mafia. Well, I'm Italian, so I don't know if it's a real thing, but I think organized crime did it to him.
Oh, so you think it was the mob and not?
Right.
Okay, here's the question: do you think the CIA was helping the mob do it, or do you think the mob did it without the knowledge of the CIA?
Oh, they knew.
Okay.
I think it was just an easy way for the mob to get involved. Not the mafia, the mob, organized crime, because there's no such thing with us Italians.
Interesting. Well, hey, Coach, enjoy Double Decker, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Okay. You guys have a safe, great weekend. Thanks for letting me talk for a while.
It was a lot of fun.
Coach. Appreciate you, man. Can you hear my chips across the microphone?
No, you're okay. It doesn't matter. It's cool. Whatever. Who cares?
All right. So you got 2 minutes to. This is going to kind of set up the draft right here.
This is Jaden Daniels.
I know, but it sets the draft up to see what goes next.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
this is where if you're Washington, you wait. I wait till the last second. I want to see if somebody will offer.
They were talking to somebody, so they've already made their pick.
Will somebody make a big deal? And probably not. You don't trade out of the second pick typically.
No. Do you go? Does he go?
It's a good-looking suit.
Does Jaden Daniels go to the podium with his sunglasses on?
Yeah. He keeps them on. That's part of his look.
Yes.
It's part of his look.
How much you think he's getting paid to wear that pair of sunglasses right there right now?
A significant sum of money.
Oh.
All right, the Commanders have done their thing. The pick is in.
I think this is the weirdest thing for me when I watch drafts.
When everybody shakes hands and hugs.
Like, congratulations,
you've known who you were taking for a month.
What are we doing?
Come on.
Like, especially, did you see the Bears? They were celebrating like they just.
Yeah, we finally made this decision.
It's been a lot of work. Been a lot of time. Oh, it's great. I got to keep my eye on my text button over here so when David gets pulled over.
Okay.
I told him he didn't need to pull over, man. Just freaking ride through it. Get us on the phone. We could
Is he
get
doing video or audio?
I think he's doing audio.
Okay.
I think we're gonna call him.
Okay, cool.
Because we didn't send him a link, right?
I don't think so.
We sent John, Kane, and Vincent.
That's correct.
Yeah, I would. I think David's gonna call. Hey, if you're on TikTok and you want to listen to the calls, you got to come to YouTube because you're not gonna be able to hear the calls through TikTok. So, and the guests when they come on. So, if you're on TikTok, go to MPW Digital on YouTube, or just get on YouTube and search McCready and Siskey, and you'll see us live if you want to listen to the interviews because you won't be able to hear them through the microphone. All right, here we go, Neil. This is going to set the draft up for the rest of the evening. We're on pick number 2 of 32, Neil, and we're on the second. If we're on second beer on pick 32, how's this draft going to go?
Well, for you, Tyler, I don't know how well this draft is going to go.
Siskey left after pick 13.
So the Commanders, as expected, take Jaden Daniels with the second pick in the draft, the LSU quarterback. I think it's a great pick. I think he's a fabulous player. Alabama, by the way, taking a 3-0 lead over Ole Miss in the top of the 4th.
I think it's a good time to call Chase.
Call Chase now and go, how's it going?
How's it going? You want some chips and some beer?
He would probably say yes. Right this moment, he would love some chips.
Hey, you want to come pull it up on computer and hang out with the boys tonight and drink a little cold beer?
Philly leads the Knicks by 2, 40-38, fairly early in the second period. And actually 42-38 now, Philly. And Orlando running away from Cleveland in game 3 of that series. The Magic going to get on the board and cut it to 2-1, it appears.
Coach Beaty is ready for our call.
Okay.
You gone? Yeah. All right, be careful. Love you. Drive safe, please. Don't fly through Neil's neighborhood.
Good luck this weekend.
Jaden Daniels with the sunglasses on. Oh, we got the hug from Roger Goodell.
Yeah, he kept him on. He's getting paid to keep him on.
What's going on, brother?
My man, the myth, the legend, Florida Atlantic wide receivers coach, conspiracy theory guru, the man, one and himself, David Beaty. What is up, my man?
Man, not much. I'm only a legend and a myth in my own mind, my friends. Only in my own mind.
How was the flight? Where did we fly from?
Flew out of little Fort Lauderdale over to Houston, and then just pulled up into Memphis. And you may like this. I chose to pull over in front of the famous Pony American strip joint. I'm sure it's safe here. I'm sure it's safe.
Hey, I don't know if I would just park my car in front of the Pink Pony.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, listen.
Hey, man. Hey, look. Hey, David,
lock the doors.
Yeah, David, I don't know, man.
I like to live on the edge, man.
You are.
Well, you are on the edge right now.
You're not on the edge. You're on the cliff. You're on the cliff.
Yeah. Woo. Woo.
Yeah, just keep
Wow.
checking. Just keep checking your side view mirrors, and make sure you're not getting walked up on over there. You're. I'm not joking. I know we were funny and everything, but as your friend,
Yeah.
keep as we like to tell the boys when they're going across the middle. Hey, keep your head on a swivel, kid.
Yeah. On a swivel. A swivel. And as you know, Sisk, you and I have been doing it for a long time. We've learned to recruit in any and all areas of the country and the world. So this is just another experience I'll get to put in the book.
Hey, do you think you can go get you an on-campus coordinator across the street?
I believe there's a lot of talent over there. I really do. But I guess that game has passed me by, so to speak.
Oh, well, hey, you're joining, and since you fresh off the plane, we got Caleb Williams went pick 1, pick 2 went Jaden Daniels, and quickly the pick is in for the Patriots with no hesitation. Okay. So I think the pick.
What do you think, fellas?
It's going to be Drake May.
Yeah, I think they're going quarterback and they're going Drake May. There's no point. I mean, unless you're willing to trade the pick, go ahead and make the pick.
Yep. And then I think the next one. I told Neil before you got on, we were discussing kind of the interesting part. This 4-5, which you'll probably be on the phone with us when it comes through. This 4-5 is where it's going to get interesting.
Yep.
I think 4 is, barring any trades or anything else, I think Marvin Harrison Jr. Wide receiver is going to be the first guy off at pick 4, first wide receiver off. And then the Chargers, there is no telling what Harbaugh's going to do. We have no idea. I mean, I
want the trade to happen so bad.
No, I want him to take J.J. McCarthy so bad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Make a big deal. Yeah. Trade Justin Herbert. Do the thing where I just go, woo, here we go, along for the ride.
Yeah. Yeah,
because sometimes the draft can be kind of boring, and sometimes the draft is just psychopath.
It would make it a psychopath.
That would make it a psychopathic draft.
Really quick.
Yeah.
So there was I'll tell you what, the NFL will get their money's worth of having Coach Harbaugh back in the league if he could create some of that drama for us here tonight. So I agree with you. And listen, there's no one better than him to create.
Well, both of you guys know this. I mean, the NFL is a quarterback league. And I mean, do you know, in all seriousness for a moment, if you were to put Justin Herbert on the market, top 5 talent.
Yes.
Just physical talent, the ability to spin it, the ability to make plays.
Easy top 5.
I mean, yeah, so I'm saying. So if you put a top 5 talent on the trade market, what could you get for him?
Well, I was trying to think, who would you take ahead of him right now? Because you got to remember
Mahomes,
obviously, right? But you got to remember, like Aaron Rodgers and those guys are getting older, right?
I mean, the list of guys that I might take in front of
Josh Allen.
Okay, we'll keep it. Yeah, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow,
Herbert. Obviously, Herbert.
You wouldn't trade Herbert.
Wouldn't trade Herbert.
Right.
C.J. Stroud would be a question right now where he's going.
It's probably still go. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's a discussion, right?
Yeah, sure.
But who else?
I mean, he's up there, fellas.
Here we go.
He's up there.
Here we go.
Right.
Drake May. Shocker, North Carolina. So I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to go 4 unless they trade the pick. All right. So while I got you on here, I know you're pulled over. The Ole Miss fans listening to us will be very excited and I didn't know this, but you're actually on your way to Oxford, Mississippi as we speak. Is that correct?
I absolutely am. My daughter is a freshman dancer for the Rebelettes, and we've had this weekend circled for the double-decker weekend. So, I'm not coaching this weekend, so every beer in Oxford is in danger. I can just tell you that.
How has she liked I can tell you this as a father of a daughter that thought very hard about going to Ole Miss just for the Rebelettes. How has she enjoyed Rebelettes, and how's the Ole Miss experience been?
It has been phenomenal. I mean, first of all, it was just a blessing because it was absolutely what she wanted. Their coach is phenomenal. She
Rachel
actually runs it like a football. Rachel's unbelievable.
She's great.
She's
great.
She's exactly what they need. They are very talented, and she does such a wonderful job with those girls. And she absolutely loves the experience. She loves being a part of the Rebelettes, and just Oxford's just a unique place. It really is. I'm very fortunate. I had my older daughter went to Texas A&M, which was a very unique place. And then I can't think of another place in the country that's, as unique as Ole Miss. And she is just, I mean, we have a hard time getting her to come home because they just have so much fun there. They love it there.
So, hey, while we're doing the chat, we're not watching the baseball game, but Austin Simmons, who is you're probably familiar because he's down around South Florida. The freshman quarterback / pitcher is supposedly has hurt his arm during the baseball game tonight.
Oh.
That would not be good.
I have it up. What happens
good.
when I go over to the chat and when I go back, it has a hard time catching up. And
gotcha.
so I'm
you're behind
missing
a
things.
bit?
Yeah. And I saw where he was in, and Alabama had men on the corners with 2 outs, but I did not see the injury.
Is he pitching?
He was pitching the last time I looked at it.
Oh boy, that'll be a fun discussion about any future dual sport athletes.
Man, I just don't. I mean, not to get sidetracked. I just the physical demands on athletes now. We're talking about the physical demands on they took him out. He had to come out. That Mitch Morrell's coming in to pitch. I just don't know that you can play 2 sports anymore at the college level.
It's tough. It is tough. I mean, all you can do is go play baseball games, but if you're pitching, that's a whole different deal, I think.
Yeah, because you've got to.
That's a different deal than
you've got to prepare your arm. You have to pitch. Then you have to. And throwing a baseball and throwing the football are not the same thing. And when you're mixing it up and doing it at the same time, that's a lot of wear and tear. And I've gone to a lot of college football practices. I know you guys have too. Quarterbacks throw the ball a lot. Even when you're trying to kind of manage throws, they throw a lot. You got Pascal drills, you've got team drills, you've got endo drills, you've got stuff. They're throwing the ball a lot. And then you go throw baseball, and after baseball, you've got there's aftercare that has to be done on a baseball arm. When you're throwing 94, 95 miles an hour, you're throwing curveballs, different pitches. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen to the arm, and there's only so much physical wear and tear that a body can take before you risk injury.
Dude, your boy Chase Parham is pouring a hard drink right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
He was probably the pick is in the Cardinals. That ain't gonna take long. So that's look at him. He's already fired up. That's Marvin Harrison Jr. Probably gonna go number 4. Is he the best? While we're gonna get geeky, me and you gonna get geeky wide receivers for a second. Is he the best receiver in your opinion?
You know what? I think there's some really good ones in this draft that I think you could shake up the top 3 or 4 names, and they're going to wind up being stars in the league. I saw a stat yesterday. I guess it was since 2018. I believe it was there's been 23 first-round wide receivers taken since 2018, and through that research, they said that only 3 of those guys have not wound up or have been failures or / disappointments. And I started thinking about it, man. There's so many there are so many really good, young, talented wideouts out there that they're making instant impacts. And I think one of the reasons that that's happening is the way that people are calling games now, the way people are scheming people, and the way that they are you're able to get your stars open and get the ball to them. And I think it's at the NFL level, particularly, those guys are getting maximized. And as long as they have the skill set, Siskey, as you know, because you coached, as long as they have the skill set, all you need is the opportunity for those guys. And they are consistently throughout the league getting the opportunity. Conversely, for the quarterbacks, I saw a stat where, I don't know, there's been 56 quarterbacks taken in the last, I don't know how many years, 10 years or whatever. And 14 or 15 have become, major successes. And I think that's because there is so much on these QBs. And man, when you're talking about learning a full language and there's so much put on these QBs, and when there's coaching turnover and change year after year, week after, man, that new language, that's what slows down the development of these players. I just believe that. I mean, the new language, Herbert's going to struggle a little bit because, man, they got a whole new staff. It's going to be a whole new language. I mean, he's going to be converting Spanish to English.
Well, especially
regardless of what any fan thinks out there, that's going to take time.
Especially who he's going with, because Harbaugh was a pro guy before he was a college guy. So and for the fans that don't know, I'm going to try to do some cliff notes while you and I are geeking out here. When you get pro guys, like Lane's a pro guy, right? Pro guys' terminology is extremely long, okay? Because in the pro game, they tell every single position what to do. They tag everything. Mm-hmm. All right. So the play call can get hella long. Well, college guys are trying to get people in the field. And so you have really short, you're naming route packages and concepts to get them as tight as you can get them. And so Herbert's going to go from basically he's going, and I don't know exactly how, I just know that Harbaugh's terminology is hella long. So he's going to have to learn, and it's all different and it's all new. But, what you were saying about the receivers, I think one thing too, and since we're going to geek out a little bit, so the fans may lose us for a second, but I think a big deal with why the receivers in the last, I'm going to call it the last 10 years have been successful going to the NFL is because for a long time, David, the NFL was where man coverage happened. And the college game never caught up. You still saw a lot of zone and things like that. Well, now in the RPO world, everybody's got to go man coverage. And so they're learning better. They're learning how to get open better in college because of all the man coverage and press that you're seeing in college. And they're getting those reps early on instead of waiting until the NFL till they get them. Because you remember, they used to be, it was like off cover three, man. I mean, we're going to play zone blitz. I mean, what were we, 10 years ago when the zone blitz was the thing, right? And everybody's going to play, 3 under 3 deep and the corner's bailing. And so you didn't get those man reps. And now everybody's playing man. And I think that's helping DBs. I think it's corners having to play more man in college, and it's helping the corners develop. And I think the receivers the same thing. And in the NFL, they can't touch you after 5 yards anyway. So it makes things really, really good. Hey, you'll get a kick out of this. So our friends at OxyFresh are sponsoring our cold beer and Uber, which I'm about to crack open. And they wanted me to let you know that OxyFresh is actually cleaning the carpet at the Pink Pony Pub coming up soon. So it's going to be
whoa.
Hey. How long is it going to take to clean that carpet?
Yes, they are.
I don't want to think about what's on that carpet.
Who you sending for that job?
You don't want to put that luminol stuff on that carpet because, man.
Fellas, I do not want to be known as the guest that lets y'all show digress. I just really don't want to be that guy.
It's too late for that.
David. It's a matter of time. Why not?
So I just cracked open my third beer, sponsored by our friends at OxyFresh tonight. All right, so we got you on the phone. We got to have some conspiracy theory talk. Okay. So I told Neil on the phone. I guess this was yesterday, the day before yesterday, when I said, "Hey, David's going to join us, or whatever." And I said, I told him about the video I sent you. Like it was like the 3 hour long. Is it Rumble? It was
Rumble. My God.
All right, so myself and David watched all 3 hours. Neil couldn't get into it. Neil made it. How long did you make it?
Almost an hour.
Almost an hour. Is that all right? Do you remember what was it called, David? I can't remember. So the fans, we can tell them to go watch it on Rumble.
Everything's a rich man's trick.
Everything is a rich man's trick on Rumble.
A lot of truth to that.
Yeah, I imagine in the next 15 seconds, TikTok's going to strike me for saying that. but hey, have I mentioned that this episode is brought to you by the Biden-Harris administration 2024? That'll get us covered for another hour. Get us where we don't get. Go. Yeah, so you got to sneak that in from time to time so they don't kick you off here. What was your out of that whole 3 hour documentary? What was the one thing that you saw in that documentary that kind of like made you raise your eyebrows? What got you? Because I have something that got me.
Okay, so there were several things, but I think the there's one thing that stood out to me. And Neil, if you watch the first hour, that's probably the most confusing one because there's a lot of names that are being thrown around and it's hard to piece together. But the last 2 hours are absolutely incredible. I think the meeting the night before in Dallas was something that was as scary to think of as anything.
So that's the one where
you could
that's
completely imagine.
Lyndon Johnson's at this meeting, right?
Allegedly, and it is just the
allegedly.
Then the 8 shooters, also, obviously, from the very beginning. I mean that, and really the guy that was driving the limo that was incredible to me, and it all made sense. And then the other doctrine of even the Zapruder film being doctored with the one lady that was talking to people, and I mean that thing was as
hold up.
interesting as anything I've ever.
All right, because I'm with you guys. But let me ask you this: the Zapruder film being doctored. What is the allegation is that what was doctored from the film? Is this where we're talking about the limo driver pulling the trigger?
Okay, let me back up real quick.
It was.
Okay, so let me go back because there was one thing, Sis, that you asked. What stuck out to you? The J.D. Tippett and why he was killed and what they supposedly used him for. That is crazy.
So his nickname
is mind blowing.
Yeah, his nickname was JFK
because he looked like Kennedy.
He looked like him. And
so the allegation is that they used his body, for the autopsy.
Yes,
that the pictures we see are not actually Kennedy's body, but they're Tippett's.
Yes, that's in that rumble.
That's a lot, guys.
Absolutely crazy.
All right, the one that I had not seen this anywhere. I don't think I have. I'm sure I have. I watched so much JFK stuff. But the one, they said there was a shooter in the storm drain, right?
Yeah.
But you remember his head went back into the left, and that would be on the direct angle if it got shot from the storm drain. So that's the first time I'd heard that. But there was a whole team and the whole deal there.
All right, David, I have to ask you this again. Because I'm fascinated by it.
He's lived it for his whole life.
Yeah, I know you have. So your father worked for the Dallas Police Department, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay, your father was. If we watch the killing of Lee Harvey Oswald, basically by Jack Ruby, your father is in the frame. He is right behind Oswald's left shoulder. Is that correct?
It would be Oswald's right shoulder. If the bullet went through Oswald, it would have hit my dad.
Okay.
He was directly in line between Oswald and Ruby. If you see him in the picture, he looks a little like Kramer. He's got the lamb chops, side chops down the side. It looks like Kramer on Seinfeld.
I took pictures of the photo
he was right
in Dallas when I went to the museum and sent them to David. His dad was in there.
Okay, so you were how old in 1963 when the assassination happened?
I was not born yet.
Okay.
So he passed away when we were 3 years old.
Okay, so he passed away and that's awful to lose your father at 3.
Yeah. So I guess that we were born in 63. So. I mean, I'm trying to do the math there.
Yeah. So when he
was fairly young.
When he died, your mother obviously was still alive, and in the days immediately, the Chargers with the 5th pick take Joe Alt, the offensive tackle from Notre Dame. When he died,
great pick by the way.
Who came to your house to talk to your mother?
She would never really tell us who that was, but it was a team of some people that were wearing suits. And all she would ever say is that if anyone ever asked you, baby, she would say, anybody ever asked baby, there was only one shooter. She would say it. She said it up until a month before she died on her deathbed. Remember, there was only one shooter.
Wow.
It was almost kind of like she was joking, but she was not joking.
I mean, David,
Dude,
Not joking.
that's wild, man.
was your mother scared?
Yeah, and we never really talked too much about her being scared, but she didn't appear to be. But once again, we didn't really know him because we were 3, so that talk didn't really occur very much with us. We, she remarried her first husband, who actually became my stepdad. He actually was kind of more of our dad than our real dad because we didn't know him. So there really just wasn't a lot of talk about it. I mean, other than we knew he was there, he was part of history. It wasn't until we were a little older that we started asking questions more about it, and we started learning more.
So when you asked questions, what questions did you have? What was the big question that you had?
Well, one of the things that once we were old enough, I remember being in middle school and us studying, in history about it and us talking to the class about it. And it kind of made us rock stars in the class, right? My twin brother and I. And I remember going home and talking to her about that. And she told me that his testimony was in the warrant report, and that she had a copy of it. So she had a copy of his testimony, and that's the first time we'd ever seen it. I think I was 12 or 13 years old. And to me, that was fascinating that my dad was part of that, part of that kind of history. So, and then really after that, there wasn't a lot of times where she said there was one shooter, but if there was ever any talk about this conspiracy theory, particularly when the movies started coming out, that's when she would say, there's only one shooter, remember, no matter what anyone asks you.
Wow.
That's
so
wild.
There was definitely some people that came and visited her, and it was very, very soon after he passed away, within a couple of days.
So
pretty interesting. But okay, fellas, let's get back to football.
All right, one more question though. One more question. I'm curious. Did she ever tell you what your dad told her because your dad came home from work that day, right? I mean, he lived history, but he came home. He came home to his wife and his kids. Did she ever tell you what he told her?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to know why. I did ask the question, why was he down there? Why was he where he was? Well, exactly in that spot. And she said that he talked about that the chief had told them that they wanted a presence down there in the hallways down there, because they knew he was going to be getting taken out down there in the basement down there. So that's how he wound up being. He just wound up assuming that position. It wasn't like any organized thing. They just wanted a bunch of guys down there just in case anything went down. She also said that she said, Jack, because my mother knew of Jack. They all hung out at Jack's. They called them joints. Yeah. They hung out at Jack's joints.
Kind of like the pink pony you're parked next to.
Kind of like the pink pony.
That's a joint too.
So
That's
they
a
hung
Memphis
out there,
joint.
and she's. That's right. And she did say that she asked him, why didn't one of you guys stop Jack? And she said, Jack's family. Like, we didn't expect. Like we always saw Jack at the precinct. It wasn't like it was anything out of the ordinary. He was like family down there. So it wasn't like it was anything to have a red flag about. So it was a perfect situation for Jack to do that because he was very safe around those folks.
Crazy.
That's crazy. All right, back to football. We're all over the place. You're my guy.
Giants pick is in at number 6.
I got a question for y'all.
All right, what you got?
I want to know about the Drake May pick and how that's any different than the guy they just had.
Oh, different than Mac Jones.
Other than he's just a new dude.
Different than Sam Howell. No, who did it? The Patriots, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
What did you say, Mac Jones?
Mac Jones. Giants take Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU. Great pick.
By the way, I just want to go on record, and I'm currently on pace
really good player.
From picking the exact top 10.
Oh, congratulations, Tyler.
Just so y'all know, next is going to be the Titans.
There's a cash prize ready.
Next is going to be the Titans. Yeah, I should have bet on it. Next is going to be the Titans, and I think they take the wide receiver from Washington. That's going to be my next pick. So Malik Neighbors has gone. LSU wide receivers going to the Giants.
A lot of people think the wide receiver from Washington is like the steal of this draft, by the way.
Yeah, Kane really likes him too. So I'm with you on. So I think here's my difference. All right, Mac Jones Mac Jones, and I think you're getting with Drake May, I think you're getting a 3-year kid, right? So there's a lot of upside. Before you got on, we were talking about with these quarterbacks, Drake May's the only 3-year guy. Everybody else is like 5 and 6 year seniors. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of older quarterbacks. So it's a little bit, I think you got some upside with him. I think he has a very high floor. But I think if you compare him to Mac Jones, I think Drake May, as much as I like Mac Jones, I think Drake May has a better skill set. I think he's a better athlete. I'm not saying about decision making, because I think Mac Jones, that's what allowed him to be an NFL quarterback, is his decision making. But I think he's got a stronger arm. I think he's more accurate. Yeah. I think he's a little bit of a different quarterback that has a little bit more upside. I think with Mac Jones's case, I think he was just who he was. You know what I mean? He had a ton of production in college because he had an all-pro wide receiver core at Alabama when he was there. I mean, he had Heisman Trophy winner. He had like 3 first-round picks. I mean, he was loaded with talent. And I didn't see when Mac Jones was in college, he did not win the game by himself. Drake May won games by himself at North Carolina. So I think there's a little bit difference. I like Drake May. I do. I just think he has, especially being a 3-year guy, I think he's got a lot more upside.
With them having a new staff, if you're going to do it, the timing's right. I mean, you don't have any equity, I guess, so to speak, with the language. Like Mac would have had a definite head start if it was the same crew. But if you're going to make a change at quarterback, you might as well do it when you've got all new folks and a new system coming in. I cannot express enough how hard it is to learn new systems, because we as humans screw this thing up a bunch. I mean, we do so much stuff. These guys are thinking so much. There's so much put on their plate, and all we see as a fan is just that one play, and we think that we've got it all figured out. And it is crazy what goes into calling a single play in that league. And I mean, I'm living it a little bit right now with a really, really good guy, one of the smartest guys I've been around, with Charlie Fry. I mean, these dudes are brilliant now. Charlie Fry played 7 years in the league, and I mean, they are very, very intelligent guys. But I'm telling you, I think that's what, if you're in a place where you're changing outfits a bunch, changing languages a bunch, it's going to be hard for you to survive.
Yeah, and if you're having to think, right? If you have to think a lot, you're moving slower. And if you're moving slower, you get beat.
That's right.
Hey, how about this?
No
I know
doubt.
this is going to surprise David. This is going to surprise you and Neil. On TikTok, on our TikTok Live, we just got our first rose, our first donation on TikTok.
Oh,
hey, thanks,
wow.
guys, on TikTok. Appreciate the shit out of you. How about that? We're making waves, man.
That's awesome, man.
Just in time for them to outlaw it. That guy's in charge to outlaw it. We're getting hot on TikTok just in time for them to outlaw it.
Just in time to not monetize it.
Just in time to not monetize it.
For you guys too, y'all been killing it too. It's been great, man. And thank you, by the way, sis, for taking the time to explain to me how that worked the other day.
Yeah, I had to explain TikTok to my guy David Beaty the other day.
Alabama and Ole Miss are through 4 at Swayze. Alabama leads the Rebels 10 to less than 10. Nothing. 10-0, Alabama.
Wow.
Little rough at Swayze right now.
They're calling on Chase right now?
Our boy Chase right now is just pounding tequila.
Hey, if we called Chase right now, you think he'd hang up
would
on
just
us?
get so pissed off. I wouldn't blame him.
He would be
like, "You sons of bitches."
So our friend Chase is having to cover he's having to cover the baseball game right now. So he's probably he's probably, one, in his feels. 2, he's probably highly pissed right now.
Well, he's just knowing that he knows exactly. People are going to want him to ask Mike Bianco, "Why do you suck? When did you start sucking? And when are you when are you leaving?" And he wants fans are going to want emotional questions, and you don't ask those questions as a reporter.
Hey, can I ask you a question, David? I got a serious question. When you're a head coach, you've been a head coach at Kansas, and when you get, what do you like? And kind of, and I've been on staffs, obviously. When you're getting questions, do you kind of prepare yourself as a head coach before you go to the press conference that you're about to get tough questions? I mean, what's kind of like, what's going through your mind as a head coach when either the game didn't go your way or, whatever, and you're about to get the tough questions? What's going through your mind before you walk into that press conference?
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, I think one unsung member of your staff that you don't think about a lot, that it needs to be really good, has got to be your director of media relations, because that person, and I had a phenomenal one. Her name's Katie Lonergan. She's now at Notre Dame, and she does an unbelievable job.
Oh, I know Katie.
And she used to be at Ole Miss. That's
Yeah,
right. Ole
I know
Miss.
Katie.
I mean, and she's an absolute stud. I would have a hard time realizing there might be anyone better than her in this industry. But when I would walk off that field, the notes that she armed me with and the narratives that she provided me with, she's so talented in that. And it allowed me to stay tight and to not let the narrative go in the direction that maybe the reporters wanted it to go, without being rude and not answering the question right. And, a lot of people get upset about what they call dumb questions. And you know what, if I'm Nick Saban and I've got those kind of skins on the wall, I get it. But you know what? We get paid to answer questions. Now, do some of them piss you off and get you upset? Yes. But I think that's where, as head coaches, I always just prepared myself by, whenever I answered those questions, one of my favorite lines would be to answer it with things that I knew were way above their head. And at the end of it, I would end it with, but you guys already know that. I mean, you guys understand, the difference between 3 down and 4 down. I mean, you understand that in 3 down, the second level looks much different, right? As opposed to 4 down, where the second level only has 2 backers inside. We can't control everybody. But if we're 3 down, now we can't control everybody. In 4 down, we can control everybody, right? With our receivers, and we can create space, but not in 3 down, right? But you guys know that. You guys already know that.
It.
So I don't want to insult your intelligence.
This is why, David,
right? I would try to get.
You'll love this, David. I have people all the time that go, why don't you do more X and O stuff in your coverage? And my answer is very simple. Because I don't understand it. I know enough to know that the game that I watch as a media member in the press box is not the exact same game at all that you guys watch as coaches. In much the same way that if I handed you a laptop and said, hey, David, run up to the press box, watch this game for 3 hours, and then I need a column, a game story, a notebook, and an analysis. You would be like, whoa, what? It's the same kind of thing. And so I have an appreciation for the fact. I have appreciation for the fact as a journalist that the job you do as a coach is one that I couldn't do, in much the same way that I don't think many people in coaching could turn around and do my job. Oh, and by the way,
I couldn't for
and
sure.
By the way, I need that in 2 hours. And I need it to be clean. You wouldn't be able to do it. So, and there's so many people in my field that I think have lost track of that.
JC, I told you, JC Latham, I guess the second tackle off the board.
Second tackle.
The Titans, that one, I had them going I had wide receiver / offensive tackle, but I did have them going with Washington kid.
All right, for both of you guys, the Bears are on the clock.
You got to go defense. It's real simple.
Oh, okay. Simple question. Let me get it out. The Bears are on the clock. They just took
Falcons,
Caleb Williams.
Right? Falcons are on, and then the Bears.
Oh, Falcons. The Bears are coming up. Bears are coming up. The Bears took Caleb Williams, number 1. Do they give him a weapon here at number 9, or do they go defense?
They probably, between the kid at Washington, the wide receiver at Washington, or one of the edge guys, either it's Dallas Turner and so they're going to let the Falcons pick. I think the Falcons are going defense here.
Okay.
And so for me, the Bears would probably go. It's 50-50.
Because what's his name? Rome Adoze, whatever his name is with Washington.
I think they go get, if he's there on the board when they get to him, I think they take the wide receiver.
David,
Washington.
what about you? If you're the Bears, you just took your quarterback that you want to be the quarterback of your future. You want him to be your Patrick Mahomes, your Josh Allen. You need him to be your Joe Burrow, your guy for a decade plus. Do you give him a weapon at number 9?
Because I'm going to be shocked if it's not Dallas Turner.
Okay.
For the Falcons.
I think you have to give him a weapon, because Chicago has lacked that. They thought Allen Robinson was that when they first took the kid from Ohio State, and he was a bust. He was nothing for them. They put a lot of money in him, and that destroyed the development of the previous quarterback. I think the best receiver they had on that team was the kid from Tulane, and he was a nobody from nowhere who wound up becoming a great player for them. But they need a real bona fide number 1, in my opinion. And I think they have to spend this pick to give that guy a weapon.
I do too. I do too.
I think I will be shocked if this is not Dallas Turner.
Okay, well, the Falcons pick is in.
I will be shocked if that's not
quick.
Dallas Turner.
Okay,
and if that's not Dallas Turner, if it's not Dallas Turner, then the Bears have to make that decision about going Dallas Turner or the wide receiver from Washington.
I'm with David here. I think you went Caleb Williams. You went all in. You need him to be this guy. I have to give him a weapon here at number 9.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing is you got to I think that's what Houston did with C.J. Stroud is they got him all kinds of help.
The Bengals did this in year 1 with Joe Burrow where
they got him help.
They talked about taking Penei Sewell, and he really wanted Jamar Chase. And they took Jamar Chase in large part because they wanted to show Joe Burrow, you're a big part of what we are, and it has worked out.
Penei Sewell has too.
And he has too.
He just got the highest paid offensive lineman.
No, it was you were going to take a star one way or the other, but it was, hey, let's give this quarterback what he wants.
Hey, got a question. I'll give you.
I don't know enough about Atlanta to know what they need. What are their needs?
So they need an edge, cornerback, defensive tackle, safety, and quarterback in that order. I did all my research today. You'd be proud of me. I'm loaded. I think it's Dallas Turner. I would be shocked if this is not Dallas Turner. It would actually surprise me.
Rome Odunze
is the wide receiver.
That's how you say his name.
Rome Odunze.
Odunze.
I've had 5 people tell me how to pronounce that today, and I still have yet to get it right. I know that's going to surprise you, David. We would have a nickname if I was coaching him. He'd have a nickname. I'm assuming, is that J.J. McCarthy?
Oh, it would definitely be. It'd be Romy U or something like that.
It'd be a Romy Rome.
It would definitely not be
Romy Rome. That's
there ain't no doubt.
All right, so
that's exactly.
That dog has no idea what's going on. The McCarthy dog is just.
Who is this right here that we're showing? Michael Penix.
Michael Penix.
He is not getting picked because he does not look happy.
He does not look happy. He looks like he has 3D.
Hey, just hold on, boss. Hold on. You're going to be good. You're going to go here at 11, 12, or 13. You're going. So just tell him to chill out. Tell Penix to chill out for a little bit. He'll go here in just a minute. Hey, first of all, I'm going to let you on this since we did our TikTok. Our guy, Future Traders on TikTok, is freaking slamming us with gifts right now. So
good.
Thank you for that. We got roses. We got chilies. We got all kinds of stuff on TikTok. Question from TikTok, Neil. This is Neil's question right here. You're going to love this one, David. You ready? This is from Outdoor Guy. He says, with all the new ads from the portal for Auburn, Grind, hope you're listening, can they win 9 games?
No.
I would concur. If I'm an Auburn fan, if you get to 8, it's like getting to 15.
Yeah. Agreed.
Get to 7, call it improvement. If you can get to 8, it'd be like winning the Super Bowl. I do think they got better. Their new young receivers that they recruited can play. I'm still looking for an answer at quarterback.
All right, for another question for both of you guys. The Bears, do you go if you go weapon? Do you go receiver or do you go Brock Bowers at tight end?
Receiver.
Okay.
100%. I mean, Brock Bowers is great, but you got to get a guy that can catch. They can't. Tight ends can't put the amount of production as a really good receiver.
Goodell looks like Latham hurt him.
I bet he's on
the
some
big
Toradol.
bear hug.
I bet he's got some Toradol.
I don't blame him.
He's been squeezed by some big human beings.
Some big people picked him up and threw him around.
All right, here we go. The Falcons. The pick is in. Holy shit!
There's the upset. The Atlanta Falcons take Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington.
Wow!
With the 8th pick in the draft. There's your wow moment.
Yeah.
There it is.
Leave it to my Falcons to just completely, utterly.
We were waiting for a wow moment, and there's the wow moment. The Falcons go Michael Penix Jr. at 8 overall. The Bears are on the clock, and now the Bears have a lot of options at 9.
What are we doing?
Hey, listen. We've had this conversation so many times, right? If you're an NFL franchise and you think that's your quarterback,
well, you just signed Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, but come on, Kirk Cousins is he's
going to be around for longer than a year, though. But you know what I'm saying?
Maybe not now.
But they just, dude,
it doesn't make sense.
How pissed off is Kirk Cousins right now? He's out there saying, "Gosh darn it, son of a gun, drinking his milk and cookies." This dude.
Maybe they're going to trade Cousins.
No, they just signed him.
Maybe they're going to trade him.
No,
I don't know.
They're not going to start Penny. I just don't. All right, so here's my thing, right? There's no way he's
Just-
not playing this year, right?
Just because you are in the position of general manager doesn't mean you're smart. People mess this up all the time, Tyler.
But here's the thing, all kidding aside, let's talk about this just for a second. All right. You got Penix Jr., right? Well, you got Kirk Cousins. You just spent all kinds of money on the guy. You're not going to sit this guy for more than a year. So you just told Kirk Cousins that you're one and done. They're not sitting this guy for 2 years. He's not going to Jordan Love this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We lose.
Do we lose David? You still there?
Think.
I'm still here, fellas.
Oh, there
Are
he
you
is.
still there?
There he is.
All right. You still across? Have you
Y'all got me?
have you started driving yet? Or are you still you still next to the pony?
Yeah, I relocated, fellas. I just feel like I need to bob and weave a little bit as of right now. But Penix, with the situation that you guys just talked about, don't forget what happened when the Chiefs took Mahomes, and he came in and he played behind what it's Alex Smith, right?
Yeah,
for
Alex
a year
Smith.
or so, a year or two. And I mean, you're kind of talking about Alex being in the same part of his career where Kirk Cousins is. And, I'll tell you this, you're going to have a hard time after watching that documentary outworking this dude. That Kirk Cousins, he's what you want when it comes to the work ethic. He is Tom Brady in that time. So the way that he's going to teach this young guy, it might be brilliant by them because
It's a good point.
I'm right there with Neil. I don't know how many years Kurt has left in him. He's getting
Well,
up.
he's got one now.
He's already had the one injury. So
Well, he's had the injury. He's got a beautiful family. He's a smart guy. He could do TV. There's so many things. If you're Kirk Cousins, I'm guessing that your bank account's pretty healthy right now. And if you're Kirk Cousins, you might be the guy that gets to walk away. You want to walk away with your health and enjoy your family. And hey, look, if you're Atlanta and you think Michael Penix is a franchise quarterback and he gets to have a year under Kirk Cousins, if you're right, it might end up being a brilliant pick. We don't know.
You got
Bears pick is in though.
This got to be. I say
So
got to be.
Penix has torn, guys. He's torn his right ACL twice. He's dislocated his right shoulder and separated his left shoulder.
That's wild.
Wow. Wow. If you're in Atlanta tonight, you just sit back. If you're in the Falcons building, you're slamming some bourbon.
Well, brother, hey, I know we've wasted all your time tonight and your drive. But I appreciate the hell out of you, by the way. I know you're coming to Oxford, and I know you stopped on side.
Oh man, it's an honor to be on there with y'all. And hey, listen, let me say this about Penix. This is how crazy we are as coaches. I would just struggle so much with that motion. That motion just bothers me, even though he made it work for him. That motion it's different, and but he's made it work for him. So I got to give the kid that. But
David,
doesn't do it for me.
David, the Bears took Rome Odunze, the wide receiver from Washington. That is their olive branch to Caleb Williams. I think it's brilliant. I love to make fun of the Bears because they do so many stupid things, but I think this is really smart, Tyler. I really do. I really think this is smart. I know that you could take Dallas Turner here.
No. I'm with you.
And you could justify it, but giving Caleb Williams walking in day one and going, hey, we're giving you a guy. We're giving you another weapon. We're going to help you here. I think this is really smart.
Now, here's the trick. And I know, Dave, you can listen as you drive. I know you're driving all that stuff, but the Jets are fixing to take. Oh, we got trade alert. Trade alert.
Oh, trade alert. Jets trade the pick.
Somebody's coming up to get Dallas Turner to see what it's going to be.
Oh.
So the Jets.
Quarterback.
The Jets, it was assumed, were going to take Brock Bowers. That was the not exactly well-kept secret in the NFL over the last few weeks. Now the Jets trade this pick, so someone's trading up to get something.
This is insane. They're the next pick. The Jets aren't taking a quarterback.
The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Yeah, but the Jets were not taking a quarterback.
But hey, if you want,
if they trade up to get J.J. McCarthy, all they did was cost themselves more money.
But you guys know my theory on this. NFL teams, but if you think somebody else might be trying to trade up, you trade up. If you think a guy is your quarterback, you got to go get him. And if you're wrong, you're wrong.
Well, I knew they were trading up. I just didn't think they were trading up one spot.
But if you think a guy is your quarterback, you can't wait.
I guess they were afraid. You may be right. They were probably afraid the Broncos were going. And so
if you think somebody else is trying to trade up, you do it.
I imagine this pick is going to be J.J. McCarthy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only thing that's left.
10.
That's the only thing that's left. And you know who's really screwed right now?
Who did they trade with? The Broncos?
They trade with the Jets.
The Jets were at 10, so the Jets traded out of 10 back to 11. So Minnesota traded
with the Broncos.
With
the Jets.
With the Jets and the Vikings basically swap picks, spots. 10 and 11. But the Jets were going to take tight end.
And if you're the Jets, you're like, hey, I can get an extra asset or whatever here. You do it because you're not taking.
They probably got a 5 or 6.
You're not taking quarterback.
Now the Giants are screwed because didn't they want JJ?
Well, I don't think he's going to be there.
Well, that's the reason. If you're Minnesota and you decide that you want McCarthy, you can't run the risk of the Giants or someone trading up for him.
If this is not JJ McCarthy, I'm going to be stunned.
Okay.
Because there's no reason to trade up if you're not taking McCarthy.
Alabama now ahead of Ole Miss 12-0 in the bottom of the 5th.
So Chase is like Chase is ahead of me on drink count right
Chase has sent me a text. I'm aware of Chase's feelings.
How's he feeling right now?
He's knowing exactly. Chase is experiencing what we've all experienced in this deal where you're not going to be able to make the fans happy tonight.
All right. Well, dude, I appreciate the hell out of you. Yeah. I hope you enjoy your time in Oxford. Myself and Neil will both be gone on Saturday, but I think I may try it. My wife's running in the race, so I may come and cheer her on, but you probably won't be there. But if I miss you, if I'm here, I'll let you know. My son's got a game down south at nighttime, so I may be there for a little bit, but maybe I'll give you a shout tomorrow and see what's going on. But enjoy your family. I appreciate the hell out of you as always. Absolutely. Please be safe traveling. And make sure you drink a couple cold beers for me.
You guys know it. Thank y'all so much for having me, man. It's always an honor, man. Y'all be good, and we'll talk at you soon.
All right, Bo. Thank you, man.
Big fan, David. Thank you so much. Bye.
Take care, guys.
That one is I'm stunned. We have our
it happens.
This has got to be J.J. McCarthy. I told you that Penix Jr. thing has just set everything off, and that Falcons taking Penix Jr. Like I'm still not right with that.
If that's who you think is your guy, you take him.
Yeah, Hardman in the chat says I don't understand the JJ love. I get him. I mean, I'm with you, Hardman. We'll check in on one of our guests is making his way to the podium. One of our guests is making his way to the podium.
Okay. I'll be right.
You good? You got time? Unless it starts dinging over there, and I'm not having any idea. I'll tell them to hang tight. It'll be me for solo. This is solo edition. I'm currently 3 in. It's gonna be 4. I'm doing pretty good pace. So I wanted to make sure I was at least only 4 in on pick 10 because I didn't want to go half a case like by pick 13. So I've been kind of paced myself. So I probably will make it to the end of the show. Bo Pittman, appreciate everything. Again, Futures Trader, great on TikTok. Appreciate you guys. All right. So here's the thing with me is like, if this is JJ McCarthy, okay, which I think it's going to be, that leaves the Broncos and Raiders. Okay. That's going to put the Jets. One of those is going to be left without a quarterback. And this is going to get really interesting to see. There's about to be some added value with these later quarterbacks on this deal. Let's see here. We're texting one of our guests right now. Kane Wommack is going to join us shortly there, Neil.
Call or video?
I think he's going to try the video here shortly.
Okay.
He said that he is getting on shortly.
Okay.
So I think he just arrived back in Mobile
from
his recruiting trip. Robert MC says he's drinking creek water. What the hell is creek water?
I don't know.
Is that moonshine? That's what we used to call it. I'm going. All right. So Jackson Norris, I see you in the chat. He says, question: if Simmons is hurt, who does Lane try to go get? Does he believe in Walker Howard? I think immediately makes Walker Howard the backup. I was really interested in seeing that battle in the offseason. I'm a big believer in Austin Simmons. I would have, if you put a gun to my head, I would have told you that he was going to be the backup quarterback this year.
He has left the stadium, according to sources, with his arm wrapped.
That's not a good sign. Oh, look at there. My man was like ready. I'm so fired up. It's been a minute. Make sure you change that name over there whenever you crank it over. Our producer skills. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend, the new defensive coordinator at the University of Alabama, and a bona fide G, my main man, Kane Wommack. How are we doing, sir?
Doing great, man. I'm fired up right now. I'm just got done off the road, been recruiting the last couple days, and got back here. I'm actually in Mobile right now because I haven't sold my house here, and so I have two homes right now. But fired up, man. We got J.C. Latham already on the board, and big Michael Penix, man.
I'm shocked.
You know, I mean, well, you know what? I don't get into. I have no idea of the politics of it or the picks or anything like that. But I'll tell you what, like, I've known Michael Penix since he's 17 years old, and I would pick that dude in anything, anywhere, anytime. He's an incredible football player and a great young man, and I am ecstatic for him and his family right now.
So you've gone against him, if you will, at Indiana a bunch when defense, offense, all that stuff. There's a lot of talk about whether his motion is going to translate to the next level, that kind of thing. When you look at him as a quarterback, what sticks out?
Mike's one of those guys that even as a freshman, you've been around guys that the game just comes natural to some people, and the game just comes natural to Mike Penix. He just sees the field. He has a great awareness of what is around him. He's got great pocket presence. I've seen that dude make throws under duress time and time again. I mean, I always think back to that Ohio State game in 2020 when, he took shot after shot and still threw for, however many yards it was felt like a bajillion, right? And so he just has great awareness of the field. He can see things, he can read things. It was amazing when you would play coverage on him in zone or vision type coverage. He would maneuver through the pocket and through his progression so well, and then be able to put the ball almost his hands going before his eyes. You know what I mean? But you could tell he's periffing through. And then he gets the ball out so fast that you can't break on it. And at the NFL level, that's paramount. And so I think he's going to have tremendous success. I think he's probably going into a really great situation. So very excited for Mike and his family.
The Minnesota Vikings at 10, as expected, took J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback from Michigan. So the Jets now on the clock at 11. The Jets pick up a.
Sorry, I ordered pizza and it's here, so I'm gonna have to step off for a second.
Hey, go ahead. That's how we do it on the road, man.
That's what we do, man. If you're gonna be on the road, though, be able to go back to your house on the road is a good thing.
Yeah, he's getting the double. We had the double house talk today as a personal conversation because I had the double house for a year. I may get. Hey, Kane.
All right.
Hey,
I'm back.
Hey, we got a special guest joining us right here too. We're fixing to go 4 deep right here.
Really?
Yeah, we got a special guest for you. Watch this. Hang on, I'm gonna see. We're fixing to check out. We're fixing to check out Neil's producing skills right here, moving names around.
I'm just taking the names off.
Okay.
Tulane coach Jon Sumrall joins. That's John in the bottom right. Kane Wommack, the defensive coordinator at Alabama, the former South Alabama head coach in the left. That's me above Kane, and that's the increasingly intoxicated Tyler Siskey on the top right corner.
Well, as
there you go.
Siskey's trying to catch up.
So,
John, wait. I want to know who jumped the gun. Is this my time slot or is this John's time slot?
No,
right?
It's all your time slot. I'm just a guest.
Yeah.
It's all your time slot.
See,
get out of here.
See, now that you're at Alabama and John's at Tulane, we can all be friends again. We don't have to do the battle for the belt. We don't have to do the battle for the belt.
Yeah, the whole Troy, South Alabama awkwardness
is
over now.
Wow. How about that?
We can all be friends again.
That's right.
We're always friends, just except for one day.
One day of the year we weren't friends, and then everything good after that. So we've only got to we both talked. I don't know, gosh, right before I took the gig here. You know what I mean? And then during his time taking the gig, and then we've both been rolling for the last 4 months. So.
All right,
good to see you, buddy.
Hey,
glad to take a minute and be on with you.
A question for both of you guys. I'm curious because a lot of sweat equity went into South Alabama and Troy, respectively. You both built those programs into legitimate, really strong Group of 5 programs. I mean, obviously you have career aspirations, but how hard was it emotionally to walk away from South Alabama and Troy after all that you'd poured into those programs?
Kane, I'll let you go.
No, you took a job before I did, so you go first, Big Daddy.
Yeah, I think it's always hard. You know, I mean, you get so invested in a place, you care deeply about it, and more importantly, you care deeply about the people you're doing it with. I mean, the staff and the kids involved, the players. But I think you also, when you get to a decision-making point on certain things, it's all right. Is this something I can't say no to? Is it the right fit? And really, it's about, I think, so many other people than yourself. Sometimes, you know. I mean, when I was making the decision that I made, it was about our staff that was with me at Troy in a lot of ways because the resources available for our staff here were just greater. And then two, very grateful for the time we had at Troy, but I also. Not acting like we had done everything we could ever do, but I was like, all right, we went 23-4 in 2 years. I'm like, all right, where do you go from here? What else do you do other than steal a golf cart like Siskey did, or a gator or whatever it was with Lawrence Tynes? And so, if I'd have done that at Troy, if I had done that at Troy from the front porch, I probably wouldn't have been employed anymore. So, but it's always hard.
I need to give a shout out to the Troy Police Department for not taking me to jail at night and just taking me back to my house. Shout out Troy Police Department.
Hey, by the way, the quick update: the Jets at 11 don't take Brock Bowers; they take Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle from Penn State.
My 10-year-old son is ready to be a GM because we just walked in from Jazz Fest. And we've been watching. He's had my phone. He's been watching the draft on my phone while we're at Jazz Fest, watching Widespread Panic and the Beach Boys. And my son gets pick number 11, and he goes, "Hang on, nobody's taking Brock Bowers. What a bunch of idiots!" I mean, he's watched enough football to know that because we were at Kentucky trying to defend Brock Bowers when he was a freshman. And he just kicked our ass.
All right, Kane,
but anyway, so
Kane, we got a question. We got a question in the chat, Kane. What kind of pizza did you get?
I actually like thin crust, cheap Hungry Howie's, man.
Howie's.
Hungry Howie's pizza. And
I like
so
it.
I'm down here by myself in Mobile, recruiting families up. So I'm getting pizza, and have one night watching the draft.
Gotcha. All right. So now that we got you both on chat. So we can ask good questions now since we got you both on. All right. So John's been at Jazz Fest. Kane's been recruiting. Kane, can you say where you were recruiting today? Like what area? You're good, man. I'm drinking beer. You're eating pizza. You're good.
I'm going to go ahead and eat it, but I was in the town called the Big Easy. I was in New Orleans today and Baton Rouge. So made my way through John's territory.
What's up, Scout?
So, hey, and John, I have to ask the question: how's my future daughter-in-law doing? Can you hear me, John? He's got AirPods.
Yeah,
in
he's
there.
having some AirPod issues.
John, can you hear me?
Hey, while we're figuring that out, big shout out to Robert MC for the super chat. He says this is a group I would like to drink beer with. Yeah, it probably is a group that you would like to drink beer with.
It's a lot of fun.
I agree with that completely.
John, can you hear me? I think we lost John. He'll come back in a second.
Yeah, we'll get him back.
All right, so Kane, now tell me about all right, so we'll get one serious question in, then we'll get off the train again here, off the rails. Well, here comes John. But tell me about when you left South and you went to Alabama. Tell me about how big of a difference was it? When you got there, now you're going from a head coach to being an assistant coach, and then getting probably to do a little bit more coaching than you've probably done in the past, as far as from a positional standpoint.
Yeah, no, I think I don't know. I mean, I really loved being a head coach. I really did. I enjoyed the heck out of it. Tyler probably more than anybody else how much I loved Mobile and South Alabama and all those things. But there's certain things as a head coach, right, that you don't get to spend maybe quite as much time from a ball perspective, and you try to make time for those things, and you do make time for those things, but it's not quite the same on game day, right? When you're the guy calling it and doing all that. So there's great pieces to both of it, but I really did miss being a coordinator, and I missed some of the pieces of being a coordinator, and so that's been really fun for me, is to get back into that coordinator role and coaching a group of guys too as well, and that aspect of it has been, I would say, I don't think you can sit in the chair as a head coach and then go back to being a coordinator and not, or an assistant, and not feel like you have grown tremendously in being a really good assistant. So, it's been kind of fun doing it in that way. But there's certain things, that are phenomenal of being a head coach. John, he's been in every single role. I've been in every single role. I think there's positives to all of them, right? And it's just kind of, at whatever point in your career you decide, whatever is the best option for you and your family. And this was kind of one that I didn't feel like I could turn down. And, it's really cool to be able to call plays again. I'm really excited about that.
Hey, can I get my props? I did not bother the shit out of either one of you guys when all the rumors were popping. Do y'all know how many people? Y'all should give me props and high five. Do you know how many people asked me to reach out to you guys about shit? And I just said,
no, I want props because
I hold on. I was like, I didn't talk to him.
I knew Jon Sumrall was going to Tulane and did not report it because I didn't want to burn anybody. I let it happen. I let somebody else break the news. Yeah, how hard that was for me as a journalist who likes credit to let that happen. I deserve props.
And all the people that text was like, "Hey,
I knew Jon Sumrall was going to Tulane.
Do you know John? Do you know Kane?" And I just yeah. I was like, "Have you talked to him?" Like, "No, man, they're busy. I hadn't talked to you." Do you know how much? Y'all did not get one text from me, by the way. I just want y'all guys to know that. So, just saying. I'm just over here doing my podcast. No big deal. It's okay.
I'm going to let you have this moment,
All right, Denver's pick is in at number 12, and
did they trade?
How many picks are in the first round? Because I'm beginning to worry about our stamina tonight.
Yeah. So is it bad that I'm 5 beers in on pick 11?
It is bad. It is bad for sure.
Sumrall,
you're a lightweight.
Oh man,
John, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute, John. It's okay. I so this is what we're
okay.
We're okay.
It's fine. So where's Denver going with 12? Do you know?
They're going to go quarterback. They got to go
Bo Nix?
It's got to be Bo. They got to go quarterback. John, can you hear me?
Bo Nix.
I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You're on mute.
The Denver Broncos with the 12th pick in the draft.
Bo Nix going 12.
Take
Bo Nix going 12.
Bo Nix goes 12. The former Auburn, former Oregon quarterback. Bo Nix goes 12. My theory about NFL and quarterbacks, man, it just it's not even a theory, it's a proven thing.
All right, here comes John. I gotta get Sam when he comes in. I gotta get Sam. All right, can you hear me? Sound check on John. Nope. It's the fun stuff you like when you go live.
Yeah, AirPods can be problematic.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him.
I mean, I'm still here, so my stuff works.
Hey, can you hear me, John? Can John hear me?
All right. Hey, Kane, I don't know how much I don't know if you ever coached against Bo Nix or recruited Bo Nix or anything, but what are your, just observing him on television or whatnot, what are your thoughts on Bo Nix?
I've gotten to meet Bo like once or twice. Seems like an incredible person. He's kind of got that, gravitas right about him, and his dad, I've gotten to know over the years. He's really impressive person. Obviously, he's had a tremendous career as a coach as well. And so, I love coaches' kids, guys that they grew up around it, right? They've been in field houses and practice fields their whole lives. And I think a lot of people can be tremendous coaches and players from all different backgrounds and walks of life. But I do think guys that grew up in the coaching profession and got to see it from that perspective have, an opportunity to capitalize off of that. And certainly Bo has done that at the highest level. So really, really excited for him and his family. I mean, that's by all accounts, that's a great young man that does it the right way. So, be excited to see what he does with Coach Payton and that organization.
How much pressure is it on you guys in Tuscaloosa being this immediate staff after Nick Saban, who was, I think will go down as at least one of the top, 100 or so college coaches ever. Nick was pretty good at Alabama. There was for a long time people were like, I don't want to be on the staff that replaces Nick Saban. You're on it. How much pressure is that on you guys?
Yeah. Well, you can take 2 zeros off that 100
yeah, I know.
number.
I was being sarcastic.
I know you were. I think competitors, right? Like you want to compete at the highest level, and you want to do it against the best in the country, and you want to do it around the best in the country. And it's really hard to argue that, over the last 2 decades that Alabama is not the best in the country. And when you really look at this program, arguably the best in college football history. And so, to be a part of that after Coach Saban's retired is something that I wake up every single day working my ass off to try to maximize the opportunity for our young men. Those guys chose Alabama, but they also chose, Nick Saban with Alabama. And so, some of our responsibility is to make sure that we are doing the very best that we can day in and day out to carry on the legacy that Coach has built of that program, but also in what Kalen DeBoer and what we are going to do moving forward is going to establish in terms of success and development of young men on and off the field is something really exciting to be a part of. And Coach Saban has set the foundation, and the standard of what it's supposed to look like. And so, he's been incredible to me. He has answered my phone calls. He has met with me when I ask and has been patient and asked good questions and gives me good answers. And, I've been, that has been a relationship that has been really incredible to be able to take this job and to be able to have that connection with him is something that, I'm going to cherish for the rest of my career.
Jon Sumrall was talking a minute ago about Brock Bowers kicking their ass when he was a freshman at Georgia. He just was the 13th pick in the draft. The Las Vegas Raiders just took Brock Bowers.
What's Sam think about that pick?
Well, I think it's the first time in a while the Raiders have actually made a good decision. You know, I mean, like usually they try to figure out how to screw it up. And that's pretty impressive that they had some common sense prevail with the Raiders pick. So,
hey, I'm glad we got your audio back, man. I'm sitting here because your boy
Well-
has no idea. Like, I have no idea. I'm just over here throwing. I'm like, hey, do your AirPods out? I have no idea.
iPad number 2. I went to the bullpen and got my second iPad.
Okay.
Out. So iPad number 1 was malfunctioning apparently, and I was using AirPods because my kids are upstairs going to bed with my wife right now, which is a complete mess probably. Like it's
Jenny's gonna be pissed.
No, it's any minute. It's any minute till somebody like starts screaming or yelling or throws something out off the balcony. So.
All right, so we know.
Do y'all see the sacrifices that we make for you two? You know what I mean? Like,
well,
Yeah.
I'm flattered.
I'm just gonna be honest. Like, y'all two, like, I couldn't. So Jon was coming back from Jazz Fest, and you had just got on because you had got back, and he goes, "Hey, you ready?" And I was like, "Yeah, come on, Kane's on here." So I apologize. I created the party. I guarantee you,
this is the best, man.
That's even better.
So you got the people down in Mobile be shitting their pants right now, and Troy would be shitting their pants right now if I told them that we were going to have the former Troy and former South Alabama coach on the pod at the same time, and we're drinking beer, by the way. So y'all can't do that because I know y'all got logos and stuff like that on, but
we is a relative term, right?
I'm relative, and I'm not wearing a logo. I mean, I'm definitely.
I do like that hat, Jon. That's a really
That is
good.
a fresh
That's a
hat.
really good hat. As a Louisiana boy, I would love to have that hat.
And I got my Real Men Smell Like Crawfish T-shirt on. So.
I
see that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
So Kane,
I always thought you smelled like crawfish before you took the Tulane job. I don't know what that was about, but
yeah, that's why Jenny fell in love with me.
all right, hey Jon. So so all kidding aside, so I'm going to ask one serious. I'm going to ask you one serious question, and then I'm back to drinking beer. All right, so you take over Tulane. You go to Tulane, and you're taking over a program that's been unbelievably successful the last few years. And I know obviously that it's something. Was it easier for you to make that decision to go to Tulane? Because a lot of coaches probably wouldn't do that based on you've had success with you too, right? So it didn't really feel like you were having to step into bigger boots. If that makes sense, what I'm trying to say is like you've won, like you said. I mean, what was I can't remember the record. It's been like 23-4. Is that right?
Yeah. It was ironically enough the record we had at Troy was the same as the record here at Tulane. We were 23-4, and they were 23-4. It was like 2 really successful 2-year runs, and I think some people maybe choose certain jobs. Like sometimes people say go in when it's down and build it or whatever. I just felt like this was a place that had resourcing and maybe momentum that we could capitalize and really build on what's already been started. And so I'm not at all intimidated by success. I think, and not to get too philosophical like on you, but I think people that are fixed mindset are intimidated by other people's success. And I think people that are growth mindset actually like they appreciate other people's success and it excites them. And so the success that been started here kind of excited me. Like it was a different type of take on than what we took on at Troy, so many ways. So no, I think it attracted me to the job even more in some way.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's weird for me. Is like you going to Tulane. It's like everybody bolted on me. It's like now the battle for the belt, man. It's like it's a whole new crew for the battle of the belt. But I'm excited for both you guys. I know the changes and both of you from a career standpoint. Continue to grow as we go. Both have new different challenges.
And Tulane might have the best uniforms in college football.
Ooh.
I mean,
they're pretty clean.
Pretty clean.
We rocked our baby blues on offense last week in the spring game, and I was like, all right, those are nice. Like they're pretty.
Yeah, those are sweet. You can put the helmet on.
Yeah, I broke this out for Kane last year. You like this?
Good.
Broke this out for Kane when he went down.
It's a good helmet.
Early of the year. Kane, you remember me breaking this out for you on?
Yeah, I remember. Thanks.
Kane's like, now that I think about that,
what a good friend.
Why the hell am I here? I get it. I understand.
Thanks.
It worked out. You landed a big gig, more money. Come on, stop. You're good. It all worked out.
Roll Tide.
Yeah.
All right, hey, I know we have taken up so much of y'all's time. First of all, I want both of you guys to know how much I love you, how much I appreciate you.
Y'all are both awesome.
Likewise.
And then the key question is, Jon, are you done for the night? Or are you going to partake and watch some of the draft tonight? Are you going to continue to partake in the best activities?
I'm going to continue to have a couple coldies and watch the rest of the draft, and then somehow I got invited to speak tomorrow morning at the Jefferson Parish prayer breakfast. And so I'm actually going to ask him to pray for me. So,
hey, can you throw in one for your boy too?
Yeah. They gave me 35 minutes to talk tomorrow. Guys, this is a little bit long. I got 5 to 10 minutes in me. It's about all I got. So, but no, I appreciate you having me. I'm definitely going to go back to Miller Lite here in a minute and watch the rest of this thing.
Kane, what do you got tomorrow? What we got? Are you home, or what we got to do tomorrow? What's on the agenda for the Kane Street tomorrow?
I'm excited about Jon's 1 minute talk and then 34 minutes of laying hands on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We need it.
I'm not sure it's enough, but no, I've got a honeydew list of things that I've got to do, and then make my way back to Tuscaloosa. So we're rocking and rolling, man. Feels like 4 months has gone by unbelievably fast.
Hey, Jon, I know you appreciate this. Kane is the current owner of 2 homes at the same time.
Not cool.
Yeah, been there and done that.
You know what? All kidding aside, somebody should do like not a 30 for 30, but somebody should do like a documentary on Coach's movie.
Yeah, it's on put it on HGTV.
You literally, when you said that, I was looking at Jon and his eyes, like there was this look of like total. He could completely relate to it in a split second.
Hey, 2 homes. How about 3? I've had 3 a couple times.
You've had 3?
And it's like, yeah, twice.
Yeah. And in those in those moments, how bad
we can't all be that bougie, you know.
That's like making nauseous.
I mean, y'all are both good looking fellas and all that.
That's
but
like
in those
making
moments,
nauseous.
how bad does your wife hate you?
It's probably easier to identify how bad she hates me than how much she likes me most days.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of par for the course.
This is never what I signed up for. This is never what I dreamed of. This is a total nightmare. How the hell did I end up with a football coach in those moments? And then it gets better, but in those moments, this was never part of the contract.
It wasn't a part of the contract. I tell my wife all the time, she's on full scholarship. She's got a pretty damn good NIL deal. All of it.
Hey, if you just let the Amazon packages stack up the door, you're being in good shape.
Don't ask questions.
I think I'm in an Amazon warehouse over here.
All right, last question, Kane. Are you going to Lululemon before you leave and go back to Tuscaloosa tomorrow?
We have our own Lululemon in Tuscaloosa. Actually,
that was one of the questions in the thread. Was there? Had you been to Lululemon in Tuscaloosa?
You're damn right I have, and it actually has Alabama apparel already stitched on there.
Amazing.
So my dream opportunity.
Jon, are you into Lululemon? Do you got any Lululemon clothes?
I do. I've got it. I mean, I don't go shop there much. It's usually gifts from my wife, but I wear it. Dang right.
Well, it's good stuff.
Kane has rubbed off on me. I actually own 2 pairs of shorts from Lululemon, and that they were actually the two
They're
best
comfortable.
shorts I have.
I have 2 Lululemon hoodies, and they're my favorites.
That's great stuff. Awesome.
It's good stuff. I mean, don't do the shaming thing. It's legit.
I'm not shaming.
Okay,
I'm
well,
telling
then
you,
stop, because
at some point,
it feels like you're taking
No,
shots.
I shamed it first. I shamed because Kane was on the Lululemon thing before Lululemon was cool, and I shamed for a while, and then he got me into it. And dude, y'all need to. Hey, that's the NIL deal. Y'all need to get Lululemon NIL deal for the kids, man.
oh, I'm telling you, I'm going to put instead of a Coca-Cola bottle, I'm going to put a pair of Lululemon pants on my,
Yeah, I mean, hey, have I mentioned to y'all that the Miller Lite tonight is provided by OxyFresh? If you need your carpet cleaned, please go to oxyfresh.com or call OxyFresh at 1-877-OxyFresh. So when Jenny and Melissa need their carpet cleaned, call OxyFresh. They also are awesome with the Miller Lite.
You're like a damn NASCAR. All that.
Yes, totally.
I feel like I'm on the Truman Show right now, where you're literally plugging things as we go.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with my hands. All right, guys. Hey, appreciate the shit out of you. Love you guys as always. You're the best. Thank you for your time. I know you're gonna motherfuck me when you get off this show, but I just want to let you know from the bottom of my heart, you're two of the best. Love the shit out of both of you guys.
Yep.
And appreciate the hell out of you guys.
Appreciate y'all.
See you,
All right.
fellas.
See you, boys. All right. Roll Tide.
Oh, they're awesome.
Oh, 2 of the best dudes, man.
So Jon,
2 of the best guys.
Jon, like literally, Kane had just got on, and Jon was coming back from Jazz Fest.
Yeah.
And so he's like, "Hey," he says, "I'm ready. I'm ready." I knew he's got to put kids down. All this shit. I was like, and I was texting him on the thing. I was like, "Hey," I said, "Kane just got on." I said, "But come on."
Yeah.
I said he'll love it, and then it perfectly timed up. Kane went to go get his pizza. Came back like, "What the hell?"
Yeah,
I didn't tell Kane.
How'd that happen?
Yeah, I didn't tell Kane. So Kane was actually in New Orleans today recruiting in Baton Rouge, and he's back in Mobile, and then obviously he's heading back. But I was going to ask Kane. Kane, they closed on our house, and they've been trying to move. It's all kidding aside. It's a little nutty, the moving process. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Like it's
Sure.
like there really needs to be a documentary on that. So,
So who did the Saints take it?
I got to catch
14?
up. I'm like you. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah, I'm behind.
All right, so I'm behind a ton.
Philadelphia is about to Whoa. Hey, Eric. Eric, how are you?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. It's good. Sounds like y'all are having a good time tonight.
Yeah,
we are that.
We are having a good time. We're trying to figure out who the Saints took at number. We're about to find out.
I've missed like the last 5 picks.
So Bo Nix went to Denver at 12.
Brock
Bowers went
to
Vegas at 13. We missed the Saints pick, which we're about to find out. The Saints took Talise Fuaga,
good
the
pick
offensive
for the
tackle
Saints.
for Oregon State.
He's one of my favorites. Colts are going to take wide receiver.
I told myself all day long to try to tune in. We are moving this week, and so that's the pleasure I get tonight of loading trailers and going to stores now to unload trailers. And so I was just watching, and I couldn't believe that 3 quarterbacks went right off the top. But that's guys a lot smarter than me get paid to do that.
Yeah,
I get paid to put in air conditioners.
There you go. I figured there would be 3 to go at the beginning. The probably the surprising pick for me, which we kind of knew was going to happen, is when Michael Penix went 8. That put a lot of pressure on everybody to go ahead. It put pressure on Denver to get Bo Nix. I would be interested to see if he was who they thought they were going to get, because they were behind the Raiders. I think we got Bryant Vincent coming in. Hang on just a second.
All right.
Either that or John's coming back. That's my man. All right, hey, I appreciate you calling in. We got Bryant Vincent. Call back in here just a little bit. We got Bryant Vincent.
Hey, Eric, do you mind calling back in just a few minutes?
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Okay.
No, I'll call back. Thanks.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What up?
boys and girls, children of all ages.
It is Warhawk time.
It's Warhawk time. Neil is fired up.
Yeah, ULM, baby. How about this?
Hey,
The head
how about
coach.
that, guys? How we
the
doing?
head
Y'all look
coach
like
of
y'all
the-
having a good time.
We are the head coach of the ULM Warhawks, America's team. Bryant Vincent joins us on the show.
You can put his name up there now that we got people. You missed all the fun just a second ago.
Yeah, I had to take names off. There was too much stuff going on. Welcome into the show. Good.
Appreciate you guys having me. Appreciate you having me.
All right,
Hey, I knew we were gonna have fun.
All right, so I've been debating. So now that I didn't know if you know this, but this is another beer provided by OxyFresh tonight.
OxyFresh.
OxyFresh.
How many has OxyFresh?
All right, so we're pick number 16 in, so we're halfway through the draft. Is that correct? We are 8 in, and I got halfway. We're halfway through the draft, 8 in. So it's gonna be a long night there. All right, so here's if I call you a nickname tonight, I got 1,000. I was debating this. We were talking about this early on the show when you were coming in. So what nickname can I call you, or do I have to call you Coach Vincent since we're being official tonight?
You know, I think we're going to kind of freelance tonight. I think we can just go out back to some old days and have a good time.
Do we go Bone? Do we go Rue? What are we going with tonight?
You know what? They've both had different places throughout,
They have.
the journey and the career. You know, I think
I'll let you pick it.
I don't know. I think probably Rue.
All right, we're gonna go Rue. All right, we're gonna go Rue. You just didn't want.
I just named. What's that, buddy?
You didn't want to answer the questions on why they call you Bone.
Correct.
I love it. All right, so for all of our regular listeners, this is Bryant Vincent. He's the head football coach at ULM. Bryant and I have gone back 100 years ago. I worked with Rue I guess we worked together for 3 years at South. One of my good buddies. We've gone back to, as far back as, and I was talking to Neil because Neil was in Mobile. He was at the Press Register and he was at WNSP. And it was right at the time that you left to move. He actually lived. This is some like small world stuff here. Okay. So Neil lived in Spanish Fort when he lived in Mobile. He lived.
When we first moved to Mobile in 1999, we lived in Midtown Mobile, right off of Dolphin on Japonica Avenue.
Know it very well.
And then in 2003, we'd had our second child.
Yep.
And we started going, hey, we're going to be here for a minute. We probably can't afford to send our kids to UMS Wright or St. Paul. We need to move across the bay.
Well, if Carson would come through, we would probably recruit him over St. Paul if you asked Ruse. And so we recruited everybody at St. Paul.
Could have happened. But at the time, it was like, okay, well, let's move across the bay. And at the time, Spanish Fort was just sort of...
It was developing.
Getting started.
Yeah.
Right? I can't remember the name of the like shopping center and stuff, but it was a...
Eastern Shore. It was becoming a thing. It was new. Yep.
And a lot of people were in Daphne. A lot of people were in Fairhope. But not a lot of people were in Spanish Fort yet. And so we bought a house in Spanish Fort.
Yes.
Thinking we would be there for a long time. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, there was a game in 2007.
Who played that game?
I'm about to tell you. In 2007, Alabama was having a struggle. They had just suffered a loss at the hands of someone. Auburn had lost to Georgia. Alabama had lost to Mississippi State. And I was doing a radio show in Mobile on WNSP. And
what's our boy's name?
Ken Johnson.
No.
Isaac Vasquez.
Lee Cervanian.
Lee Cervanian. Me and my guy.
Lee Cervanian. So I was doing a show in the afternoon. It was my 6th year at WNSP. And on that particular Monday, it was 12 days before the Iron Bowl.
Yeah.
CBS had just passed on the Iron Bowl. They'd taken Kentucky, Tennessee, Florida State over the Iron Bowl.
Wow.
And I said 2 things on that Monday show that turned out to be controversial. I said, number one, can we this 1 year, just this 1 year, can we admit that the Iron Bowl is not going to be the biggest game in the country? Can we just admit that this 1 year
probably didn't go over well, Mobile?
It's just the biggest game in the state. It's a big game in the state, but that's it. And then I said, look, Nick Saban's going to win big at Alabama. That's what I said. But this team is not going to be that team. And I said, on Saturday, Alabama plays ULM, and that game is losable. That's all I said. Bryant, I didn't say they were going to lose. I didn't say that they were communist. I didn't say that they were evil people. I just said it was a losable game. On Wednesday afternoon after the show, I was fired. Now let me continue on with the story, if you don't mind. On Saturday, when ULM played Alabama in Tuscaloosa, the game started at 0-0, as games typically do. 15 minutes on the clock, quarter number 1, and they played 4 quarters. And at the end of the 4th quarter, which is the end of a college football game, in case you guys aren't aware, at the end of that game, ULM had scored 21 points. Alabama, Bryant, had scored 14. Now, me being a ULM grad, I mean, it's not Columbia, right? But I knew that 21 was more than 14, and therefore ULM had won the contest. And a game that I had said for Alabama was losable ended in a loss. So probably I was right. Now, they did not come back and go, you were right. Here's your job. That didn't happen.
They do it like that.
I remained fired. And the rest is history. I will tell you this, Bryant, that as an alum of ULM, at that point, when I returned, I was in Houston when the game went final. I was covering the Saints-Texans game. When I got back on Monday, I made a contribution to the ULM Alumni Association and therefore got a T-shirt that said ULM 21, Bama 14, and I wore the hell out of that T-shirt over the next course of the year. Every time that my wife said, hey, we need something at the store, I said, I'll go. I would run to the store. I'd put the T-shirt on. I would walk the aisles and just piss people off. It was great. But
I think I've still seen some of those T-shirts rolling around town.
Those T-shirts probably had some longevity. I wish I still had one. But that's the story of how we ended up no longer in Spanish Fort, and and instead in Oxford. In fact, on that Monday, that before the hours before that radio show, we bought a new bedroom suit of furniture, and on Wednesday, before that furniture was delivered, we were upstairs in a bonus room in Spanish Fort. And my wife was in a state of panic, and if I'm honest, I was too. Yeah. But here we are.
All right.
So now we're all connected.
There you go.
That's it.
What are the odds, right? That Spanish Fort, ULM, you're at Spanish Fort, now you're at ULM. I mean, what are it's a small world.
We got Cisco. On the mic.
That's dangerous.
Tyler Siskey, and the worst beatdown of my life came from the hands of Tyler Siskey.
I know where you're going.
40-something to nothing, and then he still, sticks one in there late, beats us 50-something to nothing. My very first year at St. Paul's in Spanish Fort was brutal. And now we're sitting here.
All right. Transparency on that game. So Vincent had taken over, Bryant Vincent, Coach Bryant Vincent had taken over Spanish Fort. It was his first year, and they had a long way to go because correct me if I'm wrong, your first year at Spanish Fort was the first year y'all had seniors at Spanish Fort. Is that correct?
Correct. We had 8. Yeah. We had 8.
Spanish Fort.
Y'all had 44.
Yeah. Hey, who was the coach before you? What was the coach's name that was before you?
Barry Gibson.
Yeah, Barry Gibson had taken over Spanish Fort.
Yeah.
And they joined our region. Now, look, that region, I will go down, and Rue can argue with me on this, which I don't think he will. That region, the year we won the state championship, that had been 2007, that region was unbelievable in football. You had us, you had Williamson, that had a guy named Nick Fairley, had Smith was a quarterback signed at Auburn. Like Williamson had all their kids going to Auburn. We had a bunch of kids going to Alabama. You had Viger that had Burton Scott, BJ Scott, and those guys. And they had UMS Wright with Terry Curtis. Terry Curtis, I'll say this to the day I die. Terry Curtis did more with less talent than any coach in the history of football.
Yeah, high school football legend for sure.
He did more with less talent than any coach in the history. And he literally coached his teams to victory by he just outcoached people by running the clock or whatever he needed to do to win every week. It changed. But so when we played, Gibson was there the year before. They had nothing but juniors, and we were loaded up. And we got after them pretty good and we actually played at Daphne, Rue, that first year before you got there. And then when you came there, we had just lost to I think the second game of the year, we lost to Williamson. And so I tell people as a coach, that was probably the best thing that ever happened to that high school team because they thought they were really good and they got put on a little case of humble pie. And they're ready to go. And so that game, I didn't hardly call anything because I remember we blocked a punt or something and got a quick touchdown and then a pick six. And so I ran 2 plays and we were up 21-0, but we only ran one offensive touchdown. So after that, I think snowballed a little bit, but it wasn't. I didn't really.
I think you ran 3 more plays and got 3 more touchdowns. I mean, it was Mark Barron, AJ McCarron. It was. Y'all had 44 seniors. Y'all were loaded.
It was like calling playing a video game a little bit with those guys. It didn't really matter what you called. I can do this with you. I've told you this privately, but I can do it on the podcast because nobody cares. The people at St. Paul's will probably be upset at me. Neil, I've never told Neil this story. He's come back and he had to go take a piss. So we've been drinking beer, if you can't tell, Rue.
That's all good. You're having a good time.
Yeah, we're having a good time. I've told Rue this privately, and you're gonna laugh. So we played Spanish Fort, good team. But we had a run after Spanish Fort. We played 4 or 5. We didn't really have another challenge until the last game of the year. I'd have friends and stuff come, and it was like calling a video game. You couldn't call a bad play. It was the least amount of coaching I've ever done in my life. You could literally call any play, and because of the players you had, it was going to work. I would come down from the field at halftime, and then whoever my buddy, if I had a buddy at the game, which I had, my man Paul Limbaugh was there one time. My brother-in-law Jeff did it one time. I would let them go in the box, and I would let them put the headset on. I would let them call plays in the second half.
Still scoring touchdowns.
Yeah,
still scoring touchdowns.
I would just tell them hey, call plays in this little window right here. Or let's get out of here. But I'd let my brother-in-law call plays for a little while. Let my best friend call plays for a little while. Greg Cooper Chevrolet, he called some plays for a little while. So we had a good time there at the end. All right, Rue, we're gonna let the MPW digital world, and we're on live on TikTok too. So you got a bunch of people watching on TikTok that are joining us too. So want to give a little background of my man Rue. So we're gonna ask some good questions here. All right, so after South Alabama, you went to UAB. You were the interim head coach, and then you went to New Mexico was the OC for a year there. So I got a question for you. We just had a big conversation with Kane and Sumrall about moving. When you moved from Albuquerque, New Mexico to Monroe, Louisiana, did you ever make the drive from Albuquerque to Monroe?
I never made the drive to Albuquerque, period.
You got on that bird?
When I went out there, I just got on the plane. I got 2 suitcases, hit the road recruiting, did it. When I came back, I got on the plane, went to the press conference, had the team meeting, and we went to recruiting. Holly, my wife, Holly,
she's best.
She made the drive a couple times, and she told me, she said, I won't be doing that again. She brought the dogs.
Or drove from Birmingham.
Drove from Birmingham to Albuquerque, and then she drove back from Albuquerque to Monroe.
How long is that?
Oh, my God.
It was 18 hours, 16 to 18, depending on weather and traffic. Yeah, it's brutal. I've heard about it.
Did Brett or Brady make the trip too, or how did they do that? Brett and Brady are boys.
Brady flew out with me when we first went out there, and he flew here with me when we got back, just so I could have, go ahead and get him in the office and us get to work. But no, we had his car shipped.
That's crazy. Because it's a whole, like, I actually looked it up because I asked that question. And when I was doing the questions for the podcast, I actually looked it up. It's like 18 hours or something crazy.
It's a haul. I had a lot of guys make it. A lot of my coaches made it, that we brought from Alabama and then brought here. And it was, it was a haul. A lot of experiences they talked about, but 18 hours is a haul. Cam Blankenship, my old line coach, drove straight through.
How's Cam doing, man? Cam played for us.
He's doing great, man. He's doing great. He was under me for 6 years as kind of my number two, GA analyst. Yep. And then when Richard Owens, when he left and went to Georgia Southern, Cam was ready and we bumped him up, and he's just done a great job, man. He's growing, he's maturing. He's still only 28 years old.
That makes me feel old that he's coaching. You know what I mean? Like, that makes me – I know it makes you feel old too, but he was he played for us at South. Neil, you talking about like you got players that you – and I know as a head coach, he probably can't say this, but you have players on your team, even if they're – like, I coach receivers, right? And he was offensive lineman. You got players that you respect and like – because they give you everything they have, and they give their like. And he was beat up, and every single night he answered the bell. And you kind of have as a coach, even though I coach receivers, you have a soft spot in your heart for guys like that because he's giving his body. He was beat to. You remember Rue? He was beat to. I'm talking about
we ran buck sweep. We ran buck sweep. 18, 20 times a game, he got to pull around the edge.
Yeah, the guy's beat to hell, and like you have a soft spot in your heart because you know that like if he's not playing, you may lose your job. You know what I mean? And like when they put it on the line for you like that, you kind of have a soft spot in your heart for guys like that. But he's a tough ass, and I'm glad that he's having success as a coach. It fires me up. All right, go ask a couple serious questions, and we'll get to the fun shit. So the first thing I want to ask is we have a ton on our show. We have a ton of coaches listen, and we have a ton of high school coaches that listen to our show on a daily basis. And I thought it was very interesting when we got guys like you on here. We've had a couple, and we had Jeff Traylor on from UTSA. And so we had some guys that have had some high school success that have made the move to college. And so my question for you is you were a legendary high school coach in the state of Alabama. You made the move and you got the interim job at UAB where you were the head coach for 6-7 months, and now you're the head coach at ULM. What do you think when you go from being what's the difference in your mind and your experience in being a high school head coach to being a college head coach?
I think there's not a lot of differences, man, to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, at good places, like sometimes you're stuck with your staff in high school. I was fortunate enough to really be able to hire the coaches I wanted to at Greenville and Spanish Fork, bring in my guys. So at the end of the day, it's about leading. It's about leading a staff and getting your staff to have one message, one constant message, one belief. The message from the head coach is being passed down through the assistants in the position rooms, in the team meetings, in the huddles after practice. So you're still leading a staff and you're putting a staff together. It's all about relationships, man. And it's always been about the kids. And when you're a high school coach, you get into coaching, because you love the game and you love being a competitor and the strategy, but at the end of the day, it's about leading men, and it's about, molding and growing and developing guys to play a certain way, to buy into a certain belief, to buy into the same vision, and to all do it for each other. And I think that leading is leading, developing men is developing men, running a staff, leading, really leading a community, especially in the state of Alabama and a state like even, Louisiana, that's a football driven state. But you're recruiting you're keeping guys, coming out to play. You're hoping the stud pitcher, shortstop doesn't decide he wants to just play baseball. that's what you do. You recruit, you build, you develop mindsets, you develop mentorships. And I think the biggest thing I think my years as a high school coach have been extremely valuable to me, as a coach, and the experiences and the situations that we deal with daily. And because, yeah, they're football players, they're college football players, they're still kids. And kids want to be cared for, man. When you're in high school, you understand, who they live with, their home situation, their story. Every player has a story. And once you understand, and the story kind of explains what the kid is and who he really is and what he's built of. And when you can understand that, then you have an opportunity to capture, his heart and his soul right there to really lead him, because you know what makes him tick. And it's the same thing now in college. I think the biggest difference between high school and college, and nowadays it isn't real different because you're recruiting in high school now. We can say what we want to say. The recruiting goes on, in middle school, in the little league parks. Let's call it what it is. I just think you're on a bigger stage, man, is all it is. Coaching's coaching, leading's leading, ball is ball. Some of the best coaches I've ever met to this day, just leaders, and are still high school coaches. And I've got tremendous respect for high school coaches. And, I don't really see a big difference, to be honest with you. Probably got to really the relationships with the other sports in high school, because you're all sharing the same kids, and the alignment of the strength, program as an overall athletic program, I think is key. And then the nutrition, and the time. But to me, it's very similar. Ain't a whole lot of difference. You're just on a bigger stage.
So, Bryant, I'm curious, as someone who's familiar with the area you're in. I mean, my family grew up in Monroe. I grew up in Ruston. You're at ULM, where you don't have all of the tools necessarily that some of the other programs have. You don't have probably a tremendous amount of NIL. You can't do all of those things. It's just not there. It's a reality. Do you strategically, are you looking portal? Are you trying to recruit North Louisiana kids? Are you trying to recruit Mississippi community college kids? I mean, you've got Neville and West Monroe and Ouachita and Ruston and Bastrop and all of those programs that produce kids year after year after year. How do you, and you haven't been there long enough to probably completely know this strategy, but like, as you try to sort of figure out, how do I maximize my competitiveness at ULM? How do you, at least at this point, and again, you're pretty new to it, what's sort of your thought process on how do you do that?
I think right now, I think we've got a very clear and precise plan. I think we've followed it really since December. There was one thing about ULM is always, because was it being in the Sun Belt 6 years at South, we didn't live in the town, didn't know the people, but I knew the program and kind of saw it from afar. And I always told myself, yeah, I'm telling the 100% truth. God, I'm telling you. I told my student assistant, Taylor Dupuy, who's now my quarterback coach at South Alabama, he asked me, he said, Coach, if how do you want to end your career? What do you want to finish? What do you want to do? And I looked at him, and this is God, strike me down. He'll tell you right now it's the truth. I said, you know what, man? I said, I had a blast, being a head coach in high school, and I've been a coordinator for a long time. I said, I want to be a head coach. It's my goal to have that one more opportunity, one more shot to take a program like ULM, Louisiana Monroe, that's got talent all around it. They've just been down and go make a mark on a program and turn it around, because it's kind of what I've done my whole career, from Greenville to Spain Park to Spanish Fort. For whatever reason, God's plan for me was to build programs. No doubt. UAB. It's just what it is. And I think we've got a very clear plan here. I think this is what I believe, because every situation is different. South Alabama was different than UAB. UAB was different than New Mexico. New Mexico's different than ULM. And we are a hunting and fishing community. We are a mid-sized, small to mid-sized town full of good people that love football. They love athletics. It's about the right fit, man. In today's college football with the portal and all this stuff going on, I want people that want to come to ULM, that are comfortable here, that own who we are, the history, whatever. We've been to one bowl game, we've never won it. That's fine. This is who we are. What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? I'm not going to beg kids to come here. I'm not going to tell them things that aren't true. Look, this is who we are. This is what we're going to do. We're going to turn this program around. We're looking for the guys that want to come in here and own this and say, you know what? I want to be the group that flips it. We like to hunt. We like to fish. We like football. We're tough. We're physical. We're a hard-working ass town. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to recruit junior college players because I've recruited junior college players my whole career. And we are very well connected in Kansas, Mississippi, Iowa, California, you name it. I've been to all of them and built great relationships. And you know what else? We're going to sign high school players. We're going to recruit junior college players, and we're going to sign high school players. I think if we can sign 12 to 14 high school players, this year we signed 12 high school players, really good ones, and guys that fit here. They like the small to mid-sized town. They like the fishing and the hunting. This is their fit. And we get some junior college players in here. They got a chip on their shoulder, and they're coming from small to mid-sized towns that are usually country towns, the Mississippi junior colleges, the Kansas junior colleges, and they're comfortable here. And they have embraced it. We signed 31 really good players in December now. We signed 14 good ones in February, and we're going to sign 9 more between now and May 27th. We got some guys that got a chip on their shoulder, and they're owning the mission on what it's going to take to win here. You graduated here. You know, hey, it's going to take a special group to come in here and get this thing turned around. And we didn't have a stadium the first 2 years at Spanish Fork. We lifted weights in an English room. Everybody's go, well, ULM ain't got this and ULM ain't got this. But let me tell you what ULM does have. And I've been able to see it and find it the last 5 months. And things are changing. The mentality's changing. There's a buzz, there's a positivity going on in this town right now. And these people are getting behind this program.
Bryant, have you been to Cormier's on a Friday night yet?
I live about 75 yards from Cormier's, and I go to Cormier's about 3 to 4 times a week.
There we go.
I was walking down the hall. I was walking down the sidewalk.
What's Cormier's?
Cormier's is a crawfish, shrimp. It's just on a Friday, Saturday night especially. It's one of my favorite memories of Monroe is typically Friday night. Because my bartended on Fridays. I bartended a day shift.
Okay.
And so my shift started roughly 7:30 in the morning.
Okay.
I'd stock.
We drink it early in
No.
We do like to have a good time.
No, I would stock the bar for the weekend. Yeah, I know. From 7:30 to about 10:15, and then I'd put my stuff on to be ready to bartend, right?
Okay.
And I would work a shift where I bartended from 11 to 4 or 5.
Okay.
The other shift guys came in at 4. Usually they'd come in at 4, and I'd go do what's called back bar. I'd kind of get
I know what that is.
I'd kind of get things replenished where, hey, we had enough. Like you had the kegs ready. And
make sure you got enough Miller Lights provided by OxyFresh. OxyFresh.com.
Yeah, if you whatever you needed to do, right? You kind of got that stuff done, and then at 5 o'clock I'd leave. And I'd been going since 7 in the morning. I'd go back to my apartment or whatever. I'd take a shower, and it was just take a cold beer into the shower, and you'd relax, and then we'd go to Cormier's, and you'd get some crawfish and or shrimp, some potatoes, some corn, some sausage, bucket of beer, and
Sounds
it was
like a jam.
A pleasant evening, and it was fantastic. It was one of my favorite memories of like kind of unwinding after what was a long, pretty stressful day, right? You know, bartending or whatnot. And it was at the end of a week. I was in grad school, so I was working in grad school. I had an assistantship.
You had a fucking gig, man.
I had assistantship Monday through Thursday. I had classes Monday through Thursday. Friday, I had no classes, but I bartended all day long.
You had a setup.
I had a setup. And so, but on Friday night, you know, 7 o'clock, you walk outside and go to Cormier's. It was fantastic. Yeah, it was great. It was awesome. You know, you just kind of chilled. I was more of shrimp than I was crawfish. I like crawfish.
That's un-American.
I like crawfish, but I prefer shrimp. But I did both. But Cormier's was like kind of my happy place.
All right,
it's the vibe, man. It's the vibe. It's
there you
so
go.
Cool.
There's a vibe to it. Exactly.
All right, we're gonna get some good vibe topics now. We're gonna have some fun now. All right, so Rue, key question is Rue likes some crawfish now. So give you a little background. We used to go to R&R a ton. We used to, the cool thing, probably the most, I don't know if I even told him this, I probably had the most fun hanging out with our staff that we had at South. We had a fucking great staff, offensive staff. It was just fun to hang out. We're going to get in some Big Blue Nation here in just a minute, by the way. When my man, we burn our wings at night. Rue, we used to go to R&R and crush some crawfish. So the key question is how many pounds of crawfish do you think you've eaten since you've been back to Monroe, back in crawfish land?
Oh man, I'll tell you, you know, we go to Crawfish City a lot. We have recruiting visits at Crawfish City at Joey's place. Joey Trappe, who played here. Cormier I'm there at least 3 times a week. Claw Daddies, I'm there. I bet I'm averaging, seriously, 20 to 25 pounds during the week.
Yeah, my man Rue can crush some crawfish now. I mean, crush them at a very,
man, I love it
at a very high rate. All right, so the hard thing is like when I'm doing an interview, I guess it's a quote unquote interview with a buddy of mine that we go way back. You got to find like stories that you can tell and not get anybody in trouble. And so I'm going to tell them myself here, and so I can do that now. So Rue, I'll let Rue jump in on this story and give his recollection of it. So Vincent, myself, Richard Owens, Chase Smith, we all lived in Spanish Fort, and we're all on the offensive staff. And so when you're on the offensive staff, we all kind of lived in the same area. It was like 38 miles from Spanish Fort to Mobile. And so we would carpool and do those things. And so on Fridays, our head coach was Joey Jones. On Friday, he would let us go early because the beach traffic was it's a nightmare. If you're trying to get from Mobile to Spanish Fort across the bridge or in the tunnel, it's just a nightmare. So he would let us go a little early. Well, for whatever reason, this particular day, so my man Rue likes to participate in some cigars. And so I'm also, I wouldn't call myself a cigar connoisseur, not as much as my man Rue was, but I enjoyed partaking in the cigar when they were around, right? So I don't remember why. I usually drove because I had a dealer car. So I can't remember why, but I think, were you driving my truck or were you driving your car? I can't remember.
It was my car.
So we were driving his car for some reason. I was in the back seat, and my man Rue had got a hold of some Cuban cigars. All right. And I'm talking about, they didn't do the cigars the way like normal people do them.
Yeah.
They got hardcore. And so Rue's like hardcore cigar guy. Well, I had never had a Cuban cigar before.
Okay.
You know, dude, I'm from Anniston, Alabama. We don't do Cuban cigars. We do whatever. Do whatever's available, right?
Yeah. You do Swisher Sweets.
Pretty much, yeah. Don't laugh. I mean, yeah, I'm not beyond participating in some Swisher Sweets. I have no issue with Swisher Sweets.
Hey, listen, I'm from Ruston. I can't make fun of Anniston.
We're
all good.
Black and Milds. I've done it all.
We're all good. I get you.
Right.
I understand.
Rue has the fine cigars. So I may or may not had a couple of beverages in my cup, and I'm in the back seat. Right. I'm not driving. Rue was driving. And he's like, you know, he starts passing out cigars. And for whatever reason, there was a wreck on I-10 or something. And we had to drive. Is it Somerville? We had to drive all the way up to like
225.
225. I was trying to think. I was about to say 115.
Yep.
225. We had to go all the way up and around.
225 backed up to my house in Spanish Fort.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we had to drive all the way up and around from Mobile, and it was going to take forever. And we start driving. We're smoking cigars. Well, dude, I had the great idea. I was just going to inhale this cigar, just like a normal cigar. And he had a Cuban. Brother, it hit me in a whole different atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay. I was convinced that this cigar was laced to the point where I looked at Rue. He was driving. He's going to die. I'm telling myself, so you don't have to tell on me. All right. So I was convinced that he had given me some shit that was laced. Neil, I tell you, it paralyzed my diaphragm.
Yeah.
I'm talking about hit me so hard. And I just remember he looked back at me because I was like, what in the hell is this? He looked back at me and he goes, oh my God, are you stroking out? He thought I was having a stroke. I swear to you, but the left side of my face was paralyzed. I was drooling down the left side of my face.
He's never been the same. Hey, he's never been the same.
I haven't been the same since.
You know, now that I hear this story, Bryant, I'm beginning to understand some things.
It all started with that cigar.
Yeah.
That was was that a Cuban cigar?
100%.
That shit hit me so hard. I have never been hit so hard as I hit with that Cuban cigar. And they laughed at me forever.
Those were real. They were real ones.
Them the real ones.
They were the real ones.
They were the real ones. All right. So here's the key question. So a lot of people don't know this about you, Rue. You are notoriously, you never sleep. This man like wakes up in the middle of the night. He like never, ever, ever sleeps. So the key question is as a head coach, okay, especially of a college program as a head coach, what keeps you up at night?
Really, what keeps me up at night is how do you get the next thing done? How do you take the next step? Where's the mentality of our team? What has to be done next to take this program to, and it's, every morning, we've all had routines. I've had this routine for 25 years. And the first thing I do, I don't sleep a lot just because, hell, I don't need it.
I know you're weird. Seriously, I say weird. The guy sleeps 3 hours a night, 3 or 4 hours a night.
I usually get about 4. I'll get about 4.
Wow.
And if I can get 4, I'm good. If I can get 4, because to me, it's when you love what you do and you have a passion for it, it's fun. And I like getting to the office early, and every day when I come in, I've got my list. I've got 3 different lists. You've got your program list, you've got your player list, and then you've got your staff list on things that you have to get done that day and things we have to make sure we're on the point with. And I'll rewrite it and mark stuff off. Here's a new every day. You just try to minimize it and grow it, and helps me be organized and then know exactly what we're attacking the staff. And that's what keeps me up, because to me, you got to win every single day. You might have some losses that day, but I've got 25 to 30 things that have to be done, that have to be addressed, and that have to be built upon. And everybody's got to be on the same page. And those are the things we go over each morning.
I got to ask you, so you say you sleep 4 hours a day, 12 to 4, 11 to 3, 1 to 5? What's the sleep pattern?
It's usually anywhere from 11. I'm usually up anywhere between 4 and 4:45. And I'm in the office, take a shower, do that. I'm usually in the office by latest 5:15.
So wow. Rue would be like this. This was great. We had, by the way, I'm going on record and saying it was the worst fucking practice schedule of all time when we were at South. So I'm just going to go
100%.
I can say
100%.
that. I'm behind a microphone now. I can say that. I used to get and he's going to laugh because he's going to know, I would go down to him. I'd be so pissed off. I would be ready to fucking go at 5 o'clock.
This was on Joey's staff.
Yeah. I'd be ready to go at 5 o'clock. Well, our problem at South is we practice in the mornings. Well, at South, you had to do your position meetings around when your players had class. Well, all of my guys were done. So I do a position meeting, and so Rue's running the offense. He's offense coordinator. And so he's we got to watch film, and we got to script and card and do all that stuff, where I know it probably pissed him off too, is we could never, the way our class schedules was, some of us had position meetings at 4, some had 5, some had 6, some had 7. And so we wouldn't really get together again as a staff until like 8:00 at night. And so we were up there. I mean, we would go home what? And I'm not joking when I say this, by the way, and as my witness, he'll tell you, because we all rode together to work and we ride home together. There were times we wouldn't leave the office between 11 and midnight. We were meeting at 3:15 or 4 in the morning to go back to work.
Back up, do it again.
Because we had 6 a.m. The period 1 blew at 6 a.m. And so we had to drive back across the bay. Like, we were grinding. It
was brutal.
It was brutal.
It was brutal.
It was brutal. But but no, I was cracking up laughing. When you were coming, I was dying laughing. I was trying to think of all the stuff we could say. Like, we had some monumental rides. And when you were talking about Lee Cervania, I can't tell you how many times we would be on a ride into the office and he would go on. Cause Lee, I'm sure Lee's probably hit you up since you've been at ULM. Lee would hit you up. Lee would hit you up, like, hey, can you come on at like 5:45 in the morning? I'm like, well, dude, no. He hits you up at random times. So he would always do interviews in the car on the way in. All right. Couple fun questions and I'm going to get you out of here. What about the worst locker room? So we've been a part of some good ones. Worst visiting locker room you've ever been as a head coach?
Wow. Okay.
We've been in some good ones.
We've been in some good ones because people don't really care how nice they are. They want them bad.
Yeah.
Golly, I would probably say, no disrespect, but I'm just being honest. Right, UMass. UMass was bad.
I've never been there.
Yeah, that's why you don't know it. If you've been there, you know it. It's bad, and it was 300 yards away from the field, and you couldn't turn around. It was tough. It was bad. You know who else had a really bad one? Believe it or not, and they did it on purpose. It was LSU.
Yeah.
LSU, and they want it bad. They want it bad, and I understand. Ours isn't very nice, and I'm kind of taking pride in it.
The thing that the fans don't realize about LSU is, like most locker rooms you go on, even in the SEC, I mean, it's definitely – when you go, like, there's a door, like you may have a locker, like literally where the TV is, and the door is the wall.
Yeah.
Brother, when you open that door, you're in it. Like it's
bad.
You're on the field. And so
I've seen the one at LSU. It's
tight.
Right there. It's tight. Yeah.
It's tight. And
that's intentional.
Yeah, it's tight and it's intentional. They would put the
tiger
right there.
outside of there.
Still to this day, my favorite memory of LSU, I got a couple going there. Been there with Alabama, been there with Ole Miss. We got luck. Hey, shout out, high five to my man Bryant Vincent. We got to avoid LSU, play Presbyterian instead. greatest job in the greatest.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was the greatest luck of all time, and got a bowl bonus off of it. So shout out to Presbyterian College for that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. We ran outside zone 78 times in that game, and like for
that was awesome. Yards. I forgot about that. What a miracle! What a miracle!
Got us bowl eligible, Neil. We got to swap LSU for Presbyterian. It's pretty good. It's a pretty fair swap.
Good trade.
Yeah, good trade. My favorite memory of LSU is when, and this would have been 2012, when I was at Ole Miss. We go to LSU and we do our walk with pregame. They have Mike the Tiger in the cage, and they're bringing him across the field. And it stopped, and Wesley McGriff was our DB's coach, and he was there talking with another coach of our staff. And they stopped the Tiger cage right behind Wesley McGriff, and the Tiger pissed on Wesley McGriff in the middle of Tiger Stadium. He was like, "What the fuck is this?"
They had him trained good, man. That's a very unique place, man, and it is some kind of sight, man. They've done it right. It's good.
We got to get to the serious questions here. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, since this has been a real serious interview, do you, Bryant Vincent, the man from Glasgow, Kentucky, do you believe in ghosts?
Oh,
you know what? That's I really don't, or I convince myself that I don't. But from time to time, I watch that paranormal show, man. I'm like paranoid, and I'm like, all right, what is this? I'm just trying to calm my mind, finish the day late at night. And I'm going, and then I'm like, man, turn this. I don't believe in ghosts.
I do.
At least I convinced myself.
Yeah, he knows I do. We've had serious discussions about this.
Yeah, I do. for sure.
Well, you've seen them.
100%.
You know, Neil has seen them in Spanish Fort, Alabama.
In Mobile.
Really?
No, it was at your Midtown house, right?
No, it was in Mobile and Midtown.
Yeah.
100%.
That wasn't that leprechaun, was it?
No. No, it wasn't the leprechaun. No, it was a little girl in a white dress.
Are you being serious?
100%.
Wow, man. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Siskey and I used to have some deep conversations about this, and I was like, man, don't tell me that. I don't want to know that. Hey, let's keep. That's wild. I don't.
Hey, Rue, you don't know this. Do you know when I moved to Oxford, the house that I moved into was haunted? Like real shit.
Yeah,
so that's why I don't watch scary movies. I don't like scary. I don't like all that shit.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. So I don't like dark stuff. Like I lost a bet.
I don't like that.
I lost a bet and I had to watch Breaking Bad. And I watched it all the way to the end. Then when it was over, I was like, "Oh, thank you, God, that's over." I'd much rather watch The Office 4,000 times. But when I was covering Auburn as a beat writer, and we were living in Mobile, and it was a Sunday night, and I was laying on the couch. We'd had our first child, and my wife was asleep, and my daughter, who's now almost 23. Happy birthday, Campbell. Her birthday's coming up.
Happy birthday.
She was 2, maybe not even quite 2 yet. She was one something. And it was I was watching ESPN Sports Center on Sunday night. They were doing NFL highlights. And remember Travis Henry?
Oh yeah.
Travis Henry was running the ball during this highlight. And I looked over to my right into what was the dining room in my house, and there was a little girl standing there in a white dress.
Mm-mm.
And I looked at her. My daughter's name is Campbell. And I don't know why. I went, "Campbell?" And she just stared at me, and I got up to move towards her, and she disappeared.
Holy smokes. Gosh almighty.
And I went into our bedroom. My wife was in there, and I was in tears. It moved me to tears.
It was real. You saw it. You saw it.
But I went in there and I told her, I said, "Laura, I just saw a ghost." And she said, "No, you didn't. You were asleep." And I said, No, I wasn't asleep. Travis Henry was running the ball.
Wow. Did you go to sleep that night?
No. No, sir. I did not. But it was a ghost. It was a little girl in a white dress. I'm just telling you guys, we can all disagree about a lot of things, and we might compromise on a lot of things, Bryant, but on this, I will not budge. I know what I saw.
Wow. I hope like tonight when I walk out of the facility here, I hope to see a girl in a white dress.
I hope you don't either. I mean, and I hope that whoever she was, I hope that she's found peace and whatever.
Everything's good.
Everything's
good.
And she didn't threaten me, but she went, I left the part out. She goes, "The reason I looked over there is," she went, "Hey."
Oh shit.
And I looked.
See, now you're tripping me out.
I looked over at her. I looked over there and I looked right at her, and I walked towards her and she disappeared.
Okay, hey, we're good with the ghost things. That's what I used to always tell Tyler. I'd be like, "Cisco."
He'd make me stop talking about
it. Yeah, Brian's right now going. He's researching Malone Stadium ghosts.
Yeah, he would make me stop talking about it. He's like, "Quit."
Yeah,
he get mad.
He's googling Malone Stadium ghost.
Hey, is De Niro Goods in the chat, and he said that you're in the wrong state to not believe in ghosts.
I appreciate that too. It's one of those deals where I really don't want to put my mind in it because I'm going to think about it, and then I'm going to be looking around. And
you got plenty of other shit to be thinking about.
All the NIL in the world won't make ghosts go away. I'm just telling you.
All right. Do you have a conspiracy theory that you believe in or you think is true? Do you have just any conspiracy theory out there that you think may have a little bit of truth to it? Because
Well,
we had another guy, David Beaty, on earlier, and so David, used to be the head coach at Kansas, and he's now the wide receivers coach at FAU. And so his dad, he listens to our show all the time. His dad is was in the right behind Lee Harvey Oswald when he got shot by Jack Ruby. So we're all into the JFK stuff with him. So is there any conspiracy theory that you think may have a little bit of truth to it?
I definitely think the JFK. I definitely think there's a lot behind that gig. I think we're witnessing a lot of conspiracy theories that's going on in the country right now. I think that.
Don't get Neil started. Don't get Neil started.
No, stop. Let him go. Let him go. He's right. He's right.
I think that as the days go, that people are starting to see what's really going on right now, and I think there's. I won't go too deep because we know where this thing could go down. But I just think there's a lot of conspiracy theories right now. There's a lot of things I think that are wrong and are starting to get uncovered, and we're starting to see things for what they really are.
God,
in some way.
Hey, you don't even know this. You just got a donor to your collective right there.
I'm so
Neil
in right
McCready
now.
is going to donate to your collective like you have no idea right now.
Please send me some ULM gear so I can have it. I will wear it on the show all the time. I need a helmet. I need stuff.
Hey, text me. Seriously, you text me where to send it, and I'll send you something.
You got it. Because you're so right. We are living history right now. No, seriously, we are.
Did I tell you?
We're living history, and it's got to come to a point where we say, this is enough, guys. This bullshit's enough.
Hey,
I love him so much.
That's why I wanted to have him.
More
you have
fever,
no idea.
baby.
Like,
I've never been more ULM in this moment than I am right now.
Like y'all don't know.
100%.
Hey, y'all don't know each other.
Yeah, I'm driving to Monroe to hang out. I'm so in.
Hey, y'all don't know each other. That's why I want him on.
We're crazy right now.
Y'all are kindred spirits.
The world is crazy right now.
Y'all are kindred spirits.
This is not about Republican Democrat. This isn't. This is not about Republican Democrat. But I try to tell people this all the time. In the whole scheme,
there goes TikTok.
Hold on. In the whole scheme of things, 270 years is not that much.
No.
In the whole scheme of things, we live in a country that is only 160 years removed from civil war.
Yeah.
That's not much, Tyler.
No.
It is when you think about a human life, we live 80 years or whatnot, right? Sure. But if you think about this rationally, we live on this big rock spinning in the Milky Way.
We do. It's called Earth.
250 years is not that much.
No.
We're a very young country. And we have this assumption in our country that, we're just going to be forever. And that's not how history works.
Did I tell you that I drove, this is a fact, myself and Bryant Vincent rode in the car together to go vote.
Yes, we did.
We did. We stood in line and voted together in 2016.
I'm headed to Monroe.
We're going
to go to Cormier's and we're going to have some conversation.
We both
talk about some stuff.
We both voted.
We got stuff to talk about.
We both voted for Bernie, but we both went at the same time.
Voted for who?
Bernie
Sanders. Okay. Hey, that's all good. I respect. Listen. This is the great part.
I'm joking.
No.
He's kidding. He's kidding. He's kidding.
But the great part about America, at least at some point back in the day, was that you got to vote for who you wanted to vote for.
Yeah, you still can.
Right.
And
it may not count.
Kinda.
For right now.
Now it's like,
see which way the world turns tomorrow.
That ghost that lived in my house in Spanish Fort, she might be voting. I don't know.
Hey, you know what else? Hey, by the way, I know we got to go. I know you busy. I know you.
Who is Quinyon Mitchell? I've never heard of him.
That's the
cornerback from Toledo.
He's a dude.
He goes to Philadelphia at 22.
Yeah, they had to take
Congratulations to the Mitchell
I have no idea
family.
what's going on in the draft. We're supposed to be doing a draft show right now, Rue. I have no fucking idea.
We're way behind on the Bengals went offensive tackle, by the way.
I did
at
see
18.
that.
Yeah,
I did see that. So we're gonna go a little off script. So my man Rue, he went to me. He he's seen the deep down Cisco. He knows the real dark secrets. So we can't tell some of it. But he got to experience. We're not going to talk about what happened. So before we get started, I want to make sure you know that we're not going to talk about what happened.
Okay.
But what was your Talladega? So Rue went with me to Talladega. And we got the whole, like, Rue got the full Talladega.
Well, I saw some clips from last week at Talladega, and that the night before Dega is wild.
Well, we had a setup, man. We had a setup. So Friday we went in, we were recruiting, and I can't remember when Rue got there, but one of my former players was driving at St. Paul's, was driving for the ARCA series. So we came in for that. We got to go do the headset stuff for that. And we went and played golf on Saturday. Rue's not a big golfer. Rue likes riding the cart, but he's not a great.
We are kindred spirits.
Yeah, you are kindred spirits. I'm telling you, dude. Y'all are like 4 flat tires. All right. And then we went, but Rue got the full. We had the Saturday night. We had the Sunday. Rue, in your opinion, years removed, what is your opinion of going to Talladega for the weekend?
The way we did it, it was unbelievable. I mean, think about it. We had pit passes.
I don't want to.
We were staying. Oh, I know, man. It was just like that ride home was like, okay, that was just 2 days of just madness. But it was so cool. And we just had the setup. Greg took care of us, man. We had where we stayed. We had the passes. We were all together. We had drivers. It was definitely one of the top 5 probably experiences I've had. Of the Kentucky Derby was one in the infield. It's a lot like Talladega, but just a lot more fun, I should say, at Talladega. But it was awesome, man. It was great.
All right, so we're gonna let you go after this. I promise. I know you're like recruit. You actually have, so the fans know you took your time out. You have a big time official visitor on campus right now. How'd dinner go? What'd y'all eat for dinner?
It was great. We went to Catahoula's. It's a not really nice restaurant right here on the bayou, right by the university. We had everything. You name it, it was out. We had, from boudin to Cajun pies to Cajun hush puppies to shrimp to you name it, we had it. But no, it was great, man. That's a great setup.
It does.
All right,
it's a really good spot.
All right, so I promise you.
Are you going to get him?
That's the plan. That's the plan. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Can we say what position? I know, but I'm not going to say. Can you say what
Don't
position?
Don't get my guy in trouble.
I'm not getting him in trouble.
Don't get my guy in trouble.
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble.
All right. It's a big. I will tell you later.
Okay.
It's a big deal.
I don't want to hurt our chances.
It's a big deal. I'm excited. I am personally, but hey, before we get you, I swear this is the last thing. But I got my guy on here,
You've
and
said
we
that
have
4 times.
I know,
now.
but I love my guy. We could do this shit all
We're
day.
having a good time.
All right, so my man Vincent grew up in Glasgow, Kentucky.
Okay.
Okay, big Blue Nation basketball fan.
Okay.
All right, and so I may or may not have messed with him when Kentucky had the early out
against Oakland.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Like I'm talking about, like he's hardcore.
You excited about Mark Pope, or are you pissed off about Calipari, or what?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Where are we at? Where's Bryant Vincent at?
So my oldest daughter has graduated from Arkansas. I have a daughter that's a junior at Arkansas now, and now to say that they're sports fans would be a real stretch. I mean, stretch Armstrong stretch, but they are both kind of intrigued about the Calipari thing. That's as far as I would go. The word intrigued would be as far as I would go. Does that mean they'll go to games? No. Does it mean they might kind of keep up with it? Maybe, sort of, kind of. Calipari has Arkansas people excited. Are you excited for Mark Pope at Kentucky?
I think that, I've got a lot of respect, obviously, for Coach Cal, and I think he's done tremendous things throughout his career and did great things at Kentucky. I just think that, just me as a fan, I think it was a good move for both parties.
Yep.
I think Cal's going to go to Arkansas and do a great job. I really do. I think that they'll be appreciative to have him.
Yep.
That he'll be happy there with a new start. I think it's a win-win for everybody. I just think that, Kentucky, they expect championships. They expect championships.
Yep.
They want championships. They're never don't know how to handle. Could never fathom losing 2 out of the last 3 years in the first round at the University of Kentucky. That just, you don't see that, and I just think it was time. I think it was a good change for both parties, and I'm fired up about Pope.
It's
Pope,
almost the podcast is so good is a win-win.
Well, and it's one of those. Kentucky basketball is kind of like Alabama football. It's one of the reasons that like Nick Saban's an outlier.
Yeah,
those are the kind of jobs where, man, 8, 9, 10 years at one of those jobs is a lifetime.
It is, and he was the right man for the job. And
how long was Cal at Kentucky?
I mean, 15 years. I mean, 15,
was he really?
I thought it was 14, 15 years.
14, 15 as the head coach at Kentucky is a long time.
It is. It is a long time, and I know, and I know the Kentucky fans are appreciative of what he did and all those things, but I just think that it was a win-win for everybody, where everybody was like, okay, yeah, it's time for a change. Let's get it back going. And Cal probably felt the same way, obviously, because that's why he did what he did. And I think he'll do good at Arkansas. I really do.
Yeah, he'll do good. He'll do good. Well, brother, look, I appreciate the shit out of you as always. I love you to death. Been through thick and thin together. I'm excited for you to get your opportunity to be a head coach. Do it your way. From the ground up. If you're a ULM fan, which I know you are now.
I am.
I would be.
My uncle Alton in the 1950s was a quarterback at UL. At the time it was Northeast Louisiana University.
Yes, it was.
Now it's UL.
NLU, baby.
Yeah.
But I'm excited for you because
when I was a kid, hey, coach, you'll appreciate this. You'll appreciate this. When I was a kid, in high school, I grew up in Ruston, right down the street, basically from Louisiana Tech, and both of my parents have their undergraduate degrees from what is now ULM. Both of my parents grew up in Monroe. My dad grew up on North 4th Street, and I can't remember exactly where my mom grew up, but they both went to Neville. I went to Ruston, and Ruston, when we played Neville, we had Beat Neville week. It was a big fucking deal to beat Neville, and Neville wanted to beat the hell out of us. We wanted to beat the hell out of Neville. It was a big deal, and so my parents went to Neville.
I got some players out of Neville back in the day.
I went to Ruston. I played in a district with it was Ruston, West Monroe, Neville, Ouachita, Bastrop, and Carroll. So we're in my wheelhouse right now. Okay,
I know you are.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm fired. That's why I had to get him on. I know that's right in your wheelhouse.
I'm into this. Like Don Redden played at West Monroe. Benoit Benjamin played at Carroll. I'm a North Louisiana boy.
We can tell.
These are my roots. I mean, my mom used to take me to Dodge Bakery, and we would get the gingerbread cookies with the chocolate chips on it. I mean,
dude, you're going back right now.
No,
you're having a little nostalgia right now.
No, North Louisiana's home, man.
I know.
I mean, it is.
It's
home. It is. It's. I get it. I mean, I love it. I mean, it's my place. But
we had a Neil F-bomb right there, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember where I was going with this, but I do. We were at the Southland Conference basketball tournament that was in Monroe. It was at Ewing Coliseum that year because I guess Northeast had won the regular season. And me and some of my buddies went to eat. I want to say it was at a Johnny's Pizza, but I'm not sure exactly where it was. But Pat Collins, who was the coach, he was in your chair. He was the head coach at NLU at the time.
I know Pat.
Drove by and saw us walking, and he offered us a ride. But we were Tech fans, and we didn't take him up on it because he was the NLU coach, and we were Tech fans because we grew up in Ruston, and we went to NLU that night, and Calvin Nat, who was a beast. It was either Calvin or Kenny Nat was playing at NLU, and anyway, those were like for me, that place was like so full of memories, like going to Malone Stadium to watch a Tech NLU game, and when those teams would come to Ruston to play at Joe IA Stadium or at this Thomas Assembly Center. Those are like fantastic memories for me. I mean, those are like the things that shape my childhood. I mean, totally completely.
No,
I mean, it was like, I grew up. One of the highlights of my life was like getting on the church youth group bus and going to Shreveport to go to the state fair game to see Louisiana Tech play Northwestern State.
Forkham Demons.
There you go. I mean, those are like,
that's right.
Those are like. But I remember when NLU won what was at the time the Division I AA national championship.
Yep.
And it was like so cool, and I don't know. I hope you do well. I hope it goes well. It's a neat part of the country. I know it's a different part of the country that people can't necessarily relate to if they don't know it, but it's a place that to me has a hell of a lot of heartstrings because of all of my family and we just have a ton of connections, family connections to Monroe.
Yeah.
And Monroe was for me in graduate school was a special place. I love my time there.
Well, the way that Rue likes to build a roster and the way that he works and the culture building and everything that he's really good at, and I'm going to brag on you here for a minute, so just cover your ears, okay? Because y'all don't get a chance to do this much, but he is one of the elite culture builders, and the culture is a very usually used term, but the way he brings a team together, the way that he can recruit is such a great fit for ULM. And I'm not shocked because I know he's going to say this too, but John Hartwell, the AD at ULM is a stud. He's one of my favorite guys that's in administration.
Yeah, great guy.
Great guy. I've known him. I've worked with him. And, Rue, I don't know if you know this or not, but when we got fired at Ole Miss, John Hartwell was the first person that called me. And, he didn't owe me. I mean, he was at Utah State at the time. He didn't owe me anything. And just for him to reach out, it just meant a lot to me. You know what I mean? Like, we had a good relationship, but I wouldn't say it was a great relationship or anything like that. But he is just, we weren't like close, but just, it was really cool. You know what I mean? I think he's a great leader, a great AD. I'm glad he's at ULM. I think y'all, obviously, you probably know this because you work with him every day. Just a great match with you two.
Agreed.
And
Agreed.
I just two like-minded people that kind of believe the same kind of things, and I'm excited about the future of what you guys are going to do. And then Rue is one of the best evaluators of like there's guy like, and that's what ULM needs. Like Rue's so good at evaluating guys that, hey, this guy's this guy's that. Rue sees something in them, and I'm going to brag on him here too. Gerald Everett. Okay, Gerald Everett. Rue, like, I'm not joking. Gerald Everett is the starting tight end for the Chargers right now. Okay.
Yep.
This kid got cut. I'm telling, and I joke because your boy Bryce, he's one of our clients, so I talk to Bryce all the time. So we at head coach at Butler.
Yeah.
Gerald Everett, who is the starting tight end for the Los Angeles Chargers, was cut not once but twice by two different junior colleges. And Rue saw something in him. He brought him to UAB. And then when the school shut down, we got him at South Alabama. Thank God, because he could go get them all. He single-handedly won by 9. He's a freaking stud. But just the way he evaluates, the way he does players is such a good match for ULM. I'm excited for you. I love the shit out of you. And I'm going to leave you with this because we got one last – I already know the answer to this, but I'm going to let you tell them. In the chat, we got one question for you. We got a bunch of questions, but I'm going to pick this one out because I already know the answer to this one. Tyler Hasty wants me to ask you. He says, is Coach Vincent a bourbon drinker? And if so, what is your favorite bourbon?
I'm really not a bourbon drinker, as Siskey knows, as he found out that those two things don't go good with me. My choice of drink is beer, and it'd be a Miller Lite, Mick Ultra. It would be the two that I prefer. If I had to drink whiskey,
it's not. Don't get Rue on whiskey.
It's not a good mix.
Not a good mix for Rue. Don't give him whiskey.
It's not a good mix. But I did have a little bit of Makers the other night. Just out with some guys. Just tried it. Just sipped on it a little bit, but it's nothing's changed, buddy. It's not. We don't mix well.
Hey, do you still dip, or we quit dipping?
I have not dipped for 2.5 years.
Good for you.
Good for you.
Hey, maybe this will be your next
Good for
maybe
you.
this will be your next deal. You know, I'm on the ons now. I'll go through a pack of ons a day.
Oh, that's
Easy.
nicotine stuff.
Yeah, it's just nicotine, no tobacco. But I haven't dipped in over 2.5 years.
Good for you, dude.
How about that?
I'm impressed.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Well, hey man.
Yeah, but also,
it's been
I eat
great.
the hell out of these.
It's been a lot of fun for me getting to talk to you. I look forward to kind of building a relationship with you. I appreciate the time very much.
Hey, Rue, you the best,
Absolutely,
man.
Neil. I
Tell Brady and Brett and
Yep.
Holly and Hartwell. You got the whole crew over there. Just tell them we
We've
said
got a
hello,
good group, man.
and we'll
I
appreciate the
see it.
shit out of you, man.
Are you a water skier, Bryant?
No,
No, Tyler can tell you that too.
Yeah.
No, I like to sit back and just ride because when I get on the skis or on the tube, we've played a lot of jokes on people throughout the years, and everybody always wants to get me back. So I like to just stay safe and sit back and turn on the music and just ride around.
Yeah, I understand. There's nothing like the Washita River. Someone said pronounce Washita again. It's Washita. That's how you say it. It's
I don't know if there's any other way to say it.
And there's Bayou de Seard.
Bayou de Seard.
Absolutely. You get on the pontoon boat, behind a ski boat, have a little fun. It's fun.
Monroe's a beautiful town, man. Monroe's beautiful. The people here are freaking awesome. It's a cool town, man. It's pretty. You're on the bayou. I think it just needs to be woke up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It just needs to be. Things need to be. Let's make a change, brother. Let's make a change.
Go make it happen. I appreciate you, Bryant, very much.
Appreciate you, brother.
You got it. All right, Neil. Hey, Tyler, Cisco, appreciate you, brother. Love you, man. You take care of yourself.
Hey, love you, brother. Be good.
Be buddy.
That's my guy, man. We went through.
He's awesome.
He's a stud. I'm glad that our audience got a chance to experience him. He is. I'm so excited for him and your alma mater, the ULM Warhawks.
Yeah. No, I mean, in all seriousness, we have my family. Both of my parents went to ULM.
Yeah.
My Uncle Alton went to ULM. My Uncle Lynn went to ULM. My Aunt Betty went to ULM. I got a master's at ULM.
Got a whole Warhawk crew.
My grandparents, Mildred and Alton Sr., grew up in Monroe. I mean, as a kid who grew up in Ruston, my parents grew up in Monroe. They met in high school at Neville. They were high school sweethearts. I
wish that happened more these days.
They dated at what is now ULM. My dad got his master's at Ole Miss. He got his doctorate at Alabama.
Damn, that was fast. Getting into the hotline.
Hey, hang on, caller, real quick. I'm going to finish this. My dad got his master's at Ole Miss, his doctorate at Alabama. My mother got her master's at Alabama. I was born in Selma, Alabama. My dad was working at Marion Military Institute. But the first 2.5, 3 years of my life were spent in Tuscaloosa. And I grew up an Alabama fan because of my parents' connection to Alabama. And then but my parents moved to Ruston when I was like 4.
Yeah.
And my dad's parents lived in Monroe. My mom's dad, my mother's mother died when she was in college. My mother's father lived in Farmerville, Louisiana, which is like 20 minutes away from Ruston. Yep. And I only have one memory of him. He was a big LSU fan. And there's the LSU ball, right? And it's the only memory I have of him. I remember going to their house in Farmerville, and he gave me this LSU football. He was a big, big LSU fan. And he gave me this LSU football, and so I still have it. It's like one of my most cherished possessions. And but Monroe was like when you grew up in Ruston, Monroe was like the big city.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And so we would go to Monroe, and I just have all these memories of Monroe that are like sentimental to me as I get older, obviously. And so, yeah, I mean, that's so cool to get to know him. And I hope it works. Look, they don't have any resources. It's a really hard job. They don't have the money. The facilities suck, the whole thing. But
here's the thing, though. All kidding aside, I'll let you get the call. He knew what he was getting himself into, and he's good at it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's why I hope it works.
He gets it.
You know where I'm coming from in this. I'm about to say this. People go, who are you for? I get this question all the time. Who are you for? I'm like, I'm not for anybody, man. I mean, do I cheer for Ole Miss? No. Do I cheer against Ole Miss? No. Your kids go to Arkansas. Are you an Arkansas fan? No, I don't know anybody at Arkansas. I mean, I don't know anybody in the football program. I cheer for Kyo at Arkansas. I hope they kick Kappa's ass because I know Kyo. But like, do I know anybody? No, not really. But I cheer for people.
Yeah, and
I cheer for people, and so I get to know people at different places. I cheer for UAB basketball because I love Andy.
He makes it easy for you, anybody.
And so yeah.
To cheer for ULM.
So now, will I cheer for ULM? You're damn right. Will I cheer for Alabama football a little bit because I know Kane? You're damn right.
But doesn't it make you feel good as a ULM guy that you got somebody like that?
Yeah. Do I cheer for Tulane because I know Jon? Of course, right? Yep. I mean, that's the whole deal. Like, people always ask, who are you for? I'm like, man, I know the people. I don't really cheer for the laundry of the schools because I don't know, but I cheer for people. Anyway, I'll stop. Go ahead, caller. Who do we have?
He's like, hey, how you doing?
Hey, caller, what's up?
Yes, this is TJ.
Hey, man, what's up?
Man, nothing much. I was going to ask you guys, who are you guys most slept on receiver in this draft?
The kid at Washington that the Bears took at number 9.
Most slept. I got one for you. Most slept on.
And the other one is Brian Thomas Jr., who went like 22. We've lost track of the draft.
Yeah, we lost track.
I think he went to Jacksonville at 22.
Who's that? Brian Thomas.
Brian Thomas.
He went to the Jags. I saw that
at LSU.
I got one for you. It has not been picked yet. I got 2 guys. Pearsall at Florida. I think is going to get picked in the second round. I think Pearsall is going to be a really good player in the draft. Player in the NFL. And you know who no one has brought up, who I think's a dude. I've been saying it from the jump, and I'm not going to surprise you with this because he was a dude in college. Because of his slow 40 time, he's going to probably go tomorrow. Keon Coleman at Florida State.
That's mine.
I mean, dude, this guy can play, man. What are we doing?
He's terrific.
Like, what are we doing?
So Seattle went Byron Murphy II from Texas. I'm going to catch up real quick. Minnesota went Dallas Turner, the defensive end from Alabama. Cincinnati went with Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle from Georgia. They're obviously protecting Joe Burrow. The Rams at 19 went Jared Verse, the defensive end from Florida State. 20, Pittsburgh went Troy Faltuno, the guard from Washington, offensive lineman. Miami went Chop Robinson, the defensive end from Penn State at 21. 22, Philadelphia went Quinyon Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo. 23, Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver from LSU. He goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. 24, Terrion Arnold, the cornerback from Alabama, terrific player, goes to the Detroit Lions. 25, the Green Bay Packers are on the clock. So we've got like 7 picks left here in the first round of the draft. The Packers are making their pick now. Roger Goodell is at the podium. The Packers are taking, let's see, I'm waiting for it to pop up. Jordan Morgan.
If it was that guy from Iowa.
Yeah, Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona, goes to Green Bay at 25. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Didn't mean to interrupt you there, caller. We're just kind of catching up a little bit.
Oh, no, you're fine. Out of all the quarterbacks that's been picked today, who do you think will be the first one to get a Super Bowl?
Ooh, good question. Of the quarterbacks taken today, first one to get a Super Bowl.
Or how about, let me just say, the first one to play in a Super Bowl.
Okay, first one to win a conference championship. That's a great question.
Drake May.
With the Patriots. Okay.
Because I just think they probably have the most team around him. I want to say the Bears. I do. I'm just not there yet.
It's a great question.
It's a great question.
I love the way that question's phrased. That's like leads to you could do an hour podcast on that.
It's hard, man, because the AFC, like we've talked about on the show forever. The AFC is so stacked with guys for a while.
Sure.
AFC's tough, so it makes you want to say an NFC team. I don't see. I mean, the division that their Commanders are in. You got to play the Cowboys and Eagles, twice a year.
But I love him.
I mean, maybe the Bears.
I love Jaden Daniels.
I do too.
Might be where I go.
There's just a lot around them that have to come on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. It's a lot. No, it's hard.
I think we're years away.
I mean, we talk about this all the time. It is very hard, whether you're talking about state championships, conference championships,
hard to win,
national championships. It's hard to win championships.
And I said no earlier. Maybe the Bears. Maybe Caleb Williams is because the Bears have the most draft capital to go, and they've done well so far.
Yeah.
And they got the receiver. They got the quarterback. That's a great question, man.
It's really good.
I just don't the people that.
Hey, here's the true answer. The true answer is I don't know. There's your true answer. Like you could guess. You're guessing when you make an answer.
I don't think it's the Falcons. Well, check that.
Why?
Check that.
Why?
Check that.
Why?
My answer is the Falcons.
Okay.
Check that because
Penix is walking into a really good deal.
I said from
there's
the
no
jump,
pressure on.
That was the only thing they were missing because they're contrary to popular belief, they were good everywhere else.
Penix walks into a deal where he gets to learn from Kirk Cousins. If they do it right, where they tell Michael from day one, hey, listen, you're not going to start this year.
I know we haven't seen GJG in here. I'll probably say with the Falcons. Now, will it be with Michael Penix Jr.? I don't know. But the Falcons, at the end of the day, that's what they've been missing. They've been good up front. They've been good on defense. And even though they haven't had a name at receiver, they've been okay.
But right, if the Falcons say to Michael Penix Jr., hey, you're coming in, your job this year is to learn, is to acclimate, is to figure it all out. Kirk's our quarterback. You're our quarterback of the future, but the future is not this year. If they communicate that clearly and he accepts it and he gets a year to learn, hey.
Who are we on the phone with, by the way? Who is it? What's your name, caller?
TJ.
TJ, where are you from, TJ?
Ryan, it's around the Corinth area.
Okay. I was in Corinth last weekend.
I mean, think about what I'm saying. If you communicate that to him in a way that everyone's on the same page and he gets to learn from an experienced, respected NFL veteran like Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, no.
That might be your answer.
I think they're probably in better position roster-wise than the other ones. I mean, dude, this New England thing is going to take a while, man. It's going to take a while. The Bears, I think it has to be the NFC. How about that, Neil? I think it has to be an NFC team. Dude, this AFC, man, is building up to be it's tough, man.
Can we just respect Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Chet Holmgren?
I've been meaning to ask you about this commercial. It makes me feel uncomfortable for Chet.
Oh, no, it's a great commercial. The Thunder, everyone who scored a point for the Thunder last night is 25 or younger.
All right. And TJ, I'm sorry that you had to listen to this. Just the part that you called in
25 or younger.
All right. I understand.
Lou,
you're
Chet,
a big Thunders fan. You're a big Thunder fan, right? Big Thunder fan.
I love them.
Is that fair?
More than fair.
Okay.
I probably watch of the 84 games they've played so far this year. I probably watched 77.
Okay, I would call that a fan.
Yeah.
All right. Why not now? Like you said, great. I know there's a Thunder thing. Like you're trying to limit your expectations.
No, it's this team. It's Denver. Denver's the reason that I don't go. Why not now?
But that's okay.
Yeah.
Who's the number 1 seed, Neil?
Us.
Okay, so
Thunder.
Why not now?
Sure.
Why not?
Sure.
Because as a Braves fan, okay, I will tell you this: as a Braves fan, you almost got 95 was awesome, man. You had all the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
You had the machine and the starting rotation. Yeah. But we went through all those years where it was just so close.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, was it 21 or 22? You finally win one. 22. I got to go to the World Series that year. It was awesome.
No, the Thunder have a top.
Why not?
The Thunder have a top 3 player in Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They probably have a top 20 player in Jalen Williams from Santa Clara. Probably a top 25 player in Chet Holmgren, who will be more than that. And then you have a lot of pieces Lou Dort's a top 10 defender. Josh Giddey is having a really nice season. You've got a nice bench. Isaiah Joe, Jalen Williams from Arkansas, Andre Wiggins, Kenrich Williams.
Why not? Let's
do it. All the pieces are there.
Let's do it. I'm all in.
Gordon Hayward.
You'll find that, TJ. You'll find this interesting. So we're doing the TikTok live thing. By the way, we're up to like 6,500 likes on TikTok. Just so you know. Yeah,
awesome.
And my man, you will find this so interesting. My man, Futures Trader, who's killing on TikTok. Thank you, Futures Trader. He said that we were up to 10,000. We were up to 10,000 likes, but TikTok moved us back down to 6,000.
Why?
Dude,
did we say something wrong?
We're straight. I'm gonna say this so we can get banned from TikTok for the night. We straight. They hate us on TikTok with the. As soon as we start talking politics, it's funny. The TikTok starts hating us. I gotta figure out how to plug in my charger and get this thing set up. TJ, what else you got today, man?
Man, I know I'm not a GM, but me personally, I like the pick with Roma Dunze with Chicago for the ninth pick.
I loved it.
Me personally, I probably would have went Brock Bowers for the simple fact, if you look at like most of the teams that's already good in the NFL, they have a tight end wide receiver combination right there.
Well, they got Keenan Allen. They got Kmet though, and
he's terrific.
He's a dude.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. They got a great tight end.
I don't hate adding another receiver. Like watching the Bengals when they have Chase and Higgins and Boyd. It's nice to have weapons there.
I got to figure out how to get this. I got to plug my charger in. I wasn't ready for a 4-hour show on TikTok, so I got to plug my phone in so I don't go dead here.
Okay.
All right, I think we're good. I think we got it set up. I'm gonna scoot over. Am I good in the YouTube shot? Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Well,
TJ, man, I appreciate the hell out of you, man. I was in Corinth last week. My son they played Corinth. I guess it was Friday night. Did you go to high school at Corinth?
Yes, I graduated 2018.
Go Warriors.
Go Warriors. I meant to tell you this. It was a cool thing. They had senior night. I still don't understand how Mississippi High School does the baseball thing.
Yeah.
But they finished the division and they had like a week. They played Corinth. They played somebody else. But Corinth, so Oxford had their senior night. Then we went to Corinth. They had their senior night. There was a young man. I wish I could remember his name. I feel so bad I can't remember his name. There was a player at Corinth that beat cancer on Wednesday, and he played senior night. Started at first base.
Oh, good for him.
And everybody got senior night, got a standing ovation. Beat cancer.
Hell yeah.
So that was awesome. That I enjoyed the
Cardinals go Darius Robinson, defensive end from Missouri at 27.
Am I on drugs or has Darius Turner not been taken yet?
No, he went at like 19.
He did go?
Yeah.
Who took him?
Dallas Turner.
What'd I say?
Dallas
Turner.
Yeah, he went 19.
We're a couple Miller Lights in. My friends at OxyFresh. TJ, if you need your carpet cleaned in Corinth, you should call our friends at OxyFresh. 1-877 OxyFresh.
You really should, TJ.
Man, I'm gonna leave y'all with this. I got a funny story for y'all. Borderline. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I wish I could have told the story with Kane out here, but this past weekend I took my girlfriend out on a trip. We went to Huntsville for the weekend. So we walked around the mall, went into different stores. Then I saw a Lululemon store. I was like, oh, shoot, I've never been in one before. So we go in there. As soon as I open the door, first thing I see a pair of shorts. Said $115. And then my girlfriend, she started touching. I said, take your hands off of that.
I am. So in the background, I know, I think I've told this on the show before, but so I promised Kane his first game as a head coach, I'd wear a pair of Lululemons. And so I went down when they ended up playing Southern Miss his first game as a head coach. And so I went down to Mobile. I was on sideline the whole deal. But on game day, on Saturday morning, I got up and I went to Lululemon to get a pair of shorts. I ended up spending like $140, counting tax on a pair of shorts.
Yeah.
I kid you not. Best pair of shorts I've ever had. I've had them the whole time. I wear them once a week. They're great. It's great quality. It's a great product. I'm I have now been changed over to Lululemon for sure.
There you go.
So I appreciate you calling in,
Yeah,
TJ,
thanks,
man.
TJ.
You're the best.
All right, thank you, guys.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, this is Zach from Bovina.
What's up, Zach?
From where?
Bovina, Mississippi, right outside Vicksburg.
Let's go.
Close
We
to
down
Clinton.
the South Sip in the house.
I'm heading to Vicksburg
Yes,
this weekend.
sir.
I'm heading to Vicksburg Saturday.
Oh, good luck. Go play some bets.
Oh, I don't think Neil's going to the
Yeah.
casino.
I'm not going to the casinos. I'm going to a soccer game.
Oh, yeah. Who y'all playing?
Some team from DeSoto, I think.
Is it club?
Yeah,
In
club.
Vicksburg.
Yeah, club. It's a state qualifier. Winner makes the state tournament. Loser's done.
Man, that's got to make you mad, being both teams from up there and then having to go that far to play a game.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah, it kind of pisses me off that we can't like meet in, I don't know, somewhere up here where it'd be much easier than driving all the way to Vicksburg.
Neil, man, I wanted to tell you that I appreciate everything you do and the MPW digital family and everything.
Thank you.
First time caller, by the way.
Let's
And
go.
Tyler, I've got to talk to you about something, brother.
Oh boy, that's
No,
usually
that's not a good
usually
sign.
when these conversations like this
it's
start.
an ick. It's gonna be an ick, brother. It's gonna be an ick.
An ick.
Did I ick or somebody else ick?
No, somebody else.
Okay, I'm
ick,
good. Hey, go ahead.
to be honest. Okay, so I worked with the YMCA growing up, and like 10 years. Okay, so I've taught, coached, did the weightlifting stuff, basketball gyms, all that stuff. Coached most of my, adolescent life. And so my girlfriend's nephew had a baseball game last week. 5-year-old, right? Coach Fitch, or 6-year-old Coach Fitch.
Damn.
And so I go out. I'm out there, and we go out there, and I get a text message saying, "Hey, do you want to coach? You want to help coach tonight?" I'm like, from her sister. I'm like, yeah, I would love to, just hang out with the kids or whatever. Thinking that, there wasn't going to be enough people there to do that. It was fine. Okay, I get up there. I'm coaching both teams, Tyler. There's
Both
sitting in the
teams.
stands.
It's a guaranteed win
Both
right
teams.
there.
I ended up, that's what I said. I said, man, look, I'm retiring right now.
Yeah, that's
I
that.
got
I'm
the
coaching.
dub. That's all that matters.
You're gonna get a dub for sure.
Hey, do you know what I say to that ick right there?
So,
Do you know what I say to it? Listen here. You ready for this?
go
If
for
you
it.
if you're having an ick coaching a baseball team, you should enjoy a Miller Lite and then call OxyFresh, Neil,
Oxyfresh.
and they will
Damn right.
No,
and they will get
OxyFresh.
and they will clean your carpets.
Clean them.
You can go to
Clean 'em good.
That's not even the ick. That's
www.oxyfresh.com.
just building up to the ick.
Okay, go ahead.
That's building up to the ick. We've got, all right, so they're 5 years old. You would think that dads would be on, or moms would be on the field helping out a little bit, right? No, they're sitting in the stands talking about, oh, just get up there and swing the bat. Yeah, just hollering stuff. I'm like, why are y'all not? They're 5 years old. Nobody cares who wins or loses this game. We're going to bat around, and then we're going to take the field, and we're going to let them bat around, and we're going to take the field and let them bat around. I'm like, it don't make any sense that, like, I loved doing it, but looking back, I'm like, that was pretty pathetic.
So I had a conversation today, Neil. I'm stacking them up over here, Neil.
I see that. I'm
they're
trying to count them in my
they're
head.
like they're like
They're like
chips.
8.
Yeah, they're like chips over here. I got another one over here. Here's another one I left out
The
in front.
Chiefs pick is
You're
in.
doing better than last year, Tyler.
I'm really not.
Chiefs pick is in at 28.
I'm really not. I'm just trying to pace myself because I realized I was almost 80 in at pick 12. So I'm trying to pace myself.
Pig Brandon says, "What's the damn number to call in?"
Hey,
It's on the screen.
I did. I typed it in.
Every time I call
Hey,
it.
Pig Brandon, appreciate the super chat. It's on the bottom of the screen. It says,
That's
call the
right
Campbell Clinic
there.
Hotline at
If he can't figure out
626-1464.
that number, he don't need to be calling.
Hey, that's all right. He's probably been drinking as much as I have.
He probably has.
All right, so I had a conversation that one of my good friends, I don't want to say, I don't care. So Jacob Peeler, he's a good friend of mine. He's a white, he's not listening now anyway. It's okay. We catch up today. Everybody's on the road recruiting, so you get a chance to catch up with all your buddies. His son is now in like soccer, right?
Okay.
And so he's 4 years old. His oldest son. He's got a bunch of young kids.
Yeah.
He's
Football.
Yeah, so he is the wide receivers coach at Missouri. He's a stud, by the way. If you don't,
Great guy.
obviously people don't know him that listen to our show. Jacob Peeler is one of the best people in the business. He's awesome. So we're talking, we're just bullshitting around, and he was talking about coaching his. We were sharing. He heard some of our icks on our show, and so we were laughing about them. And he had I guess the offensive coordinator at Missouri and he both have their kids on the same soccer team or something. They're like 4 years old.
Okay.
And so
little fellas.
And so it's recruiting time. And so the coordinator was out recruiting and he was trying to get Peter to coach the soccer team. He's like, nope. But all kidding aside, I enjoy, this is my third time around. So I'm really laid back compared to the other parents. I'm highly concerned. I know our phone line's blowing up right now.
It is.
I can hear it.
It's okay.
I'm really laid back compared to the other parents, extremely laid back. I did get in trouble because I got a little pissed off at Knox the other day because I spent a lot of time coaching him and he didn't do shit that I told him to do. So whatever.
Yeah.
But I got over it pretty quick. Although Erin was highly pissed at me. She's still pissed a little bit.
Still mad a little bit.
But so long story short.
It's too expensive to leave you now, though.
Well, she would probably be.
What do you do to make up for that, Tyler?
Dude, I've been in this shit a long time, man. We've been. So my wife, bless her heart, all kidding aside, I know we all say this. I have the best wife that's ever lived. I have put her through more shit.
They're better than we are.
She's such a much better person than I am.
No question.
They're definitely built different.
Well, here's the thing. I'll kid.
Laura's a much better human being than I am.
There's no doubt.
She
wife
doesn't have a mean bone in her body, and I have several.
Chief straight it up.
Oh.
So, but my wife has been through, my wife and I started dating when I was a player. So she's been with me since, through it all, man. I mean, she's been through the GA years, being at GA.
Tampa Bay took a center in the first round.
That was it. The kid from Duke? I didn't even see.
I can't remember.
He's the best center. I didn't know if it was a kid from Duke, but she's been with me the whole time. And if I'm being dead serious, if I did not find a wife before I started coaching, I would not probably have a wife.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that kind of crazy. She's been through me thick and thin. I mean, the shit that we've been through.
Y'all's field's insane.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Have I told the story when I left in the middle of the night on the show?
Man, it's just getting dumber.
It is
getting dumber what they're putting those coaches through.
Well, you look at Kane, right? And we all love Kane. He's been on our show, but Kane was out recruiting today, and Kane's going to spend the night in Mobile. His family's in Tuscaloosa. I mean, he's not going to see him for 4 or 5 days, and that goes on for 8 weeks.
Kansas City takes Xavier Worthy, the wide receiver from Texas.
Yeah, I had him as a first-round receiver. He's a good player. He can run.
And that's the off season. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing is I always would say that one day when I knew the title of my book. If I ever wrote a book, it would be called The Other 352 Days. And you take away, everybody thinks that coaching, when you watch football, right? And you watch college football, Saturday is the best, game day is the best fucking day ever. Okay, it's like you're on national TV. It's really cool. I mean, it's what you think it would be. It's the coolest thing ever. And I was fortunate. I got to do it almost 300 times. You roll out there, you're on TV. Everybody's watching. You can be competitive. You get to show your skills. But there's so much more that the fans don't know. I mean, we were talking about Kane and Jon earlier when they were on the show about moving. I was talking with Kane earlier today when we were making sure we confirmed the time because he was coming back from recruiting. I was telling him about when I moved from Jonesboro to Ole Miss, I could not sell my house. We had bought the house at the peak of the market, and then the housing crisis happened in 2008 or whenever it was. And I literally burnt money, just burn it every month, wrote a mortgage payment. And that house sat dead empty for 12 months. And there was no worse of a feeling. And then I'll let for the Ole Miss fans that are listening, y'all will understand this. I actually finally sold my house at the BBVA Compass Bowl in the hotel lobby 2 days before the game. I signed the paperwork with my wife in the lobby, and I lost. Like I had to write a check. I lost just a smidgen over $100,000 on my house that I had to write a check. That was a tough check to write because I had 2 houses for a long time. It's just you lose so much money when you move because you're not in the house as long. And then I turn around and I thought it was an ingenious idea to build a house when I moved to I remember when I told my wife we were coming to Oxford.
Mm-hmm.
I have not told this on the show before. I told my wife, hey, we're moving to Oxford. For my whole career, I just wanted to be in the SEC. That was like my coaching goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
We finally get here. We get to Ole Miss. I'm fired up. Got a house, got it built, the whole deal. We finally get moved in like August 1st, fired up, and I lived in it for 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
And from that, after I got my ass kicked on that house in Jonesboro, I rented a house from then on for like the next 10 years until I came back to Oxford. And the house that I'm living in now is the first house that I've purchased. Matter of fact, the last 2 homes I've purchased have been in Oxford, Mississippi on 2 different stops. So, yeah, it sucks. But I know we went a long way. I'm about freaking 90 Miller Lights in, provided by OxyFresh. I'm about 90 beers in, but that's a long way to tell you that, yeah, you coaching things sometimes it's really cool. It's really fun, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just what you see on TV. Cowboys are going to take.
I get off the phone,
wide
guys.
receiver.
I just wanted to say that I drink a rain every day, and I absolutely love
Let's
that. There's
go.
no
There you go.
fall off, baby. It's awesome. The storms will get you through a work day, but if you know you're going to be a long day after that, I play a little music too. So if I know I'm going to have a long day, I get one of those regulars, tall cans, and get after it.
They'll do you right too.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yes,
have a great day.
Y'all have a good one, guys.
You too, man.
All right. Caller, hang tight real quick. I need to tell people something real quick. Hang tight. You're on. I need to tell you first that you can eat stress-free this spring with Factor's delicious, ready-to-eat meals. Every fresh, never frozen meal is chef-crafted, dietitian-approved, ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Choose from a weekly menu of 35 options, including popular options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Proteins Plus, or Vegan. Also, discover more than 60 add-ons every week, like breakfast, on-the-go lunch, snacks, and beverages to help you stay fueled and feel good all day long. What are you waiting for? Get started today. Fuel up for your springtime goals. Get chef-prepared meals on the table in 2 minutes with Factor's ready-to-eat meals so you can get back to doing what you love this spring. Looking for gourmet meals? Of course you are. Try meals that feature premium ingredients like filet mignon, shrimp, truffle butter, broccolini, and asparagus. No fuss, no mess meals. Factor meals eliminate the hassle of prepping, cooking, or cleaning up. Simply heat and savor the good stuff. Factor is your solution for fast, premium meals without the need for cooking. Head to factormeals.com/MPW50 and use code MPW50 to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next box. That's code MPW50 at factormeals.com/MPW50. Hey, caller, who's with us?
I don't even know how to fucking follow that.
You can't follow that. That was mastery. This is why they pay me the big bucks.
I mean, shit, I've been wanting to lose about 10, 15 pounds.
Yeah.
But
Look.
Hey, is this vibing?
This is vibing.
I knew it. I knew it. When I
I
heard his
don't
voice.
know what to tell people. I mean, all I can tell you is that I'm good at what I do.
Dude, that was impressive. That was a long ass read. I'm like dropping TikTok. They're just freaking.
Jesus H. Christ. I thought I was watching a movie.
I know.
It was so cinematic.
I know. It was like Draft Day, right? It was like Kevin Costner in Draft Day or Kevin Costner in Dancing with Wolves. There you go. I get it.
All right. I was about to say, I've seen Dancing with Wolves. I never went and bought a ticket for Draft Day.
Yeah, I get it.
Tyler, are you drunk already? You hammered?
No, but I'm good. Not yet. I'm good. I'm good where I'll answer questions, but I can answer questions, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm good. I'm a beast, man. They grow them tough in Anderson, Alabama.
I just read where it's already leaked to the media that Kirk Cousins is livid because the Falcons did not tell him they were drafting next year.
I imagine.
Well, there you go. It's why we try to give credit where credit's due, and I'm just telling you, I say this all the time. I'm gonna give credit where it's due. Jeffrey Wright has always said, just because you have a title doesn't mean you're smart.
I'm all kidding aside. Like I just don't. I don't know. I mean, I'm a Falcons fan. I grew up a Falcons fan. It's just hard for me. Like they do this every fucking year, man. It's like they do something boneheaded. I mean, the Bijan Robinson pick was probably the best pick they've made in the last 20 years. I don't know. I find
Julio Jones was a pretty good pick.
Well, yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. That's two of them. Can you name another one? Can you name one other guy they drafted?
Why do you trade for Kirk Cousins?
You can make the argument Matt Ryan was a damn awesome pick.
You
and
trade
I hate Matt Ryan.
You trade for Kirk Ryan's you trade for Kirk Cousins. You don't tell him that you're going to take quarterback.
You can't spend that money on Kirk Cousins and not tell him at least that you're going to
pay him.
Kirk Cousins.
How much did they sign Cousins for?
While you're talking, I'm going to find it.
Okay, yeah, because my whole deal is if, like, they signed him and told him, like, hey, you're going to be kind of the placeholder, we're going to probably explore, like, trading up in the draft.
You ready for this? You ready for this? They signed Kirk Cousins. You ready for this, Neil?
Yeah.
For $180 million. The contract also includes a no-trade clause, and he'll earn $62.5 million in 2024 alone. If the Falcons cut
how
him,
much is guaranteed out of all that?
If the Falcons cut him ahead of 2025, he'll cost at least $40 million against the Falcons salary cap in dead money.
Wow.
Like, dude, they made an investment.
It's not going to be there in 3 years.
But that's what I'm saying. They made an investment, and I don't get it, man. But, like, look, I like Michael Penix Jr., but, I mean, dude, the NFL is a hard game. Okay, and just because you're a great college quarterback doesn't make you a great pro quarterback. And, I mean, look, there's 32 jobs on the planet, and he's got to have one of them. So, I don't know. It's interesting.
So, my second take on this is I feel like Sean Payton's got to be sitting there in Denver thinking if I'd have just waited one more year, I could be in LA coaching Justin Herbert right now.
He's got a good deal, though, dude. He's got the richest owner in the history of the National Football League as his owner. They're willing to spend money. I like Sean Payton. I think he's a dude.
Tampa Bay did take the center from Duke.
I do too.
Graham Barton.
I'm a Saints fan. I have to be in debt to Sean Payton.
Yeah, but
and for the record, I cheer for the Broncos. DJ Jones played at Ole Miss. I got to know that guy when he was up there. Stand-up dude. He plays there now.
Yeah, no, he's a good dude.
But
Dallas at 29 goes Oklahoma offensive tackle Dallas Guyton. Baltimore at 30 takes Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins.
So Kool-Aid hadn't been picked.
The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock at 31.
So interested to see what they do here. If they take a wide receiver, see ya Brandon Ayuk or Debo.
I feel like they dropped Debo.
All right, vibing. Serious question. What's the update with you and the chick? Where we at? Well, I haven't heard from you since then. I've been gone for a while.
Which one?
Didn't you have a nice older lady that you were dating?
Holy shit, Tyler! That was like 2 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago. It's like a couple months.
Yeah,
ago.
that was.
I take it since your response.
Called into one of the hand raise guys.
Well, dude, I'm not on hand raise guys. I'm just on the crossovers every once in a while. So maybe I missed you.
It's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not my show.
Sealed the deal.
You sealed the deal?
Sealed the deal on that whole thing. 10-10, highly recommend. You know, if you're single in your 20s.
How old are you, vibing?
I am turning 29 next Saturday.
Let's go, young buck. Young buck.
Very young.
Yeah.
I like
you found out. Hey, thank you.
What are you doing? Are you ordering food right now?
Yeah.
What'd you get?
I DoorDash.
What'd you DoorDash? What kind of food
I
we
got a pizza.
What we got? What's our flavor? What are we going with?
Papa John's pepperoni and mushroom.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I
hate mushroom.
You lost me with a mushroom.
I hate mushroom.
What's you're just pepperoni guy,
On
right?
pizza?
Yeah, I'm
okay with it on pizza.
pepperoni, sausage, and pepperoncini.
Okay, so funny you say that.
Banana pepper.
I am my favorite pizza on the planet that I got introduced to when I went to New York and I got sophisticated is pepperoni and banana peppers.
Okay.
Thin crust.
So
that's where it's at.
Maybe my favorite pizza is the cauliflower crust pizza, pepperoni, sausage, Canadian bacon, jalapeno, and banana pepper.
Say that one more time.
Pepperoni.
Okay.
Sausage.
Okay.
Canadian bacon.
Okay. Ham.
Jalapeno, and banana pepper.
I could get down with that.
It's fantastic.
I'll eat any kind of pizza.
I can't do sausage on pizza.
The only thing I don't do on pizza is pineapple. I'm not up for that discussion.
No, I don't.
I'm not up for that discussion.
No,
so save that discussion.
But
everything else, I'm
not a communist.
I'm not a communist.
That reminds me, since Tyler brought it up, who was it that apparently called in and asked about the cougar story? Was it Corey? Cart?
Oh, I don't know.
I can't remember.
Dude, you know how many beers I've had tonight, and you're expecting me to remember that?
Yeah, we're 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah,
into
I told you this is
show.
going to be the longest show in the history of MPW Digital.
Okay, no, it's just someone messaged me after I called in a couple weeks ago and was like, someone was asking the follow-up story on the cougar thing.
Everybody says leave sausage out, and I'm in.
I'm not a big sausage guy on pizza. I'll eat it, but I'm not ordering it. I'm good with that.
That's fine. I mean, I'm not going to fight you.
I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going. Like,
whatever.
I'll eat it.
Sure.
I'm not good with it, but vibing. I appreciate the shit out of you, brother. What else you got, man? Before we get out of here, because we got like a couple picks left, and then we're going.
Boys, I'm about to stuff my face with pizza.
I think.
Hey, by the way, love the Saints pick. I wanted the OT, the tackle from Penn State, and obviously if Bowers would have been there, I wanted Bowers, but. I think that dude at Oregon State's a stud.
I said it on the show earlier. I thought he was arguably the best offensive lineman in the draft. Now, I like Alt was the easy pick, but he's arguably the best. I like him. I like J.C. Latham. It's hard to pass up on that skill set, but it's a good pick for the Saints. It's glad to see the Saints and the Rams in the first round again.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be in salary cap hell until we finally put Mickey out to pasture. But hopefully, this guy's the franchise left tackle when we inevitably tank and try to draft a generational quarterback. Because that's what's happening.
Yeah, you're probably a year or two
It's going to
away.
happen in the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, you're probably a year or two away from a quarterback, but you're getting one for sure. Vibing, you the man as always. Keep conquering for all of us old farts out there. Keep conquering. I know Neil's fired up. Neil's banking on Nancy Pelosi, but you're holding the candle for all old people around
49ers take Florida wide receiver Ricky Pearsall.
My guy.
At 31.
My guy.
Buffalo Bills.
This guy's
are
a
on
baller.
the clock.
Kid from Florida?
Yes, he's a baller. Love this guy. I would coach the shit out of this guy. I love this guy. Billy loves
Real
this guy
Jim
too.
Rat.
Yeah,
Student of the game.
Billy.
First one in, last one out.
Yeah, talking to Billy though, Billy loves this guy, so he's a stud.
He was the kid. He was at Louisiana?
He was at ULL.
Yeah.
Billy's had him forever. He's a stud. I love this guy. I'm glad he's at Arizona State too. He's been around. So vibing, appreciate the shit out of you, man.
Y'all later.
All right, man.
All right.
See you.
Triple Mask is gonna call in a second and give you your political take. Good gracious, our phone's blowing up.
Hey, who do we have?
All I hear is
Yeah, I'm trying. It's like
I bet we've had
1,000 calls.
1,000 calls in the last 5 minutes. Everybody's waiting on Triple Mask to call.
Hey, who do we have? Hey, caller.
Hello.
Hello. You're on.
Yes, this is De Niro Good from Anniston.
Hey, this is my guy. I've been
There
wanting
you
this guy.
go. What's up, De Niro?
What's up?
Hey, I've been wanting this guy to call. I got questions.
Okay, go
all right,
for it.
I got questions. So,
Okay.
all right, so you're from Anniston, right? You know who's from Anniston, Alabama, Neil?
Yep.
One of the NASCAR people.
Me. I'm from Anniston.
Okay.
So this is my hometown guy. So where did you go to high school?
Sachs High School.
You went to Sachs? Let's go. Wildcats in the house. So how old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you play at Troy or do you play at Troy?
No, I just go to school at Troy.
You go to school at Troy. Let's go. What are you majoring in?
Physical education.
Let's go, man. Are you gonna be a coach?
Yeah, I'm gonna be a coach.
I like it. Neil, so he is from Anniston, Alabama, which is the greatest city in the planet, just in case you haven't found out.
Other than Ruston.
Okay. Okay. Other than Ruston, it's the greatest city in the planet. He went to Sachs High School. I got a lot of Kent folks that went to Sachs High School. Okay, it's the Wildcats. And so he is a loyal listener. He posts, he reposts, he does all the stuff for us. Hey, we appreciate that, by the way. You the man. So all right, so the serious question is he's a young buck. Okay, because I could tell.
Obviously, yeah, he's my kid's age.
I could tell he was a young buck on his post. So out of curiosity, how did you find out about our show?
Out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Not curiosity.
What did I say?
But curiosity.
Curiosity. Hey, Neil, you know what happens?
Well,
hey, De Niro, in case you didn't know, is
here's the good
OxyFresh
friends tonight is kind of special.
Yeah, your good friends at OxyFresh, they provided the Miller Lite for tonight. And when you get that, when you're already limited in the English language,
you're a little numb.
You're a little numb.
Yeah.
So sometimes you get to stuttering. So how did you find out about you're not 21 yet. So how did you find out about our show? I'm just curious.
Well, I really want to be a college coach, so I always knew who you was. I'm a big Alabama fan. I always followed you, so that's how I found out about it.
I hope I haven't provided a bad example for you. It's over the years.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Yeah,
Roll
Tide.
Roll Tide.
Hell yeah, Roll Tide. Damn right.
Did you know that Neil's parents?
Neil,
Go ahead.
Neil, I'm the one that puts all the Roll Tide Willie under your post all the time.
Oh, is that right? There you go. I grew up a big Alabama fan. One of my first big college football games to go to was in Baton Rouge. It was LSU, Alabama. Bill Curry was the coach at, I want to say it was Bill Curry. Maybe it was Ray Perkins. Was the coach at Alabama, and Alabama beat LSU in Baton Rouge. And we were sitting in pretty high level LSU seats, and I was Roll Tide all night. And I think my dad was a little nervous, but
it's a rough place.
So I was. Yeah. I think my parents thought I was going to go to Alabama, but Alabama didn't offer the scholarship stuff to me until May of my senior year in high school, and by then I was
a little late, boss.
I'd kind of already made up my mind. But man, I as a kid, I loved Alabama.
So as you probably know, because you listen to the show, I played at Auburn. And so I grew up an Auburn fan. And when I went to Alabama, I had a very, by the way, I got a video on my phone I should show you one time. He got mad at me because I was filming. So when Lane first came to Alabama, he's saying we had a karaoke night every night at Coach Saban's house, and Lane got up and sang "Sweet Home Alabama," and it was right when he got there. So I got Lane on video on my phone singing "Sweet Home Alabama."
Carolina takes Xavier Legette,
he's
wide
a baller.
Receiver from South Carolina.
Pretty much
32nd pick in the draft.
The only player that I had that didn't get picked in the first round at receiver was Ladd McConkey. I think he'll go quick. Buffalo will take a receiver at 33. They traded back one spot tomorrow. But
So is that the end of the first round?
That's the end, man.
Okay.
We made it. But yeah, I grew up an Auburn fan, big Auburn fan, and then we had what we called RTA, roll tide anxiety, because everybody would say roll tide every time you walked around. So you felt like you had to say roll tide to everybody. So that was a little tough. But now I know, man. I know you're a Sax guy. I know you're a Troy guy. I mean, dude, you're Aniston and Troy. You can't go wrong with those two combinations.
Yeah.
I appreciate you listening to our show, dude. I'm fired up. If there's anything, hey, look, I know you're trying to get into coaching and all that stuff. Just reach out. If there's anything I can do to help you, I'll be glad to do that. I think you're in a good place with both guys. There's some Coach Parker at Troy is a new coach at Troy. I think they got some good leadership, got some good dudes there. If there's anything I can do to help you as you're getting into this crazy thing, just please reach out.
Yeah, I was trying to get in contact with you about that, because I was trying to get in contact with them, to see if I could just do anything to get in the building while I'm still in school.
Yeah, why don't you do this? Why don't you hit me up privately, just hit me a DM or something, and I'll get with you, and anything I can do to help, I'll always do that. So I got to take care of my boys back home.
Okay, thank you.
You bet, man. Have a great night, okay?
Thanks, De Niro.
All right, thank you.
Hey, who do we have?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
I just wanted to let you guys know that this call is brought to you by the Biden administration.
Well, awesome, man. We're good. We're good to go for like another 7 hours on TikTok and YouTube.
Thanks, Campbell. You're the best. You're gonna make a great president one day.
Hey, who are we speaking with?
This might be the man that wears 3 masks and drives around in his Ford Prius. Or no, his Ford.
Hell
what do they call those? A Fiesta?
Yeah, Fiesta. Charge that puppy up every night. Every 2 hours, charge that puppy up. It makes all the sense in the world to go electric. If we could just get the cows to stop farting, we're good.
All right, so Triple Mass, what you got, man? Come on, I've been waiting on this call for like the last 2 hours. I'm like geeked up. What we got? I need some good shit here. What we got?
Stop farting, cows.
For a little bit, I was putting steaks on the grill.
Yeah.
What kind of steaks did you cook?
Tofu steaks.
Man, I had 2 New York strips.
Oh,
okay.
And 2 ribeyes.
Do you know how many times those cows farted? I mean, really, triple mask. Do you know
What's up, man?
those cows before you converted them into steaks? Do you know how many times they pass gas? Do you realize that in propane, the gas into the atmosphere? Listen. If we could only do in America what they're doing in India and China, we would save our planet. I mean, think about it. And yet you have no regard for what's happening with our country, with our climate.
Neil, I think about it every day. And I shed a tear for this cow.
Yeah.
Every ounce I grill, I shed a tear for that cow.
Bless your heart.
Those New York strips.
Yeah.
Hey, Triple Ass, where are you from? Like, what part of the country are we from?
Tyler doesn't remember, does he?
I don't.
No, he doesn't.
I've lost all kinds of brain cells.
So many cows have farted, and he's
methane just went straight to my brain.
That has destroyed his brain.
I'm from Western Kentucky, but
what part?
I lived in Austin for a long time.
What part?
Paducah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because I was talking about my man Brian Hall last time, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, sir. How many beers are you on right
now?
This is 9.
I don't know.
It's 8 or 9.
Here's the thing. If I wasn't banned from Twitter, I was gonna.
That's a good start. That's a great start.
I was gonna say that you guys should have a beer, like a beer counter on Siskey's beers tonight on y'all's live feed on
We
YouTube.
we should have.
But I couldn't do that because I was banned.
Yeah,
So
it's true.
you
We
know,
should.
I
We
said
should.
something and they were like,
I've
"Oh,
done a
no."
great job pacing tonight. I haven't been. I was really concerned that I hit like I said, to hit the 6 mark with the 12th pick. So I've been doing good. Because I gotta take an Uber home. I'm beyond the driving limit, so I'll be taking an Uber home.
Are.
I'll be taking an Uber home.
But I had to get away from a bunch of the Bears fans and the Titans fans and stuff like that. And the Bears fans, they're really mad about Neil McCready's comments on Caleb Williams.
Really? What did I say?
Oh yeah.
Probably talking about the fingernail polish.
When was it, Tuesday or when? Oh yeah. You're like, oh, he's going to be a bust, and he's going to be terrible.
But Neil can say that because he's a Bears fan.
All I said about him was that he has a high ceiling and a very low floor.
Oh.
And he
That's not what
does.
they thought.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that
He
he's.
does. I agree.
There's a chance that he's a great player, and there's a chance that he's a total disaster.
What about J.J. McCarthy? I think he's got a low floor and a lower floor.
Yeah, he's got a low ceiling and a low floor.
Yeah. I think he's terrible.
Hey,
What do you guys think about the draft? It just went kind of talk there through 6.
Here's a funny thing. I got to bring this up. There was a tweet by Mike Rodak. I think my man Brennan sent this to me just a second ago. Brennan Chapman, the king of Memphis. That's our phone line is blowing up right now. So he said Nick Saban on ABC.
His car's been broke into like not a lot of times.
Yeah, 1,000 times. All right. He said, so Mike Rodak on Twitter, you're going to love this, Neil. This is right up your alley. He said Nick Saban on ABC about Toledo cornerback Quinyon Mitchell. He was our number 1 guy in the portal last year to try to get him to come out of the portal, and he would never get in the portal. I love it. I love it.
Oh, my God, that's awesome.
I love it.
That's Nick saying that even Nick Saban tampered.
We were trying to tamper it, and it didn't work. So that's beautiful. They're all tampering.
Oh,
everyone's tampering.
Like, trust me,
everyone's tampering.
I do it every day for a living. Everyone.
Your favorite coach is tampering, and your favorite coach's roster is being tampered with
every day.
Don't even start with the whole holier than thou tampering bullshit.
Every day. Every day. I can't say it. I'm not gonna say that. No, everybody tempers.
Everyone tempers.
What is Neil McCready's Discord going to be? We got Chili Donovan. He's been absolutely perfect on everything, and now we got Neil looking at his Discord now, and he sees the 850.
Well, what's funny is I didn't know before Wednesday what a Discord was. And now I
still don't know. What is a Discord? Can you coach me up, Coach?
It's kind of like a message board, but I thought there was an audio element to it. It turns out there wasn't an audio element to it, which led to a.
So you can go live, or you can just be discreet on it.
Yeah, it led to a very.
What did it lead to now?
An interesting series of communications.
A lot of those that are farther left than we are. Like to be live,
I don't know what you're talking about. This show is brought to you by the Biden-Harris administration.
We're 4.5 hours in. They're not paying attention. Joe's asleep.
Hey, I already said that. This call is brought to you by the Biden-Harris administration.
That's it, man. Especially with triple mask.
Damn right.
Let's go. So you said you were working on
right now, man.
Were you working on a fence earlier? Is that what you said?
Oh yeah, back fence, man.
Let's go, man.
It's hard times out here for a guy, man.
What kind of fence we're working on?
Wooden fence. Yeah, not too much work, but
somebody's got to do it.
Still got to put it up. What man? Yeah,
I love it.
Oh yeah, got to keep 2 dogs in.
Hey, whatever it takes, baby. Whatever it takes. Well, brother, I appreciate the hell out of you. Appreciate you tuning in every week. You're a blast. I enjoy your posts. You make me laugh. Anything we can do, just holla. Go build those fences. Take care of my boys in Paducah, Kentucky. And I'm going to sit here. I'm going to have the next Miller Lite on you.
Siskey, get down here and start helping me build this fence.
Dude, I retired. See, that's the good thing. It's like
Up there.
I've worked hard enough now in my life where I don't have to do that kind of shit. I can just like pay people to do it now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We can get Brock up here. Brock can do it.
Dude, Brock needs it. You know what I mean? Like, it pisses me off on a daily basis that if I have a fear, and I don't know how Neil feels about this, if I have a fear as a parent, it's that I did not make my kids work hard enough for shit. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
If I have a fear as a parent, that's my biggest fear.
Truth.
Because I didn't.
A simple truth. My dad told me. My dad said, "You'll never be as big of a man as I am, ever, because your generation is a bunch of pussies."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
probably right.
Probably some truth to that.
Probably some truth to it. But that's probably my biggest fear as a parent, is that my kids.
And your hope as a parent is that your kids have it easier than you did.
Yeah, but like
right.
there's
hope.
value in that. You know what I mean? Like I would play a game on Friday night and my ass was at the grocery store at 7 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, clocked in at 6:30.
Yeah.
I mean, the next morning I'd play a game till midnight and I was clocked in, and I had to go do the hard shit.
Yep.
I had to unload the trucks. I had to do all that. I worked in the warehouses, and that's probably, I think there's some value in that.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And I didn't have an
You played basketball, baseball, and football, right?
Yeah, I played them all. Yeah.
Doing all three.
Yeah. I played all three.
Yep.
So my deal was with my dad, who's a stud, by the way. I was very fortunate in life. My stepdad, is who I call my dad.
Sure.
And he raised me, and he gave us a choice when we were probably like 13 years old. And like, it was a serious talk. He's like, you're going to work during high school, or you're going to work during college. One of the two. And
Is this
so
the guy that broke his leg on the dock of the boat ramp?
No, I broke my leg off the house. So I didn't.
But yeah, he broke his leg at the boat ramp.
Who are you talking about?
Your stepdad.
No. What are you talking about?
You had someone in your family that broke his leg.
I broke my leg falling off the roof.
Yeah, but you had somebody in your family broke his leg on like a boat ramp.
I didn't think I was going crazy there.
I'm in like a fucking simulation right now.
No. You told us about someone in your family, a male figure, broke something like on a.
Thank you, Neil.
Something on a boat ramp.
Dude, I swear I'm in a simulation right now. I got to figure it out. My dad, who I call my dad is my stepdad.
Yep.
And so what he told us, we had to either work in high school, we had to work in college. And so I went to work at 14 years old. And if I hadn't have done that, it taught me a lot of lessons. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just, that's what I worry about as a parent, is that my kids have it too easy. And they're not going to be able to do when it comes, because, my kids, as they've gotten older in the work age, I mean, if they want to work for the summer, they can come work for me. It's just, it's a whole different thing. I wish there was a little bit more manual labor involved in their work coming up, because I think there's major life lessons learned in that.
Hey, Triple, thanks
for country clubs always hiring guys.
Yeah,
they don't do that. It's not that drastic, but they don't do that.
Hey,
but
put a weed eater in his hands, he's good to go.
They do that kind of stuff, but I'm talking about real shit. I'm talking about digging fucking trenches and ditches and shit. Hey Neil, did I tell you that Triple? I know you got to go, Triple. We're gonna let you go, but I just want to let you guys know that this current Miller Lite is brought to you by OxyFresh. You can get to www.oxyfresh.com or call 1-877-OxyFresh.
Where's old Bob at?
Bob texted me earlier. Bob was going to call in, but we were in the middle of interviews. He had to go to bed.
We're 5 hours into this.
He was too busy celebrating Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams.
Yeah, we're 5 hours into this.
We're like the longest podcast in the history of
5 hours
MPW.
into this nightmare of a show. So It's time to stop.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Appreciate the shit out of you,
Hey, you
Triple.
guys have a good one, man.
All right, man.
Love you
Appreciate you.
guys. All right,
Okay.
have a good one.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna shut it down.
Let's go one more call. Last caller.
All right, this is it. This is, by God, it. I'm done. Hey, caller, who
You're
we
the
have?
last caller of
You're-
the longest
you're it.
show in the history
You're
of
the
MPW Digital.
last, like Joe Rogan times 2.
I have been trying to reach you guys for the last hour and a half.
Who we got here?
This is Matthew.
Matthew, where you from, man?
So, Lumberton.
Lumberton. Where's Lumberton?
Down
Mississippi,
30
down
minutes
near
south of
Hattiesburg.
Neil knew where it was at.
Hey,
What's going on, man?
so I'm just 8 hours into a 10-hour trip back to Mississippi.
That's all right. We're 5 hours into a podcast.
I want to know what I win because I've been with you guys since the beginning.
The whole time?
Yeah.
You in our undying love and respect. That's as far as that's all I can give you right now.
I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed.
That'll work.
I'm looking at the numbers on YouTube. We still got a shit ton of people in here, but I'm like, I want to take.
People are idiots.
I want to take every single person that's still on this show right now and give you a big hug and like give you better help.
I want to ask you, why are you here? Go get a life.
Here's BetterHelp. Here's BetterHelp.
BetterHelp.com/MPW. BetterHelp.com/MPW. Change therapist at your own discretion. But for the love of God, leave.
What you got, Bob? You are officially the last caller.
Okay. So, back to conspiracies.
Oh boy. Hey, Neil just started scratching his head because he knows we're going to have a good conversation here. What do you got, boss? I'm in 100%.
I was so hoping he was going to be like, so tell me about the transfer portal. Because I was going to be able to get out of this in like 5 seconds. But instead he's like, tell me about conspiracy theories. And I'm like, we're going to be here till 3 a.m.
This
Mother,
is gonna be,
yeah.
It's going to be a great one. Neil's
ready
to go.
Tyler Barron.
You don't care?
I don't care if he comes back.
Is Tyler Barron coming back, Neil?
I don't know. Who cares right now? Really? Really?
Care.
Is Tyler Barron going to make that much of a difference? Really? I mean, honest to God, he's got a labrum thing too. Does it really matter? No.
Hey, can I say something real quick? I'm going to have my 5 seconds of seriousness on this podcast. Anybody making a big deal out of labrum surgery? I mean, come on, guys. It's a rite to passage. He'll be fine. Whoever it is, they'll be fine if they have labrum surgery.
Princely Umanamalian will be able to play when he's ready to play. I mean, stop. Thank you. I realize there are competing sites who are making this a giant production and producing 14 stories. I get it. But come on.
I had labrum surgery.
Look,
it's
Ole Miss doesn't play a real. If Ole Miss loses to Kentucky or South Carolina, it wasn't meant to be.
Where's the Kentucky game?
Who gives a shit? Here. But who cares?
How many beers you had over there, old man?
But if Ole Miss loses at home to Kentucky or at South Carolina, it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't about one player. If they lose to one of those two teams, it wasn't going to happen.
Agree.
Okay?
Agree.
So, I mean, if you're down a player or two, assuming that player is not named Jackson Dart, it's going to be okay. If you don't win one of those games, it wasn't going to happen anyway. Let it go.
Agree.
Thank you.
All right.
Let's hope it's not Jackson Dart because we don't have Austin Simmons anymore.
That is true.
Oh,
you
boy.
don't. Yeah, that is true.
Did we find out what happened to him?
No, but it doesn't sound good. All jokes aside, it doesn't sound good.
Like UCL, not good.
I mean, I don't want to.
I don't know.
I don't want to go there, but yeah, it doesn't sound good.
I don't look forward to the Monday morning MPW Digital Blue Sky Live. For all you TikTok people, you need to tune into Blue Sky Live.
By the way, Ole Miss lost 12-0 to Alabama. It was a 10-run ruled 7-inning game.
As I told my friends who are diehard Ole Miss
Rebels
fans,
are now 6-13 in the SEC.
it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean the people that are trying to make this something that it's not.
It is.
God bless you.
What it is.
Yeah.
Neil, I'm stacking up a bunch of gold caps over here.
I see it.
Like poker chips. All right, what we got, boss? Because my man Neil's he's hit his point of no return at this point. He's ready to kick me in the balls.
All right.
What you got?
Forget JFK. Who killed Martin Luther King?
Oh yeah.
CIA.
It is definitely the FBI.
Yeah, one of the three. One of the 3-letter. Yeah, absolutely.
3 letters.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't dove into that.
Have you ever
one.
heard? Look up a YouTuber called Wendigoon. He does deep dives into conspiracy theories.
Spell it.
And it's awesome. Wendigoon?
Yeah, spell that.
I can't spell it without looking at my phone. It's
Okay.
WIENDGEON, I guess.
Okay.
That'll get you close enough.
Wendigoon. Okay, I'll watch it. I'm all about some conspiracy theories.
So his video on the Martin Luther King assassination and the boys on the tracks. Have you ever heard of the boys on the tracks?
No.
Nope, you got me there.
It is the beginning of the Clinton kill list, all the way back when he was governor in Arkansas.
Yeah, I got my own conspiracy theories about that. I'm gonna let that's for a different show. We'll be here all night. Neil. So I'm gonna let that one. I'm gonna let that one slide.
It links to the Contra affair and cocaine coming into Arkansas. It's a good one.
Yeah, I've heard some stuff about that where George H.W. Bush basically threw the election because they needed Clinton to win it.
Why did they need Clinton to win it?
It's complicated.
Yeah.
But
because the guys that actually control them said so.
But basically because they needed to make it look like things were real.
Okay.
When they weren't.
I got you. What else you got, boss? Because my man Neil McCready is like 4 steps away from the freaking bed right now. His eyes are getting
this
heavy.
Is true.
I'm gonna let y'all go. I had a good one. Y'all
Hey,
kept me busy for 4 hours while driving through Alabama.
What part of Alabama are you driving through right now?
I'm about to make it to Tuscaloosa.
Oh.
We on I-59 or 20 or 20 or 59? What are we
roll
on?
Tide, roll.
20.
We're on I-20. Where did you come from?
The Kentucky-West Virginia border.
Oh.
Damn.
Going south.
That's a haul. So you drove, you know what you drove by? You drove by the great city of Anniston, Alabama. Right on I-20. It's great stuff.
I just hit 20.
So you probably came down 65.
I came through Nashville.
Yep, you came through Nashville. You hit 65 south. You got to Birmingham. You hooked a right. You went on 2059 towards Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yep.
I love it. Love it. Well, man, be safe on that road, brother. I appreciate the hell out of you. I'm going to get Neil out of here before he freaking falls asleep on the microphone because we've had the longest podcast. You are officially the last caller on the longest podcast in the history of MPW Digital Network.
I don't know. That New Year's podcast might have been longer. But
Nope.
I can't remember. It was a
lot of beers ago.
That was a lot of beers ago. That's true.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Drive carefully.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, we're going to wrap it up there on the big show. We're finished It's 11:17 p.m.
I told you, we started at 6:30. It's going to be a motherfucker.
We've been brought to you by our friends at Rain Total Body Fuel. 300 milligrams, natural caffeine, BCAAs, electrolytes, all the goods.
Zero sugar.
It's got what you need.
It's got what you need to push the limits and achieve your goals.
True.
Check us out on Instagram at Rain Body Fuel to learn more.
Comer Heating and Air, Southern Air Conditioning and Heating. Don't forget, if you need to get your AC checked out, call them. Tell them that you heard about it here on the podcast. Get $25 off your spring cleaning. What else we got, Tyler?
Want to thank all the people on TikTok. Man, we got over 10,000 likes on our TikTok.
Hell yeah.
So YouTube, y'all are tripping. If you're on YouTube, you need to freaking hit the like button. But we got over 10,000 likes on TikTok. So we're rolling on there. I want to thank everybody. Thank our guys, all kidding aside, at OxyFresh. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. Thank you guys at Rain Total Body Fuel. Bob, always as the best. Been a good show. Been a fun show. That's all I got, homie. Thanks to our guest.
Denver and the Lakers in the fourth quarter.
They're still fucking playing.
They're 2 hours behind us. It's Denver up by 8, 9.
This is it, huh?
Yeah, this is it.
Does LeBron retire?
I think so. Denver's up 8, 5.5 to go. Denver with the ball. Orlando won. I have no idea who won the Philadelphia-New York game.
It's kind of like we have no idea what happened.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up.
Through 20.
We lost track.
Yeah.
So thanks to Kane Wommack, Jon Sumrall, David Beaty, Bryant Vincent.
Yep. That's it.
Everybody else who called, appreciate you so much. This is a lot of fun. We'll do this again next year in April.
We'll see you next April.
Yeah. When it could be an interesting show with Jackson Dart, perhaps, at that point. No. Nope. Not happening.
You should answer just say hello. You're not going to do it. Turn your advice down.
Yeah. This is going to be really short. Go for it.
Gosh damn it, I've been trying to get in all night.
I don't know what to tell you.
All right, but anyways,
it's 11:20.
I want to tell y'all, hey, yeah, great job, guys. But I finally fucking got in.
Who is this?
Y'all
you got to tell us who we talking to.
You're talking to Brandon.
Brandon, where you from, man?
Grenada, Mississippi.
Let's go. Hey, Neil, probably the best concession stand
I don't care.
in all of high school baseball.
Right now, I just don't care.
Great
Look,
setup.
Siskey's going to sit there and talk to everybody, man. He pulls out everything out of the hat.
That's how we do it,
Whenever
man.
somebody's about to go off it. Anyways, hey, look, Ole Miss fan, die hard. All I wanted to say earlier was, how do you tell Mike Bianco to bow out gracefully?
You pay him $4 million and you tell him he's bailing out gracefully. That's it. That's it. You owe him the money, you give him the money, and you tell him that's what you're doing. That's it.
You're paying the buyout for what he did in 2022. And you say
1,000,000%.
And you say thank you.
There's no compromise. You owe him whatever you owe him.
Appreciate you.
You pay him that money, and
You're awesome.
This is how this works.
And it shouldn't be. And by the way, it needs to be. And I know we got to go. It needs to be very nice. It needs to be very concise, and it needs to be thank you. And it doesn't need to be ugly.
Yeah.
The guy gave you a
100%.
national championship. Okay. Like all the fans that
he
bitch
also built a really good program for 2 decades.
For a long fucking time.
And he won a national title, and you owe him the amount of money.
With y'all.
The only national title in any men's sport at the University of Mississippi. You say thank you. You're the best. Here's your $4 million or whatever it is. Is that what it is? $4 million?
Roughly.
Closely.
Sure.
Hey, here's your $4 million. Thank you so much for everything you've done. And that's it. And you move on.
All right, so you don't tear down that sport and keep going down this road of what we're going on. You go, hey man,
Ole Miss is never going to tear down baseball.
I mean, listen. Assuming you have it, like, because it's not monopoly money, it's real money. If you have the
I'm
real,
saying I paid this money.
Yeah, if you have the real money, you give him the money. You go, hey,
thank you.
This is how we're going to do this. And in an ideal world, you have a Mike Bianco weekend, and you celebrate him, and you retire his number on the outfield wall and all that stuff. If he won't go for that, fair enough. You give him his money and you fire him. That's it.
I don't want to see that happen, but it is what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
It
At
is
this
what
point,
it
it
is.
is what it is.
And so
he's a great dude. He's done great things for the university.
100%.
Man,
He's won your national championship.
I love Mike. I remember a lot of baseball games, and I know y'all remember more than I do. But
and the next guy, just so y'all know, and this is the thing, the next guy has no chance. It's going to be the next guy after the next guy.
Oh, I don't know. Not necessarily.
That's right. It's the
new
the
world
guy
ring.
after Saban. You know,
It's a huge,
It's
because
just
if the
like
next
that.
guy doesn't win a national championship, everybody's going to be after his ass too.
But the way you handle Mike is that you give him what he's owed. You don't try to come up with some settlement. No, you pay him every cent that he's owed, but you say, hey, here's the deal. You can either retire and we can have our moment, or, and we're cool with it. If not, we're going to fire you.
well, look, I remember listening to a deal that y'all did, and Chase Parham said this on y'all's show, and it was before they won the national championship in baseball, and it said, times look tough for Bianco. I don't think that he's going to survive this year. That was in 2022. So he wasn't doing all that hot. The team did it for him.
Yeah.
To get him rehired and get the extension.
I mean, whatever, they won, right? he won a national championship. I mean, he was part of a national championship.
Well, I'm 100% with you on that. I love Bianco, but I'm just not 100% sure when we're going to get to the next step.
Look, I can tell you this. I've had way too many drinks.
You can see it in your eyes.
If
by the
it
way.
if it doesn't finish well, they're gonna make a move.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
I mean, it's gonna happen. And
Y'all must have me off the air. I quit watching y'all a while ago. I was watching Dave Chappelle.
Oh no, you're on the air, boss.
You're on the air.
You're fresh on the
wow.
air.
5 hours
I'm
and
watching
42
Dave Chappelle
seconds
and
in.
talking
Oh, we
to
made
y'all.
the 5 hour mark?
We're past 5 hours.
Dude, that's got to be a record. Huh?
It's got to be. No, it's gonna happen. If it doesn't work out, it's going to happen, and they're gonna pay Mike what they owe him, as they should, and then they go from there. And here's the thing. Here's the
gracefully.
thing. The next coach is going to ask one question: where's my NIL compared to the rest of the league? And here's the answer. Right now, compared to Tennessee, Texas A&M, Arkansas, Texas, it's not great. And
Florida have baseball NIL?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. But those 4 schools that I just named, LSU also 5. It's not awesome. You got to figure it out. And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. And,
That's a good question for Chase Parham on Monday.
And at 11:25
You should
p.m.
call-
on a Thursday night, I don't care.
Hey, you should call Blue Sky Live Monday morning
Call
at about
Chase.
8:30
Yeah, and say,
ask Chase, save this number.
Talk NIL.
It'll ding, like Neil will just be sitting here.
And I will curl over in the side.
It'll ding on the iPad over there.
Yeah.
Neil's going to take the call.
And disappear.
And then Neil is going to go get in the
bullshitting
fetal
me, or are
position.
you
I'm gonna go down.
Are you saying yes? This is some information that you need to know.
No, what I'm telling you is this. Bottom line is that you can, the moment you, here's the truth. The moment you let go of Mike Bianco.
Maybe.
Okay, hold on. The moment you let go of him, 1 second later, it's not his problem anymore.
Yep. Not in this world.
It's now you have to figure out, okay, because whoever the next coach is, if it's Eric Bakich, if it's Clemson, if it's Cliff Godwin, whoever it is.
Does Butch Thompson have a job? Have a chance at it?
Whoever. I don't care if it's Casey Stengel from the grave. Whoever it is going to ask
Bobby Cox,
David Ross, I don't name somebody, Craig Counsell. I don't care. Name whoever. It doesn't matter. They're going to say, what's my NIL? What do I have to work with?
Everybody knows that.
Well, get it with it, though. That's the point. You're in a league with Texas. Hold on. No. We're going down this road, so let's do it. Texas A&M.
Let's do it, by God.
Texas A&M has $4.5.
Put my headsets back on.
Texas A&M has $4.5 million in NIL.
Really? For baseball?
Yeah, baseball.
Good for them.
Tennessee.
For baseball?
Yeah. Tennessee, LSU, Arkansas. Those three at a minimum have more than $1 million in NIL more than Ole Miss has.
Well, I can tell you what
For
the NIL's.
baseball?
Yes.
All right, look. Neil told you this 50 times. Go ahead, Neil.
Hold on. I'm not finished.
Let go, baby boy. Let's go.
And that some of those schools, like in Texas, for example, kids that are in state, they don't pay out-of-state tuition because they're from Texas.
Lottery.
Arkansas has the neighboring state thing.
Yep.
Trust me, I know.
I do too.
And
it's a good deal.
If you have an ACT of 26 or better, and most baseball kids do, they're getting 70, 80, 90% of out-of-state waived. Ole Miss doesn't have that. I'm not saying Ole Miss should. I'm not saying Ole Miss shouldn't. I don't frankly care. But they don't. So that's a disadvantage in recruiting, right? If you're a baseball player from pick a state, I don't give a shit.
Oklahoma,
Alabama. And you're looking at Ole Miss and Arkansas, okay? They both have great facilities.
Yep.
They both have great practice facilities. They both have really good everything, okay?
Yes.
There's not a lot of difference. If you're from Anniston, Alabama.
It's the greatest city on the planet.
And you're down to Ole Miss and Arkansas, and you go visit both schools, there's not a hell of a lot of difference.
I would pick Hotty Toddy.
And there's pretty girls at both. There's pretty girls at both places.
because of that.
Hold on. There's pretty girls at both places. All that bullshit. Whatever. If it comes down to money, Arkansas has a better package. Alabama's not the best example. Let's use a kid from Shreveport.
Okay.
A kid from Shreveport, Louisiana. Arkansas is going to waive 80, 90%. Arkansas is going to waive 80, 90% of his out-of-state tuition. Ole Miss can't. And so if it comes down to NIL and all that bullshit, he's probably going to end up at Arkansas because the parents can be like, oh, we love both places. They're both fantastic. Oh, it's beautiful here, blah, blah, blah. And there's pretty girls at both places. Stop. Right?
Oh, without a doubt on that.
Okay, so all the other bullshit about, why would he pick any place but Ole Miss? They got the best the KDs there are fantastic. The Tridents. Oh, shut the fuck up. I mean, give me a break. I mean, stop.
Hey, can I go on record and say you said more F-bombs tonight than I have?
I have. It's first
show ever.
I mean, but so you're working at a disadvantage, and now you throw in NIL? I mean, look, here's my point. The moment that you fire or let Mike Bianco go, the moment, if you do it at like 4:24 p.m., at 4:25, it's not his fault anymore.
Nope.
It's the new guy. And so you got to figure all this out. That's why I'm just telling you, be careful what you wish for. You better make sure.
All I'm saying
you
is,
better make sure that you've got everything in line for the next guy. Because the league is a absolute bitch.
all I'm saying is I understand it's a bitch.
Then what
But
else?
all I'm saying is that watch and let your athletic director make another hire like he did. Make the splash hire like he did with Kiffin and with Beard.
Yeah.
And get the splash hire on the baseball team.
All right, who do you
That's
think?
what we need.
Okay, all right, fair.
I mean,
who is?
I'm not
I'm going to ask a question. Who?
I'm not hiring nobody.
I want to ask a question. Who is the splash hire?
I don't give a
Craig
shit who he
Counsell.
is. I didn't know it was Kiffin until him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, guys. Like, I'm going to be the voice of reason here, which this is shocking. It's baseball.
That is very shocking.
It is, isn't it? Right? It's baseball. Okay. So at the end of the day, Neil has, I don't know how many different ways he's got to say it. My wife could be the new baseball coach at Ole Miss. If you don't have the right NIL to go with it, it's not going to matter because it's baseball. It's not football. It's baseball. And so, long story short, and I'm going to be extremely brief with this.
$3.5 million in what I heard is not one went to our roster.
Well, you got to think now.
You don't have $3.5 million right now. You're not even close to that. You're not even close to that.
I would say like a third of that. All right. So, but here's the thing is like what you got to understand is like the new age of college athletics is this. You're spending a shit ton. I'm talking about top 5. Easily top 5
in football.
And I'm not joking when I say this, maybe top 2 in football.
Right now.
Right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, guys, there's not
unlimited. You just committed
it's not an unlimited checkbook.
And you just committed a serious amount of money to basketball.
That you had to commit. I'm talking about
huge amount.
And it might not be enough.
You committed to keep a coach. You committed, like baseball has nothing.
Because here's the thing about
compared to everybody
thing about Beard. At 9:00 on Friday, he was leaving for Arkansas. At noon, he stayed.
I don't even know shit about basketball.
I do.
I knew that motherfucker was gone. I knew he was gone.
Astounding.
And so I don't know. Like people say, what's it going to take? I don't know. Like LSU has a different deal. A&M is a different deal. It's a weird league. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take. I'm just telling you, here's the bottom line. You can do the Mike Bianco scapegoat thing, and I'm cool with it. Whatever. Who cares? Right? Whatever. He's gonna get his money. And at the end of it, the point is the moment you fire him or move on from him, however you do it, resign, fire, detente.
I wish they would do it right.
Kumbaya.
And they will.
However.
Do it right.
Keith will do it right.
Whatever. If you do it at 4:00, at 4:01, it's not his problem anymore.
You're accurate.
That's all I'm trying to say. The moment that you move on from him, you move, okay, where do we go from here? And the answer is, well, these kids now are mercenaries.
Yes, they are.
They're not coming to play for you because they think your uniform is cool or they think you have cool tradition or because they think your environment is cool. Because here's the bottom line. If you're asking a kid who's playing at, give me a mid-major, Dayton. ULM. Yeah, hell yeah, the environment at LSU, at Texas A&M, at Arkansas, at Ole Miss, at Mississippi State, at Florida is incredible compared to the environment at ULM. Right?
Yeah.
It's like whatever. They're not thinking about it the way that a fan thinks about it. There's no difference between Texas A&M, Arkansas, LSU, and Ole Miss. They're all the same. It comes down to money.
So here's the thing, and Hardman in the chat. Hang on a second. Hardman in the chat says, "How much more money is Realtree willing to give to this question?" And Neil has said this. I don't know, Neil. I've listened to you. I feel like forever, but Neil has said this 800,000 times. And I know sometimes we say things that are kind of like, coy or things like that, but y'all need to hear this. There is a finite amount of money that's going to be given. There's a finite amount of resources. And you can't go to Realtree every 3 minutes and ask for money. Like,
because the day's coming when someone at Realtree goes, what's in it for us?
Yeah, what's in it for us? And Realtree has been and I love the product, by the way. Big fan. Realtree, shout out. All right, but like there comes a point in time, and this is what's coming in the whole NIL world, is that you can't keep going back to the same exact boosters that give money over and over again, because eventually it's going to run out. And whether it's, and that's what's interesting that Neil and I have talked about corporate sponsorships and private equity and all those things, like the FedEx with Memphis thing. And like, there's so much that goes into that. But at the end of the day, we're in the NIL world. You cannot pick 3 sports and be great at all 3 sports. In my opinion, and I'm not an Ole Miss fan, y'all know that. I'm not telling y'all anything I want to know. They have definitely, without question, gone all in on football. They've had to make a basketball commitment. You can't go all in on 3 sports. No school in America is going in on 3 sports. Somebody has to suffer.
You absolutely have to in the state of Mississippi.
Somebody has to suffer. Now, to your point, what you're saying, I've coached at all over the fucking place, okay? I've been all over this country, and Neil has been all over this country covering sports as well for his whole life, all right? For whatever reason, baseball is ridiculously important in the state of Mississippi at both Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Nowhere else in the country honestly gives a shit. Okay, that's just the truth. Nobody cares in the state of Alabama.
I agree.
If Auburn or Alabama is good in baseball, oh, cool, awesome. Nobody gives a shit. Mississippi is the only state in the union that gives a shit about baseball. Maybe Louisiana. But besides that, Florida doesn't give a shit. Florida doesn't give a shit about baseball. Regardless of what you think about their football team, they don't give a shit about baseball. They care about football. Mississippi and Louisiana are the only 2 sports and only 2 states in America that give a shit about college baseball.
Arkansas.
They don't either. That's what's funny is they don't either. Do. They care about basketball and they care about football. That's it.
Well, they do. They do care about basketball. I'm saying 3 sports.
They really don't, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you is they're winning now. But as time goes on, you got to pick. You can't do all 3 sports. And Neil's been telling y'all this
Denver
for
just beat the Lakers
years.
for 11th straight time.
How many?
11 straight times.
It's
incredible, isn't it? Denver.
I didn't realize it was that many.
The series is 3-0. It's over.
But my point is this, is that, like, Ole Miss is – look, I think Keith Carter's going to do a great job, regardless of what it is. I like Keith a lot.
Keith Carter's going to do the –
He's a stud. It's going to happen. It's going to happen one way or another. But I will say this. I personally, this is me as I like baseball here at Ole Miss. I go to a bunch of games, all the whole deal. I'm a big Mike Bianco fan, me personally. I like him as a human being. I like him as a coach. And at the end of the day, he's won a national championship, which literally is 2 sports in the history of the state of Mississippi, right? Or in the history of the University of Mississippi, there's 2 sports that have won national championships.
I'm great with that.
Women's golf and men's baseball. That's it. And there needs to be an appreciation for that. If I had a request of Ole Miss fans, and we're cutting the fucking podcast off after this.
Thank God.
If I had a request of the Ole Miss fans, is the guy has brought you a national championship. Let's don't be dicks. Be nice to the guy. He's giving you what he's giving you. And whatever the result of it is, it's the result. As Neil says every day of my life, it's a scoreboard business. He knows that. Let's send him off in a good way. Let's appreciate the time you had the guy. He's a great man. He's a great human being. He's a great coach. Let's appreciate the good times and just let it be for, like I've said from the jump of this podcast, it is what it is. Let's let it ride and don't be so fucking toxic. Just let it be. That's my last request.
I think Neil was being toxic, and that's the reason I said I wasn't going to be toxic.
No, Neil's not toxic. Neil sees it like I see it.
Look, man, I'm just playing with Neil.
Yeah, well, it's 5 hours in. We're long past the playing time. So I love you. I love the shit out of you guys. You've been great. We got to fucking go.
Y'all did great.
Thank
Love
you for the
y'all.
call. Appreciate you. All right, we're out. For
Cut
Tyler, I'm Neil.
Cut this motherfucker.
Thank you for being with us.
Love the shit out of you
all
guys.
the guests, Kane, Jon, Bryant, David, everybody who joined. Peace.
Love you.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Just hit the button.
Good night.